Chapter 282, Then and Now. Ronald Weasley stormed down the corridor of the Hogwarts Express, fuming. This is all Mum and Dad's fault. They carried on talking for ages, and now there isn't a single empty compartment left. Relax, Sherlock Holmes replied without breaking stride. My father and brothers have already stowed our trunks in the guard's van. From what I've seen, that next carriage isn't very crowded. Harry and Hermione fell in beside them. Ron huffed. Maybe so, but it still annoys me. They reached the last carriage exactly as Sherlock had predicted, and discovered one open compartment. But instead of empty benches, there was a lone occupant, an adult man slumped against the window, fast asleep. Harry stopped short. Hold on, there shouldn't be any grown-ups on this train. Apart from the trolley witch, we've never seen an adult passenger before. Sherlock's eyes gleamed with interest. Now that is curious. They exchanged puzzled looks. How did a stranger come to occupy the only free compartment on the Hogwarts Express? And why was he so soundly asleep? The mystery had only just begun. The stranger slipped into the compartment without a word and claimed the window seat. Hermione was on his heels. She sat down beside him as if drawn by a magnet. Harry and Ron, unfazed by Hermione's boldness, exchanged knowing glances before stepping in themselves. Ron settled opposite the newcomer, while Harry slid the door closed and took the seat next to Ron. Hermione turned her sharp gaze on the stranger before leaning toward Sherlock and whispering, Sherlock, do you think he's stronger than Gilderoy Lockhart? Most likely, Sherlock replied, eyes never leaving their silent passenger. Hermione pressed on. What makes you so sure? Sherlock tapped his fingertips together. First, his luggage. Efficiently packed, nothing superfluous. Second, his protective instincts. The extra layer in his cloak, the way he scanned every angle before boarding. Third, his choice of seat. The window gives him an easy exit and a clear view. Fourth, his unassuming appearance. It's a perfect smokescreen. All those little details add up. Hermione frowned. They're clever hints, but hardly proof. Exactly, Sherlock said, a half smile forming. That's why I said most likely rather than definitively. And there's one more clue, Dumbledore's confidence. After last term's fiascos, he believed the threat around this assignment was lifted, so he'd hire someone capable yet under the radar, someone with subtle, reliable skills. Our fellow passenger fits that bill. Hold on a second, Ron burst out, unable to contain himself any longer. What's going on? Ron asked, staring first at the stranger, then at Sherlock and Hermione, utterly confused. Do you know this man? Sherlock and Hermione exchanged amused glances, and Harry's heart skipped. He'd seen that same expression at King's Cross when Sherlock and Gemma had arrived to fetch him. It was the exact look of bewilderment. This, Sherlock said crisply, is Professor R.J. Lupin, our Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher this term. Hermione added with a huff, It really is obvious. Ron's eyes went wide. Obvious? How? And Hermione, could you please stop talking like Sherlock for 5 seconds? I'd love to, Hermione replied, rolling her eyes. But just look. She pointed up to the luggage rack, where a shabby leather suitcase lay wedged between two trunks. The corners were scuffed, the seams frayed, and across one side, the name Professor R.J. Lupin was still stamped in faded gold letters. Harry and Ron exchanged a stunned look as recognition dawned. At that moment, Ron and Harry glanced at each other and couldn't help but remember their first meeting with Sherlock 2 years ago. Back then, Ron had been just as surprised as he was today. Sherlock had called out, Ronald Weasley, the very instant they were introduced. Ron still remembered how Sherlock had grinned and said, If you're trying to keep your name secret, you might want to remove the luggage tag from your trunk, or at least turn it around when you're speaking to people. Ron's cheeks had gone as bright as his hair, and now they flared up again at the memory. Am I really that obvious? He thought. And how on earth had Hermione picked up that trick? He cleared his throat. Even so, how did you work out what subject he teaches? Harry shook his head. Ron, there's only one teaching vacancy left this year. Ron gaped at him. How could he have missed something so obvious? The only open position was for Defense Against the Dark Arts. He slapped his forehead. Right, of course. Harry and Ron turned to Sherlock, waiting for him to explain. Sherlock raised an eyebrow and invited Ron to examine the stranger's robes more closely. The professor was wearing a once fine wizard's robe, now threadbare and crisscrossed with patches in mismatched fabrics. The outer layer bore scorch marks, and the inner lining was singed in 2 places. A defense against the dark arts instructor spends a lot of time facing dangerous creatures and curses, Sherlock observed. Their robes tend to show it. Had he been teaching transfiguration, his garment would be trimmed for elegance. Charms would prefer a cleaner cut to allow for sweeping gestures. But a professor accustomed to dark creatures, trolls, boggarts, even curses, wears sturdier, battle-tested robes. Ron's face brightened. So you were reading his work history off his clothing? Precisely, Sherlock said. Deduction is simply observation organized into inference. Harry slipped an arm around Ron's shoulder. Well, it's good to have you back on our side of the obvious, Ron. Ron glowered playfully. Next time, I'm taking my name tag off my suitcase. Sherlock merely smiled. That would help. With that settled, the 3 of them fell silent, watching the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor stride provocatively toward the podium. All that remained was to see how he measured up in the classroom. He looked almost too young to be a professor, his light brown hair already streaked with gray, his frame so thin it seemed almost fragile. His battered suitcase, name faintly still legible on the side, sat neatly tied on the rack above his head, every strap in place. Now that Sherlock had explained to Hermione how practical baggage, personal security measures, choice of surroundings, a misleading outward appearance, and a hidden inner strength all spoke volumes about a person, Harry finally saw why Sherlock was so confident in Professor Lupin. Ron, predictably, was the last to catch on, but even he now followed Sherlock's reasoning, albeit in simpler terms. I still don't think he looks all that strong, Ron admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. But, honestly, Hermione, I reckon any Hogwarts professor's gotta be tougher than Lockhart, right? Hermione bristled at once. Professor Lockhart is formidable. Don't forget he's taught us 6 advanced spells and even gone toe-to-toe with Professor Snape. Hermione, Harry began, offering her a gentle look. Lockhart's different. Lupin's strengths aren't about flashy duels or showy lessons. Hermione's stubborn frown softened into curiosity. Harry exchanged a glance with Sherlock, whose slight, knowing smile said more than words ever could. Sometimes true competence didn't announce itself with fanfare. It hid in the details, waiting to be discovered. And now, Harry realized, Professor Lupin was exactly that sort of man. Dumbledore had just announced that Gilderoy Lockhart had lost almost all of his memories, except for the memory charm, and that his spectacular performance last semester must have been the result of dark magic manipulation. Hermione stiffened, her jaw tightening. Thanks for that helpful reminder, Harry, she muttered through gritted teeth. Harry glanced between her and Ron, cheeks flushing. Had he said the wrong thing? Forget it, Hermione snapped at Ron. Let's talk about something more fun. Hogsmeade. Ron's eyes lit up. Sherlock's been there twice already, he said, turning expectantly to Harry. Too bad he didn't even visit Honeydukes. Hermione shot Ron a look. Sherlock went on investigations, not sightseeing, she pointed out. Then, brightening, she continued. But Hogsmeade really is fabulous. There's the Hog's Head, a tiny pub that once served as the Goblin Rebellion's headquarters back in 1612, and the Shrieking Shack, the most haunted building in Britain. And of course, Honeydukes is unbeatable. They've got pepper imps that leave your mouth smoking, and sugar quills you can chew on in class. Everyone just thinks you're pondering your next move. Before Hermione could say more, Ron's stomach rumbled so loudly that even Harry and Hermione looked at him in surprise. Ron grinned sheepishly. All right, enough history. Can we talk about food already? Sherlock and Harry stayed out of the conversation. Sherlock simply wasn't interested, and Harry, though curious, was still unsure whether he'd be allowed to come along, so he looked a little downcast. Hermione and Ron noticed the tension and abruptly dropped the subject, leaving an awkward silence hanging over them. Let's take a break, Hermione said. We're all tired. Good idea. Wait, don't let that thing out, Ron warned, but he was already too late. Hermione had undone the strap on her wicker basket. In one graceful leap, Crookshanks sprang out and landed squarely on Ron's lap. The cat stretched, yawned, and then fixed its gaze on the bulge in Ron's pocket, Scabbers, who quivered inside. Get off! Ron barked, shoving Crookshanks away. Ron, Hermione scolded, but before he could defend himself, Professor Lupin shifted in his seat, rousing himself from a light doze. Ron's retort died on his lips. In the sudden quiet, Sherlock reached over, scooped Crookshanks into his arms, and began stroking him in a soft, steady pat-pat-pat that had the cat purring contentedly. Crookshanks let out a satisfied purr, arching against Sherlock's hand as if he'd found the universe's most comfortable spot. Hermione's face lit up at the sound, but Ron just scowled. Harry, seated between them, could only manage a wry smile. Cat and mouse, he thought, perched inches from him. The Hogwarts Express thundered northward, and the view beyond the window grew bleak and windswept. An uneasy silence settled over the compartment. Hermione still half flustered by Crookshanks' sudden intrusion, Ron still bristling at the sight of his pet under someone else's care. Before long, Hermione's eyelids drooped, and she drifted off, her head gently resting on Sherlock's shoulder. Sherlock himself was lost in thought, wholly oblivious to the world around him. Ron nudged his shoulder away with an audible snort, turning his back to them both. Harry had seen this exact scene last summer, so he wasn't surprised. For all his friend's bluster, Ron's jealousy never seemed to wane. He watched Crookshanks, who now lounged contentedly in Sherlock's lap, his persimmon-colored face fixed on Ron's chest pocket. Those sharp yellow eyes never left Scabbers. The chase wasn't over. Occasionally, every few minutes, students sprinted past the compartment, eager to stretch their legs or grab a snack in the corridor. By mid-afternoon, Hermione stirred, blinking sleepily up at the gentle sway of the train and the half-smile on Sherlock's face. Whatever tension had lingered was forgotten for the moment, swept away by the steady rhythm of the rails. Hermione felt her cheeks warm as she settled back against Sherlock's shoulder, a blush barely visible against her newly sun-kissed skin. She glanced down self-consciously, reminding herself that no one would notice unless they were scrutinizing her closely. A moment later, their compartment door slid open and two familiar faces popped in. Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley offered polite smiles before leaning forward to greet Harry and Ron. But the minute they spotted Professor Lupin dozing in the corner, their voices dropped to hushed whispers. Nobody really wanted to chatter under the nose of a sleeping teacher, even one who'd been out cold for most of the trip. "He sleeps too much," Ron grumbled. He's not dead, is he?" Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione exchanged wry looks. Ron's candid disbelief never failed to amuse them. Before any of them could answer, Hermione stiffened. "Sherlock, do you hear that?" A pale, whistling note drifted through the carriage, so delicate it was almost drowned out by the hum of wheels on rails. Harry sat up, eyes flicking toward the narrow corridor. Ron glanced at Lupin, half expecting some enchanted alarm device pinned to the man's robes. He'd always thought the professor looked frail, as if even a moderately powerful witch could take him down. But honestly, Ron reflected, Lupin still outclassed a certain flamboyant Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor by a long shot. "Your suitcase." Sherlock's voice cut through his reverie, snapping Harry back to the present. Without a word, Harry stood and reached up to the overhead rack. He was no longer the scrawny boy who'd needed help to haul his trunk aboard. He'd grown tall and strong, and he lifted the case down with ease. As he settled his luggage at his feet, a familiar tinkling sound caught his attention. Nestled in the corner of the rack was his pocket sneakoscope, the birthday gift Ron had brought him all the way from Egypt. In Harry's palm, the little device spun wildly, its brass filaments catching the carriage's lamplight and casting prismatic sparks across the compartment. Chapter 283, Surrounded by Beauties. Harry stood before Sherlock, frowning as the tiny glass eye in his hand spun and blinked insistently. "Sherlock, is that a sneakoscope?" Hermione, drawn by the device's frantic alarms, rose from her seat and stepped closer. She examined the little brass instrument with narrowed eyes. "Nope," she said finally. "It's a cheap imitation. Bill was right, these are the kind of trinkets they hawk to tourists." Ron peered over Hermione's shoulder, watching the counterfeit sneakoscope whirl. He looked apologetic. "Actually, I might have wrecked its settings myself," he admitted. "I clipped it to Errol's leg to send it your way, Harry. Poor Owl wasn't meant for long flights. My bad." He shrugged as if that settled it. After all, the four of them, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Sherlock, had grown so close that distrust seemed impossible. Well, aside from Hermione's ongoing war with Scabbers and Crookshanks. And Professor Lupin? He was nowhere near enough to trigger even a genuine sneakoscope. "Let me have it," Sherlock said, holding out his gloved hand. Harry passed over the miniature device. Sherlock stared at its rapid rotations and the pulsing glow at its core, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Hermione leaned forward across the compartment. "Don't worry, Sherlock. If it's really broken, we can get it fixed in Hogsmeade. Dervish and Banges stocks them." "Fred and George told me." "Oh, sorry, Harry. I didn't mean to." Harry waved her off. "It's all right." Hermione glanced back at Sherlock. "But if it truly is malfunctioning—" "Sherlock, what do you mean?" Ron interrupted, his heart suddenly pounding. All three of them turned sharply toward Professor Lupin, who sat quietly across the aisle. Harry and Hermione tensed beside him. Could the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor really be in league with Voldemort? The idea was too dreadful to consider. Sherlock rolled his eyes. "What are you looking at? My sneakoscope only detects activity within a few feet. It wouldn't even pick up someone across the compartment." Harry swallowed and offered a tight smile. "In that case, I'd better hide it before it goes off again. Might wake everyone else." Sherlock nodded, handed the tiny brass instrument to Harry, and Harry slipped it into his new socks before snapping the trunk lid shut. Instantly, the sneaky little device fell silent. "I knew it," Sherlock declared triumphantly. "If this thing were truly magical, it wouldn't sell for a knicker at that price." Just then, the Hogwarts Express gave a sudden lurch and slowed to a near stop. The clack of wheels on rail settled into an uneasy hush as the countryside beyond the window lay still. "Great, we must be almost there," Ron exclaimed, springing to his feet and sidestepping Professor Lupin for a better view out the window. "I'm starving. I can't wait for the feast." "That sounds very Ron-like," Hermione teased, though her smile was tinged with worry. "I'm afraid we won't be there for a while yet." "Then why are we slowing down?" Ron demanded, glancing at the windows as the train's speed dropped so gradually that the wheels' familiar chugging faded into silence. Outside, wind and rain lashed at the glass. Harry, having wedged his trunk back onto the overhead rack, poked his head into the aisle. From across the corridor, dozens of faces, curious first years and upper years alike, peeked out of their compartments. He caught Ginny Weasley's eye and smiled. She grinned back, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Suddenly, the train lurched to a halt. Books and trunks crashed from the racks, the clatter of falling luggage immediately swallowed by utter darkness as every light blinked out. A ripple of terrified gasps swept through the cars. Harry felt something tighten around his arm. It was Hermione, her grip unwittingly fierce. "What's happening?" Ron shouted, leaping to his feet in the blackness. Somewhere ahead, the pounding of the storm grew louder, as if the tempest itself lay directly on the tracks. And in that silence filled only by howling wind and rain, the Hogwarts Express sat dead still, its passengers gripped by fear and uncertainty. "Ouch!" Harry yelped, hopping onto one foot. "Ron, you just stepped on my foot." "Sorry, mate," Ron murmured, shifting back onto the bench. "Sit down and stay there," Sherlock ordered softly from the darkness. His calm, precise tone brought immediate order. Harry and Ron settled back onto the lower bunk, and Hermione, still clutching Crookshanks, released her grip on Sherlock's arm. Taking advantage of the momentary quiet, Sherlock rose very slowly. In total darkness, he was the only one among them who could open his trunk, find his wand, and ready it without fumbling. The others might as well have been blind. By the window, Ron pressed a palm to the cold glass and squinted into the night. "There's something moving outside," he whispered. "Looks like someone's boarding the train." Before he could finish, the compartment door slid open with a soft click. Sherlock froze, his hand hovering over his trunk. Charging into the dark without knowing what or who awaited was hardly advisable. Someone tripped over Harry's legs in the dark doorway and tumbled forward into his arms. "Ouch!" A familiar voice cut through the gloom. "Ginny?" Harry's hand, still groping in the pitch black, jerked away as if it had been scalded. His cheeks flamed bright red, but at least no one could see him. "It's me," he stammered. Ginny's own blush must have been fiercer. Her soft whisper was barely audible. Just then, the sliding door squeaked open again and another body lurched inside. "Who's there? Ouch! Cho Chang? Harry, is that you?" "Yeah, it's me. Come on in and—" Don't sit there, I'm already— Ow, that pinch! Ginny's indignant voice echoed through the corridor. Sherlock's carefully maintained silence shattered under the flurry of arrivals. Luckily, he'd just located his wand. Lumos, he hissed. Almost at once, a hoarse quiet followed. With a soft crackle, light burst from Sherlock's wand and from Harry's as well, banishing the shadows in a flash. And in that sudden brightness, Professor Lupin stirred and finally woke up. Remus Lupin stood up, a small flame dancing in the palm of his hand, and fixed Sherlock with a surprised stare. He clearly hadn't expected one of his students to perform such a feat. Sherlock met his gaze evenly for a moment, then cast his eyes around the compartment. Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat perfectly still where he'd instructed them, each looking like a well-drilled squad rather than schoolchildren on a moving train. The sliding door had closed again, trapping Ginny Weasley and Cho Chang in the narrow space. They'd squeezed in beside Harry and now found themselves draped across him in the most compromising way. Harry's face glowed, as red as Lupin's conjured flame. Realizing how it must look, Ginny and Cho scrambled to their feet, apologizing in unison as they disentangled themselves from a still-stunned Harry. "Stay where you are. Don't move," Lupin ordered, never taking his eyes off Sherlock. He rose fully upright, the small fire still crackling between his fingers. Then he nodded toward Sherlock. "And you, step forward." Sherlock inclined his head, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Lupin's reaction had confirmed everything he deduced. A defense against the dark arts professor, who could conjure flame from thin air, was no ordinary teacher. With that proof in hand, Sherlock saw no reason not to cooperate. Even Sherlock hadn't foreseen what came next. Before Professor Lupin could reach the door, the sliding panel creaked open once more, yet it wasn't their classmates who appeared. Bathed in the sickly glow of a lighting charm and a single flickering flame, a tall, cloaked figure filled the threshold. Its hood swallowed every trace of a face, but Sherlock's eye was immediately drawn to an otherworldly detail, a grayish-white hand sliding from beneath the cloak's sleeve. The flesh looked water-rotted, slick with slime, pocked and festering, a sight so revolting it turned Sherlock's stomach. The creature's gnarled fingers tightened on the doorframe, as though savoring the moment. Noticing Sherlock's fixed gaze, it slipped its hand back into the black folds of its robe and inhaled sharply. Almost at once, the compartment's warmth vanished. A bitter chill swept through the air, sending the temperature plummeting in an instant. A sudden, bone-chilling cold swept through the compartment, draining warmth and even cheer from the air. Sherlock froze, instantly aware of what he was facing. A Dementor, one of Azkaban's soul-sucking wardens, drawn here by the Ministry's careless orders. The creature hovered in silence, its tattered cloak billowing, as though searching for a familiar scent. Sherlock's lips curved into a wry snort. He knew precisely what would banish this shadowy intruder, the exhilaration of puzzle-solving. Calling upon the meticulous dance of deduction that had become his greatest joy, he focused inward. Almost at once, the numbness in his chest eased, and a spark of satisfaction kindled behind his eyes. But the Dementor remained. It paused, scanning the compartment as though disappointed by what it found. Sherlock met its gaze coolly and spoke in a steady voice. "You're looking for someone, and they're not here." At the far end of the carriage, Professor Lupin, who had drawn his wand the moment the temperature plummeted, stared in astonishment. He had expected terror or paralysis at the sight of a Dementor, yet here stood Sherlock Holmes, unshaken and speaking defiantly to the very embodiment of despair. Sherlock and Professor Lupin both heard it at the same instant, a dull thud, and looked down in alarm to see Harry's body go rigid and slump from his seat to the compartment floor. The icy chill of the Dementor's presence had overwhelmed him. Anger flared in Sherlock's eyes as he raised his wand. "Let me!" he snapped. Before Sherlock could cast a spell he was uncertain would even affect a Dementor, Lupin was already moving. He stepped over Harry's prone form and planted himself between the hooded creature and the students huddled behind him. The tiny compartment felt 100 degrees colder. "None of us is hiding Sirius Black under our robes," Sherlock said, forcing every word through clenched teeth. "Now go!" The Dementor hovered, unmoved. It let out a soundless moan that made every spine in the compartment crawl. Lupin's jaw set. He slid his wand free, took a steadying breath, and spoke the words under his breath. Expecto Patronum. From the tip of his wand burst a brilliant silver light, coalescing into the shape of a great shining stag. It charged forward with a thunderous roar of hope and light, smashing into the Dementor's shadowy form. The creature let out a final, muffled shriek, then recoiled, and was gone. Warmth flooded the compartment as the oppressive chill lifted. Harry lay still for a moment, then his fingers twitched. His breathing evened out, and color slowly returned to his cheeks. Sherlock's eyes shone with relief and admiration, while Lupin knelt beside Harry, gently checking that he was all right. For a heartbeat, no one spoke. Then Sherlock lowered his wand, voice quiet but firm. "Let's get him to the hospital wing." Sherlock cast a quick glance around before dropping to one knee and pressing his wand into Hermione's hand. The moment their fingers brushed, he felt an icy chill. Her palm was freezing, a stark reminder of just how drained she'd become. Yet she'd held her own. Aside from him and Professor Lupin, everyone else had been rooted to the spot by the Dementor's presence. At least Hermione was still lucid. With a steady finger, she traced 2 faint lines across his palm, silently conveying that she was ready to move. Chapter 284, You're Not Right. Hermione gave a small, tentative twitch of her fingers in response to Sherlock's question. A moment later, the overhead lights, which had suddenly blacked out, flickered back on, and the train began moving again. One by one, Ron, Cho Chang, and Ginny managed to free themselves, though all of them looked pale and shaky. Sherlock, however, was already crouched beside Harry's seat, methodically checking his friend's condition. He pressed 2 fingers to Harry's wrist, gently pried open his eyelids, and listened for a heartbeat. After barely a minute, he sat back on his heels. "Pulse, normal. Heartbeat, normal. Breathing, normal," he announced, almost to himself. "He's just passed out from fright." Without another word, Sherlock unbuttoned Harry's collar, rose to his feet, and retrieved his luggage. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he produced a silver hip flask, flipped it open, and poured a generous measure of brandy down Harry's throat. The sharp scent of alcohol filled the compartment. Harry coughed twice. Then, with a groan, he forced his eyes open. A bone-deep chill ripped through him. The brandy burned, and in that sudden blaze of heat, Harry realized something else. He had never felt colder in his life. Harry felt as though an invisible weight pinned him to the ground. In his ears, distant screams curled into panicked pleas, but when he tried to move, his limbs refused to obey. A thick white mist swirled before his eyes, and no matter how hard he blinked, it wouldn't lift. Never in his life had he been so utterly helpless. When the haze finally cleared, Harry's world snapped back into focus. His collar was unbuttoned, and the sharp burn of brandy still tickled his tongue. Bent over him was Sherlock Holmes, the battered hip flask, Harry's own secret stash, clutched in his hand. "Sherlock!" Harry rasped. Around him, a circle of anxious faces. Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley stood closest, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Even Harry's voice sounded alien to his own ears, hoarse, strained. Sherlock's dark brows knotted together. "Sit up first, then we'll talk." Before Harry could argue, Ron sprang forward. Together, he and Sherlock eased Harry back into the chair. Ginny reached out, brushing a shaking hand against his arm. "You fainted," Ron said quietly, scanning Harry's ashen face. "You were so terrified. You just went under." Cold sweat prickled Harry's skin as he tried to swallow past the dryness in his throat. He met Sherlock's gaze, a rare flicker of concern in the detective's eyes, and realized with a jolt that the worst of whatever had haunted him was far from over. Professor Lupin offered Harry back the flask of brandy. "Have another sip," he said gently. "It'll settle your nerves." Harry opened his mouth to protest. Then, crack! Lupin snapped off a thick square of chocolate. He broke it into pieces and passed them around the cramped compartment. "Trust me," he added, handing the largest portion to Harry. "You'll find this more helpful than the drink in your hand." He turned to Sherlock, pressing a piece into his palm. "And you, Holmes, I'm much more at ease with you here. Excuse me for a moment. I need to speak with the driver." With that, he balled up the empty wrapper, slipped it into his pocket, and stepped off the train. Harry's heart twisted. "I don't understand," he murmured, wiping cold sweat from his brow, only to discover his right hand still clasping the brandy glass and his left holding the chocolate. Before he could set either down, Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley each reached over and brushed the sweat from his forehead. They exchanged a quick, curious glance, their eyes brighter than Harry had ever seen them. For just a moment, the hum of the train and the dwindling daylight seemed to fade away, leaving only the three of them in a charged, unspoken moment. "Thank you." Harry's voice came out quieter than he intended, betraying just how shaken he felt. Despite the unfamiliar vulnerability, his curiosity burned brighter than ever. "Sherlock, what happened, bah? Kay there?" Sherlock studied Harry's ashen face for a moment before responding. "First, tell me how you feel. You're not yourself." Harry took a trembling breath and struggled through an explanation of the screams he'd heard and the crushing helplessness that had overtaken him. Sherlock's brow furrowed deeper with each detail. Cho Chang, always considerate, then stepped in to recount what Harry had missed. As he listened, Harry's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In those few chaotic minutes, everyone had taken a hit. Apart from Lupin and Sherlock, the rest of them looked spent. But no one seemed as disoriented as Harry, who'd toppled from his seat, convulsed, and now felt wiped out, as if recovering from a serious fever. Even Ginny, who had trembled more than anyone else, had managed to press a cool cloth to his forehead. The gesture only made him feel more self-conscious. Just then, Professor Lupin reappeared in the doorframe. Lupin paused in the doorway and offered a half-teasing smile. "Don't worry, I didn't poison your chocolate." Harry felt his cheeks warm. He broke off a piece of chocolate Lupin had pressed into his hand and bit down. Almost at once, a gentle heat spread from his chest to his fingertips and toes, chasing away the chill the Dementor had left behind. Sherlock, watching Harry's expression, tore off a corner of his own chocolate. Though the warmth was less intense for him, he still felt the comforting surge. He reflected for a moment, comparing it to the brandy they'd sipped earlier. "Interesting," he murmured. "Each has its own strengths." He glanced at Lupin, who nodded in agreement, then turned back to Harry. "We'll be at Hogwarts in about 10 minutes, he said, glancing at Lupin's pocket watch. "Harry, how are you feeling?" Surprised that Professor Lupin knew his name, though he'd of course saved him, Harry simply managed a small, embarrassed smile. "I'm better," he admitted quietly. "That's good," Lupin replied kindly. As the remaining minutes ticked by, Harry reflected on what had nearly undone him. It hadn't been a boggart or a poltergeist, but a Dementor, the cold, soul-draining guard of Azkaban. Left to its power, he might never have stood again, but aided by chocolate and brandy, he'd driven the darkness away. Now, with warmth creeping back into his bones, he felt ready to face whatever awaited him at Hogwarts. He'd heard stories of Dementors before, but facing one up close drove home just how terrifying they were. He still couldn't fathom why he was the only one who'd fainted. Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley hadn't retreated to their own compartments. Instead, they flanked him now, their faces etched with worry. Ron, wedged between Harry and Ginny, glanced first at her, then at Cho hovering by the door, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. He felt oddly out of place, as if this wasn't even his carriage. It wasn't until the Hogwarts Express ground to a halt at Hogsmeade Station that Cho and Ginny finally rose to leave. "Harry, it's going to be all right," Cho offered his hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "Once you're in the castle and get a good night's rest, you'll feel much better." Ginny managed a nervous smile. She wasn't as composed as Cho, but she leaned forward, whispering a few heartfelt words of comfort. The students poured out into the pouring rain, just like last year, hurrying down the platform toward Hogsmeade's cobblestones. Then, on a sudden impulse, Harry raised his wand. "Impermeabilis ignifico," he whispered, casting the waterproof, fireproof charm over the huddled crowd. A subtle sheen appeared on their robes and umbrellas. His friends turned, astonished. Harry flushed, ducking his head. "Cho taught me that." A low groan escaped Harry's lips, but the ripple of knowing smiles around him banished the last of the Dementor's chill. "First years, this way," boomed Hagrid's familiar voice. The towering half-giant, 11.5 feet of beard and moles, appeared on the platform just as he had for the past 2 years. Ginny, now in her second year, no longer needed his boat, but today's late arrival, courtesy of that unwelcome visitor on the train, left Hagrid only time for a friendly wave to Sherlock, Harry, Hermione, and Ron before he shepherded the first years away. The older students followed him onto a rough, muddy path where more than 100 carriages awaited. Each was drawn by a thestral, skeletal, winged steeds visible only to those who've witnessed death. Apart from Sherlock and Luna, most of the newcomers could only guess that magic drove these eerie beasts. As before, Sherlock, Harry, Hermione, and Ron piled into the same carriage. Harry nibbled on chocolate throughout the journey, which lifted his spirits and stemmed the last tremors of weakness, though he still felt fragile. Hermione and Ron stole worried glances at him, half expecting another collapse. But with every bite of sweet relief, Harry grew steadier, and at long last, the Hogwarts Express carried them safely off into the dusk. They'd been luckier than last year. By the time their carriage drew up to Hogwarts Castle, the rain had finally stopped. Together, they climbed the broad stone steps, passed under the grand oak doors, and stepped into the cavernous entrance hall. Through its archway, they could see the great hall's enchanted ceiling, a perfect mirror of the sky outside, still heavy with dark, rolling clouds. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out over the crowd. "Holmes, Potter, Granger, if you three will come with me." Harry and Hermione spun around, startled. Sherlock merely arched a single eyebrow, already guessing why Professor McGonagall wanted them. The headmistress's summons cut through the chatter, drawing every head in the hall. Under that collective gaze, Sherlock was the first to move. He strode toward Professor McGonagall, and Harry and Hermione exchanged a quick glance before trailing after him. Ron stood rooted to the spot as his three friends walked on without him. His eyes were wide, his mouth half open, as if he'd missed the train while everyone else had piled aboard. "Don't look so stricken, Ron," Professor McGonagall said, raising an eyebrow as she crossed the entrance hall. "I need to speak with the others in my office. Weasley, you may go on ahead to the Great Hall." Reluctantly, Ron smoothed out his expression, plastered on a polite smile, and followed Harry, Hermione, and Sherlock toward the massive oak doors of the Great Hall. McGonagall herded the remaining three, Harry, Hermione, and Sherlock, through the arched doorway and up the familiar marble staircase. They wound down a long tapestry-lined corridor until they reached her office door. Sherlock paused only long enough to note that nothing had changed since his last visit. The room was cozy and immaculate, dominated by a crackling fire in the hearth and shelves neatly stocked with books and parchment. McGonagall gestured toward 3 chairs in front of her desk. Once they were seated, she perched herself behind the desk, steepling her fingers as she surveyed them in turn. Finally, she fixed Harry with a steady gaze. "Professor Lupin sent an owl ahead. He says you weren't feeling well on the train, Potter. Care to explain?" Chapter 285, I'm Not Fragile. Harry had barely registered the soft thump of the owl post arriving before a sharp knock came at the door. Madame Pomfrey bustled in, wand at the ready, her brow already creased with concern. Harry's cheeks flared red. Surely fainting on the train hadn't warranted this much commotion. "Professor, really, I'm fine. You don't need to do anything," he began, only to be cut off. "Oh, it's you," Pomfrey said in surprise as she spotted Sherlock standing by Harry's bed. Recognition lit her eyes. She leaned forward, checking Harry's forehead for fever and feeling his pulse with efficient motions. Madame Pomfrey straightened, a knowing frown on her face. "I suppose you must have gotten yourself into some dangerous scrape again, haven't you?" Harry blinked. "Again?" he echoed in confusion. Had she not heard about the Dementor? Before he could explain, Professor McGonagall swept into the room. Her stern gaze softened as she took in the scene. "Actually, Poppy, it wasn't one of Harry's usual escapades," she said. "He passed out because of a Dementor on the train." Pomfrey's frown melted into relief. "A Dementor, of course. That's far more serious than any prank. I apologize, Harry." McGonagall gave Harry a reassuring nod. "Lupin's taken care to ensure no other Dementors approach Hogwarts grounds. You're safe now. Get some rest." Harry exhaled, grateful for the explanation and mortified by the fuss. But as Pomfrey turned back to her supplies and McGonagall lingered by his bedside, he realized their concern came from a place of care, and that, for once, he didn't mind being fussed over. Madame Pomfrey's face went suddenly stern. She exchanged a pointed look with Professor McGonagall, then let out a disgruntled sigh. "Really, sending Dementors roaming the school, what a splendid notion!" She brushed damp strands of hair from Harry's forehead and pressed her fingertips to his skin. "He won't be the first to collapse. Look how cold and clammy he is. Those wretched creatures prey on anyone they can, especially someone fragile like him." "I'm not fragile," Harry snapped. Sherlock and Hermione shared a knowing smile at his retort, but Pomfrey didn't even seem to have noticed. "Oh yes, absolutely not fragile at all," she murmured, checking his pulse again with brisk efficiency. "Sherlock already checked it," Harry protested. Pomfrey continued her examination as if she hadn't heard a word. At her side, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat. "Poppy, what does he need?" Madame Pomfrey straightened, her expression softening only slightly. "He needs bed rest, immediately. A warming tonic, plenty of blankets, and no visitors for at least 24 hours. "Very well," McGonagall said firmly. She turned to Hermione. "Miss Granger, would you mind staying with Mr. Potter until he's settled? I'll see to the rest of the arrangements." Hermione nodded and moved to Harry's side, while Sherlock slipped quietly out of the infirmary to carry out McGonagall's orders. Pomfrey bustled about, issuing instructions for extra blankets and a hot brew that would ease Harry's chill. McGonagall stood watchful but calm, ensuring the bespectacled healer could do her work without interference. Within minutes, the ward was quiet again, except for the soft hiss of steam and the faint, steady beep of the heart monitor, while Harry Potter rested under the watchful care of Hogwarts' finest. "Should I arrange for him to stay in the hospital wing tonight?" Professor McGonagall asked, her voice taut with concern. "I'm fine. Absolutely fine," Harry blurted out before he could stop himself. He felt his cheeks burn. Being the only one to swoon over a bit of smoke was humiliating enough, but McGonagall's fussing made it worse. He couldn't stand it. More than anything, he worried about what his friends might think of him. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "Is he?" Harry steadied himself, determined to prove his composure. "Yes, Professor. I already gave him some brandy on the train. He's perfectly all right." Sherlock, who had been ped silently in his seat, lifted his head at the mention of brandy. "Brandy?" Madame Pomfrey stepped forward, a frown creasing her brow. "What good is that?" Sherlock sat up, drawing himself to his full height as if about to deliver one of his famous deductions. "Brandy aids digestion, wards off chills, promotes circulation, dispels stasis, and even has mild detoxifying properties. It's a potent vasodilator, increases cardiac strength, and is excellent for anyone recovering from cardiovascular strain." He spoke the list with the pride one reserves for a treasured heirloom. McGonagall blinked at him, Pomfrey looked unconvinced, and Harry felt a surge of triumph. Sherlock might be eccentric, but at least he'd given them all a reason to admire his intellect, if not his sensibilities. "Is that so?" Madame Pomfrey peered at Harry's eyes once more. Catching a faint, sweet scent, she frowned. "It smells like chocolate, but I still think you should eat some." Harry seized the opening. "I already have, Madame Pomfrey. Professor Lupin shared chocolate with all of us on the train." "Excellent," she exclaimed, clearly relieved. "At last, a defense against the dark arts teacher who knows the proper cure." Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain you feel all right, Mr. Potter?" "Quite," Harry replied, nodding with conviction. "Very good," McGonagall said, turning to her cartographer's charts. "Then let us move on to your timetables." Once Madame Pomfrey mumbled something and slipped out of the office, McGonagall fixed her gaze on the trio seated before her. "Mr. Holmes, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, you each enrolled in every elective course last semester. I won't pretend to understand exactly why you chose to do so, but there are a few things you must know before the year truly begins." She paused, cleared her throat, and continued in a measured tone. "It's not unprecedented for exceptionally dedicated or unusually curious students to take every elective available. In fact, our two newly appointed prefects this year." Professor McGonagall settled behind her desk. "Both Weasley and Miss Farley earned 12 OL certificates in their 5th year. That's an extraordinarily rare achievement, but it doesn't mean they must sit every exam, if you see my point." Harry and Hermione exchanged puzzled looks. Sherlock, on the other hand, leaned forward and asked, "Is it a timetable conflict?" "Exactly, Mr. Holmes." McGonagall smiled at his quick deduction. "They'll have to drop a few subjects, but which ones is entirely up to them." "No problem, Professor," Sherlock replied confidently. "All right, Please wait here with Mr. Potter while I review Miss Granger's schedule. Once that's settled, we'll head downstairs for the feast. Harry frowned. But, Professor, Sherlock's timetable is exactly the same as Hermione's. At that, McGonagall's stern features softened for a moment, a rare trace of hesitation flickering across her face. Then, almost instantly, she regained her composure. That's true, she said crisply, but I have a few suggestions for her. Harry simply said, "Oh," and followed Sherlock out into the corridor. Sherlock Holmes watched Professor McGonagall expectantly, his posture unhurried as if he had no intention of leaving just yet. McGonagall felt a sudden chill. This was Sherlock Holmes. Surely he'd already suspected something. "Professor," Holmes said, his voice calm, "may I ask one more question?" McGonagall steadied herself. "By all means, Mr. Holmes. What would you like to know?" Holmes inclined his head. "Madame Pomfrey mentioned that Dementors have been posted around the school grounds. Why is that?" At once, relief flickered across McGonagall's face. She steepled her fingers and spoke without waiting for him to elaborate. Before term began, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge approached Headmaster Dumbledore with an unusual request. He wanted Azkaban guards stationed at the castle entrances. Dumbledore was far from pleased, but given the threats we face, he reluctantly agreed to place Dementors on watch for the safety of Hogwarts. She paused, her expression tightening as she searched Holmes's face for any sign that he'd uncovered even more. But for now, at least, her answer had satisfied him, and the unease that clenched her heart loosened ever so slightly. "Not even Dumbledore," Professor McGonagall said with a wry twist of her lips. "And I'm no fan of Dementors either. But when you're up against a wizard like Black, you sometimes have to team up with people you'd sooner avoid." She looked first at Harry, then turned her steely gaze to Sherlock. "Anything to add, Holmes?" Sherlock inclined his head politely. "Thank you for the insight, Professor." With that, he fell in beside Harry and led the way out into the corridor. As the two of them departed, McGonagall turned to Hermione, her expression suddenly serious. "Granger, what I'm going to tell you now must not leave this room. Can you give me your word?" Hermione's brow knit in surprise. "Of course, though if it's that confidential, why tell me at all? Still, if it truly concerns me, I'll listen." Outside McGonagall's office doors, Harry seized the moment to quiz Sherlock. "What do you make of McGonagall keeping Hermione behind like that? What's she up to?" Sherlock paused, considering the question as they walked down the silent, torchlit corridor. "There's more at stake here than she's letting on, but we'll have to wait and see what Hermione uncovers." "Just ask her when she comes out," Sherlock said, folding his arms. Harry shot him a skeptical look. "Can't you just deduce her answer by now?" Sherlock offered a mischievous smile. "My dear friend, if my past deductions have given you the impression that I foresee everything, I must disappoint you. I am not a seer." He gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Precisely because I have pieced together a few clues, it's even more important that we hear Hermione's thoughts directly." Harry scratched the back of his neck. "I don't follow." Before Sherlock could clarify, footsteps echoed behind them. Harry turned to see Hermione at the corridor's end. She gave Sherlock a conflicted glance, opening her mouth to speak, only to be joined a moment later by Professor McGonagall, whose sharp gaze missed nothing. "Miss Granger," McGonagall said crisply, "if you two are ready, we're heading to the Great Hall." Hermione nodded, and the three of them followed McGonagall down the marble staircase. As they approached the towering doors, they passed Professor Flitwick, emerging with the battered wooden stool and the famous sorting hat in hand. "Looks like the sorting ceremony just finished," Harry murmured. Sherlock inclined his head. "Indeed. Now let's see what Hermione has to say." "Holmes," Professor McGonagall said, glancing at Sherlock, "because of your situation, I've asked Professor Flitwick to help me oversee the sorting ceremony. Now the three of you may return to your houses." With that, she swept across the hall toward the staff table. Sherlock and his two companions naturally followed the path to the Gryffindor table, where Ron had already saved seats for them. No sooner had they sat down than Ron leaned forward. "All right, what happened?" Sherlock opened his mouth to answer, but Harry raised his head at the same moment, and then Professor Dumbledore stood, commanding silence. It was tradition for the headmaster to speak before the start of term feast, But this year's address carried an unmistakable weight. Every eye in the Great Hall turned to him as he began. Our school has welcomed several Dementors from Azkaban. They were sent by the Ministry of Magic to perform their duties. Duties you may recall from their search aboard the Hogwarts Express. Dumbledore paused, letting the news sink in. Harry and Hermione exchanged a troubled glance, recalling Professor McGonagall's words. The headmaster himself was uneasy about bringing Dementors into the castle. Indeed, it certainly appeared that way. Sherlock watched Dumbledore with keen interest, and for a fleeting moment their eyes met. Chapter 286, Speech at the Hogwarts Opening Ceremony, Part 3. Before the grand feast began, Professor Albus Dumbledore rose from his seat on the dais and surveyed the assembled students and faculty. This year, he began, his voice carrying across the Great Hall, the Ministry of Magic has stationed Dementors at every entrance to the school. While they remain here, no one may leave these grounds without express permission. I cannot stress enough, no charm, no disillusionment cloak, no advanced stealth skill will deceive a Dementor. Sherlock Holmes, seated with Harry and Ron, let out a soft chuckle. Harry shot him a bemused look, and Ron shrugged, eyebrows raised. Hermione leaned toward them, her expression shadowed with worry. Dumbledore continued more solemnly, Dementors do not understand mercy or negotiation. I caution every one of you, do not give them cause to do you harm. Our newly appointed head boy, head girl, and all prefects bear a special responsibility to see that no student provokes or confronts a Dementor. Even those who knew nothing of the underlying tensions could tell how strongly Dumbledore felt. He distrusted Dementors as much as he feared them. Percy straightened in his seat the moment Dumbledore announced the newly elected head boy and head girl. He puffed out his chest, angling his badge so everyone could see it, and swept a triumphant glance around the hall. But nearly everyone was absorbed by the headmaster's speech, Penelope, Percy's girlfriend, included. All he got in return was a polite nod before her eyes returned to Dumbledore. Across the hall, tucked in the Slytherin table, Gemma, the other head girl, offered only a faint, knowing smile. She'd heard the news already and seemed entirely unshaken by it. Dumbledore's voice rang out again. Now for a more pleasant topic. I am delighted to introduce two new professors. Harry blinked, startled. He turned to Sherlock for confirmation. Two? First, said Dumbledore, Professor Remus Lupin, who has graciously agreed to fill the Defense Against the Dark Arts vacancy. At once, a ripple of applause swept through the Great Hall. It was polite rather than enthusiastic. Students remembered how the last occupant of the post had lasted barely a year, and rumors were already swirling that Lupin, too, might move on before long. Still, comparisons to Gilderoy Lockhart's flamboyant charm made Lupin's quiet competence feel like a welcome change. Though Gilderoy Lockhart had in truth been manipulated by the dark arts, none of the students suspected a thing. To them, he was simply the handsome, charismatic professor whose spellwork seemed every bit as powerful as Snape's, and whose lessons brimmed with intriguing tips. Today, however, attention had shifted to their new Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, Professor Remus Lupin. His threadbare robes and patched sleeves stood in stark contrast to Lockhart's polished image, and made every one of Lupin's elegant gestures feel all the more genuine. Naturally, applause rose up, most enthusiastically from the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws in the stands. Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione, having already been led away by Professor McGonagall, missed the spectacle and its reaction. But Ron, Cho Chang, and Ginny couldn't wait to share what they'd seen. Lupin's calm control of a boggart, his flawless demonstration of defensive charms. By the time word reached their houses, everyone agreed this new professor really knew his craft. Yet of all the observers, none held Sherlock's attention like Severus Snape. The instant Dumbledore announced Lupin's appointment, Snape had swept around to face him, his dark eyes blazing with anger and loathing. And frankly, Sherlock thought he understood exactly why. By now, everyone except the first years knew that Severus Snape had long coveted the Defense Against the Dark Arts post. Sherlock, however, sensed at a single glance that there was more to Snape's intense scrutiny than mere ambition. No sooner had their eyes met than Snape shot him a sharp frown, just a flicker, before slipping back into his customary impassivity. Sherlock hadn't intended to pry. Yet the professor's reaction only deepened his curiosity. It felt as if Snape were deliberately keeping him at arm's length. At that moment, Dumbledore's calm voice carried through the great hall, drawing all attention back to the front. Furthermore, Professor Kettleburn, our Care of Magical Creatures instructor, retired at the end of last term. He felt it was time to give his old bones a well-deserved rest. Harry Potter's eyes widened. Sherlock, if Professor Kettleburn has retired, that means... Sherlock offered a faint, knowing smile. Indeed, my dear Harry, I imagine you didn't notice that I, too, have been addressing Hagrid as Professor. Harry blinked in disbelief. Wait, Hagrid's a professor? Nearby, the first-year Gryffindors, the little lions, overheard the exchange and stared at one another in astonishment. Could it really be true that the gamekeeper, with his matted hair and hefty coat, had been teaching them all along? The moment Dumbledore finished speaking, the great hall erupted in applause. I am delighted to announce that Rubus Hagrid will be joining our faculty as Professor of Care of Magical Creatures, in addition to his duties as gamekeeper. The cheers that followed were even more enthusiastic than those for Professor Lupin. After all, Hagrid was something of an institution at Hogwarts. Every September, he ferried the first-year students across the Black Lake by boat, welcoming them into the school. The Gryffindor table roared its approval. Feet stomped, goblets clanged, and laughter rang out. I should have known it, Ron Weasley shouted, slapping the table for emphasis. Who else would make us study a textbook that bites? Not a guess, a deduction, Sherlock corrected, a satisfied glint in his eye. Sherlock's gaze drifted to the Slytherin table. Their applause was polite at best. Many simply sat with folded arms. Gemma glanced back at him and offered a wry, apologetic smile. She understood their disappointment, though she felt a twinge of frustration at their pettiness. Meanwhile, at the front of the hall, Hagrid was wiping away tears with the corner of a tablecloth, completely unself-conscious. The giant's huge, bristly face was streaked with emotion, and every round of applause seemed to deepen his gratitude. Dumbledore raised a hand, restoring order. That concludes today's announcements. You may now head to your first class. As the students rose and stirred, the buzz of excitement for Hagrid's new role lingered in the air, an unmistakable promise of unforgettable lessons ahead. Let the feast begin. At Dumbledore's command, the enchanted golden plates and goblets, before every student and teacher, instantly brimmed with sumptuous dishes and foaming drinks, just as they had done in the 2 years before. Ron, who'd been moaning about hunger since the Hogwarts Express, wasted no time. He plunged into his feast in complete silence, even forgetting the question he'd been about to ask Harry. Harry watched him with an amused grin, then turned to Sherlock. I always thought Hagrid would be just an assistant, Harry admitted. I never expected him to become a full professor. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Your friend Ron had the same idea, didn't he? Oi, stop using me to measure your smarts, Ron snapped, shoving another chicken leg into his mouth. Hermione hesitated, then leaned toward Sherlock, her voice dropping to a hush. Sherlock, I'm sorry. Professor McGonagall just told me something, and I've sworn never to repeat it. At once, Harry and Ron stopped eating and turned to her in surprise. Ron swallowed with a loud gulp and asked, All right, what is it? Harry could only shake his head and smile at his infuriatingly curious friend. Hermione's secret was safe, but Ron wasn't about to let her off the hook so easily. Sherlock shook his head. My dear Hermione, the best course of action is not to let on that she ever made you swear. Hermione's eyes widened. Sherlock, do you really think so? Sherlock gave a curt nod. Absolutely. Professor McGonagall kept you behind closed doors and extracted a promise from you. You must honor it, no matter what. Hermione's guilt melted away, replaced by relief. Of course, she said, scooping up a forkful of roast beef. I won't say a word. She dove into her meal with gusto. Harry, overhearing their exchange, sat up straight. Suddenly, it all made sense. Sherlock must have deduced the nature of Hermione's secret meeting with Professor McGonagall. That explained Sherlock's puzzling comment in the corridor earlier. Sherlock was just about to take a bite when he paused and looked across the great hall. From the Slytherin table, Gemma lifted her goblet in a silent toast. Sherlock, slightly surprised, returned the gesture. Gemma smiled warmly before setting her drink down and resuming her elegant feast. Sherlock, Harry said, leaning forward with enthusiasm. "Shall we go and say hello to Hagrid later?" Harry sat at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall, his eyes lighting up every time he glanced toward the staff table where Hagrid, no longer just our gamekeeper, but a fully fledged professor, beamed proudly. Harry knew how much this promotion meant to the gentle half-giant. "I'm afraid we're running out of time," Sherlock muttered, checking his watch for what felt like the 100th time. "Those Dementors held up the carriages longer than anyone expected. After the feast, they'll usher us straight back to our common room." A pang of disappointment tightened in Harry's chest. He'd been looking forward to congratulating Hagrid properly, maybe even sharing a drink or two of the pink fire whiskey that Professor Slughorn had slipped him. "It's all right, Lobha," he said, using Sherlock's affectionate nickname. "Let's just finish eating quickly and slip over to him before anyone notices." Sherlock nodded, but reality had other plans. No sooner had Ron scraped the last of his pumpkin pasties off his golden plate than Professor Dumbledore stood, twinkling eyes and all, to deliver his customary end-of-term announcements. Within minutes, the prefects were on their feet, herding yawning students toward the doors. Harry and Ron sprang up, racing to the staff table, but Professor McGonagall was already there, arms crossed, her expression as stern as ever. "Off to bed, boys," she said curtly, steering them back toward the exit. Defeated, Harry and Ron had no choice but to postpone their congratulations until breakfast. They trudged down the familiar stone corridor to the entrance of Gryffindor Tower, where the portrait of the fat lady swung open at their approach, offering a final welcome and the promise of soft beds and sweet dreams. A new term meant a new password, and Neville Longbottom couldn't help but groan. He'd always struggled with them, even when the new phrase was as simple as Fortuna Major. After Hermione and Ginny said their goodbyes in the Gryffindor common room, the boys and girls drifted off in different directions. Back in the circular dormitory lined with 5 four-poster beds, everyone stowed their trunks and blankets before collapsing onto their pillows. Sherlock was no exception. But as soon as he closed his eyes, his mind replayed the day's most vivid moments. The chilling Dementors swarming the Hogwarts Express, Professor Lupin's deft protective charm, Snape's venomous glare as he reprimanded Lupin, and Hagrid's beaming pride upon learning he'd been named Care of Magical Creatures Professor. A faint smile curved Sherlock's lips. "Interesting," he murmured, and at last surrendered to sleep. By morning, Sherlock slipped quietly out of the castle for his daily run across the dew-slick lawns. Harry and Neville were still rubbing the sleep from their eyes, acclimating themselves to life in a new term, while Sherlock, alert and unburdened, galloped ahead into the crisp dawn. "Sometimes I really have to admire you," Ron muttered, staring at Sherlock like he'd sprouted a second head. Sherlock shrugged off his damp running jacket and shook a stray curl out of his face. "It's only started raining since I got back," he said evenly. "I was safely indoors before the storm hit." Ron rolled his eyes. "You dashed out into it and got drenched on purpose? Some people would wait for the rain to pass." "That's one way to look at it," Sherlock replied with a faint smile. "You, on the other hand, needed 6 wake-up calls this morning before you even stirred." Heat crept up Ron's neck. All right, I overslept. Are you satisfied?" Sherlock tilted his head as though weighing the confession. "Admit it or not, Weasley, the whole castle knows you're incapable of rolling out of bed on your own." Ron shot him a mock glare, but the corners of his mouth twitched. "Happy now?" "Very." Sherlock slipped past him into the common room, unfazed by dripping grass and falling rain, while Ron stood there, half annoyed, half amused, waiting for someone to rouse him again tomorrow. Chapter 287. It's all Sherlock's fault. The first morning back at Hogwarts, the Great Hall buzzed with excitement as everyone gathered early for breakfast and to collect their timetables. Fred and George Weasley, now in their 5th year, bounded up to Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter, beaming as they handed over freshly printed schedules. "From 3rd year onward, everyone's classes start to differ," Fred explained with a grin. "But you two have really gone all out. Every single elective? Planning to rack up 12 certificates like Percy?" George nudged Harry's shoulder. "Yeah. And while you were at it, why didn't you bring me mine?" Ron scowled as he watched his friends inspect their sheets. "What about mine?" he demanded. Fred's smile widened. Wasn't convenient, he replied. If you'd be so kind as to fetch it yourself, and while you're at it, pass the marmalade. Outrageous, Ron muttered, opening his mouth to argue, when a high-pitched voice cut across the hall. Harry! At once, Harry froze. All around the Gryffindor table, heads turned toward Colin Creevey, who hurried over with that eager, flashbulb-ready look on his face. Oh, no, Harry groaned, ducking behind his pumpkin juice. Seizing the distraction, Fred gave a theatrical bow. Excuse us. Urgent errand. Without another word, the twins dashed off, nearly upsetting the salt cellar as they went. Left behind, Ron gaped after them, Colin's camera already poised, and Harry, cheeks flaming, hoped the twins' depart at least bought him a moment's peace. All right, Lee Jordan says he's discovered a secret passage, George Weasley called over his shoulder, waving Harry and everyone else off. He and his companion turned and strolled away in perfect lockstep. Sherlock, take a look at this, someone shouted as they left. Sherlock grinned at Harry. Do him exactly as Professor Lockhart showed you, my friend. Harry's jaw clenched, but he forced himself to draw a steadying breath and face Colin Creevey. Well, if it isn't Creevey. He adopted his most disdainful expression. First day back, and you're already interrupting my lunch with your tedious chatter? Colin's eyes widened. His usual grin vanished. I didn't mean to bother you. I just wanted to say hello. Harry cut him off coolly. Congratulations, you've said hello. Now be on your way. Okay, Colin stammered. He offered a small, reluctant wave, then backed away, glancing over his shoulder no less than 3 times. Harry let out a satisfied snort, lifted his chin, and returned to his friends, nostrils flaring in a perfect display of indifference. Harry's face was priceless. Who taught you that move? Ron breathed, staring at him in amazement. Hermione glanced up from her class schedule. Wasn't it Sherlock who said you learned it from Professor Lockhart? Ron snorted. Well, maybe Lockhart isn't a complete waste of space after all. He must have taught you something useful. Harry shook his head. I really don't want to talk about it. Every time I try that charm, I can't stop thinking of Malfoy. Forget that little git, Ron said firmly. He's miles away from us now. Besides, I heard George mention that when the Dementor showed up on the train last night, Malfoy dove straight into Fred and George's compartment, shook rigid, and nearly wet himself. He didn't actually faint, Harry allowed, offering a small, rueful grin. Hermione closed her parchment with a soft sigh. None of us felt any better, she said kindly. That creature sucks away every bit of happiness. I thought my insides were going to freeze solid. Ron clapped Harry on the shoulder. You're not alone in this. Mum told us how Dad came back from Azkaban, weak as a kitten, shaking all over. Don't worry, Harry. It stays between us. As long as no one says anything, we can pretend it never happened, Sherlock conceded, surprising even Ron. If you can't ignore what other people think, then at least make sure no one else finds out. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Ron was right. The only witnesses to yesterday's incident were the 3 of them, Professor Lupin, and then Cho Chang and Ginny, who'd arrived later. None of those 5 were the gossiping sort. If only Draco Malfoy hadn't boarded their carriage, then the secret might already be echoing all the way to the dungeons. Harry's relief vanished when he saw Malfoy striding toward them, alone. He flinched. What were the odds? Ron and Hermione followed his gaze. Why's he here by himself? Where are Crabbe and Goyle? Ron muttered. Sherlock's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the Slytherin table. They're not coming over, he said with quiet confidence. The 4 friends exchanged uneasy looks. Malfoy's solitary approach could only mean one thing. He'd heard, or at least suspected something, and now they had to decide whether silence would be enough to bury yesterday's scandal for good. Ron cocked his head, curiosity written on his face. Why? Because he doesn't want anyone else to witness what's about to happen. Before Ron could press further, Draco Malfoy was already striding over. He stopped a few feet from Harry and cleared his throat. Potter. Draco's eyes flicked to the small group, Sherlock, Hermione, and Ron, and he exhaled in silent relief. He squared his shoulders and forced a polite nod in Harry's direction. Harry met him with a frosty stare. What do you want, Malfoy? It wasn't an idle question. Harry's kindness was almost legendary. He held no grudges unless someone truly crossed the line, and genuine apologies won him back over without hesitation. Vernon and Petunia Dursley, Professor Snape, even Filch, all had been quietly erased from Harry's list of enemies. Only Draco and his father, Lucius, remained, a testament to the depth of his dislike. Harry was wholly unprepared for Draco's next words. Softly, the Slytherin prince said, "I'm sorry, Harry." Harry staggered back a step. "What?" Hermione and Ron exchanged stunned looks, as if the sun had just risen in the west. Sherlock, however, watched with that familiar calm certainty, as though he'd known all along this moment would come. The three of them stared at Draco in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of shock and bewilderment. Malfoy felt a flush of shame, and beneath it, a flare of anger. He swallowed hard, forced himself to banish the raging thoughts in his head, and spoke in a steady voice. "I apologize for my conduct last year. I hope you can forgive me." "Lys," Harry began, utterly dumbfounded. Sherlock's soft chuckle cut through the tension. "I do hope you're sincerely remorseful, young Master Draco," he said, eyes glinting. "Not simply apologizing because someone else made you do it." Harry snapped his head toward Sherlock. Of course, Gemma Farley. Right, she'd actually followed through on her threat. Draco shot Sherlock a furious look, his pale eyes flickering with resentment. Without Sherlock's intervention, he'd never have found himself forced into this humiliating position. He thought back to their very first real meeting, September 1st, 1991, aboard the Hogwarts Express. He'd tried to extend an olive branch. Harry had brusquely rejected him. The memory still stung. That earlier brush in Diagon Alley didn't count. It had been too rushed. This was the moment he'd meant to make amends, and instead he'd ended up mortified in front of his classmates. Yet it was Sherlock's timely arrival that had so neatly crushed Crabbe and Goyle, forcing Draco into an alliance he'd never sought. Thanks to Sherlock, he'd won that skirmish, and lost far more than he'd gained. Now, standing before Harry with his contrived apology echoing in the room, Draco realized just how high the price of victory could be. Term had barely begun when Sherlock Holmes slipped into Hogwarts, determined to watch over Harry Potter at every turn. With Holmes in tow, Lucius Malfoy found himself thwarted at every attempt, reduced now to little more than snide remarks and idle threats. Just last year, Malfoy Sr. had woven an elaborate conspiracy with the Ministry of Magic and the school board, Convin, said that his machinations would drive Arthur Weasley and Albus Dumbledore from power. In the end, the plan spectacularly backfired. Not only did he fail to unseat Weasley or Dumbledore, but he also paid the highest price. He was expelled from the school board himself. To placate the ministry and reclaim its favor, he was forced to part with a fortune in gold and surrender 7 Nimbus 2001 broomsticks. No small sacrifice. As if that weren't enough, Slytherin lost to Gryffindor in the decisive match, and all subsequent games were cancelled after the Chamber of Secrets tragedy, snuffing out any hope of a late-season comeback. These blows alone would have been enough to leave a less proud man reeling. But before term even began, the Farley family, another powerhouse in the wizarding world, made their own unexpected move, guaranteeing that Malfoy's troubles would only deepen. Until now, neither Draco nor even his father, Lucius Malfoy, had expected the unassuming Farley family to exert such overwhelming pressure. Though pure bloods, the Farleys weren't numbered among the sacred 28. They'd always been eclipsed by great houses like Malfoy and Potter. Yet once they chose to act, Lucius realized they'd been biding their time all along. It was Gemma Farley's influence that forced Malfoy into today's apology. But, in the end, it all traced back to Sherlock. Had Sherlock not taken Harry under his wing, Draco would have felt free to attack him at Hogwarts without a second thought. If Sherlock hadn't exposed last year's cover-up, Arthur Weasley would have been drummed out of the ministry for dereliction of duty, and even Dumbledore risked losing his post at Hogwarts. Without Sherlock's relationship with Gemma, the Farleys would never have dared challenge the Malfoys so directly. And that punch Harry landed on Draco's chin? Sherlock taught him that move too. It really was all Sherlock's fault. By now, Draco Malfoy's grudge against Holmes had far outstripped whatever animosity he still harbored toward Harry. So when Gemma implored him to apologize to Harry and Colin, Draco didn't hesitate, partly to protect his family's name, and partly because he'd already shifted the full force of his anger onto Sherlock. He agreed on the spot. Harry and Draco stood facing each other across the common room, their pale gray eyes locking for a tense moment. Then Draco looked away first. "Potter," he said in a firm, clipped tone, "I've said what needed to be said. That's that." With that, he turned on his heel and left the room without another word, never even glancing at Hermione or Ron. Despite everything, he still lacked the courage to confront Sherlock directly. Ron stared after him in disbelief. "Well, Malfoy actually apologized to you? Has the sun started rising in the west? Harry, you haven't been blackmailing him or anything, have you?" Hermione frowned thoughtfully. "But what if this Malfoy isn't really Malfoy? What if someone slipped him Polyjuice Potion and taken his place?" Harry gave her a wry smile. "You're really overthinking it. My bet is that it's all been set up by Prefect Gemma, or, more accurately, Chairwoman Gemma." "Gemma Farley?" Hermione's whisper caught on her breath. As soon as Harry spoke the name, her heart clenched with an unexpected tightness. Chapter 288, I Seem to be Useless. Hermione cast a quick, subtle glance at Sherlock before turning back to Harry with what looked like casual curiosity. "Harry, how exactly does Gemma figure into Malfoy apologizing to you?" Harry met her eyes for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. "Don't you remember? Last year, Gemma promised she'd make Malfoy apologize to Colin and me. Then Colin got petrified, and everything went to chaos." His voice dropped a notch as he spoke. He could still see himself on the Quidditch pitch, seizing the chance to punch Malfoy when he targeted Colin, an act that had cost Gryffindor a handful of points but earned Harry the roaring nickname Gryffindor's Lion King. At the reminder, Hermione's expression brightened in recognition, and Ron bobbed his head enthusiastically. "She did say that," Ron agreed. "But after the Chamber of Secrets incident, we all completely forgot about it." "Exactly," Harry said, sounding slightly amused. "I figured she'd forgotten too. I never expected her to bring it up again now." He deliberately omitted any mention of Gemma's unexpected visit to Sherlock's house over the summer. He didn't know why she'd gone, or what she'd planned there, but something told him Hermione didn't need to know about that. He shrugged lightly. "Honestly, head girl Gemma's a lot more competent than Percy ever was." Hermione opened her mouth to respond, but Sherlock raised an eyebrow. His own silent commentary on just how much Gemma had accomplished behind the scenes. And for the moment, Harry was content to let the others draw their own conclusions. Sherlock took another bite of roast beef and glanced over at Gemma Farley, who had just taken her seat at the Slytherin table. Hermione leaned forward, lowering her voice. "She doesn't strike me as a Slytherin at all," Hermione said quietly. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "Objectively, she's impeccable, polite, precise, but she's every inch a Slytherin." Hermione hesitated. "Most students in Slytherin these days, Malfoy, Pansy, Parkinson, they're so brash." Sherlock smiled thinly. "That's the thing about a true Slytherin. When they fool others, they often fool themselves first." At that, Hermione, Harry, and Ron exchanged amused looks and burst into laughter. Draco Malfoy swept past on his way out of the hall, sneering at their merriment, but his departure drew hardly a glance from the rest of Gryffindor table. Just then, Hagrid lumbered into the hall, eyes glistening. He didn't go straight to the staff table, as everyone expected. Instead, he made a beeline for the four friends. "They've offered me the Care of Magical Creatures professorship. I owe it all to you lot," he choked out, dabbing at his eyes with a huge, knobbly hand. Before they could answer, he gave each of them a hearty, well-meaning pat on the back. Hermione, Harry, and Ron toppled forward onto the bench with a thud. Sherlock, who'd braced himself, only rocked in place. "Hagrid, blimey, you don't need to celebrate like this," Ron groaned, pushing himself upright. Hagrid beamed, apparently oblivious to the chaos he'd caused. It fell to Sherlock to smooth things over. "You deserve it, Hagrid," Sherlock said gently. "And, just so you know, you were innocent all along." Hagrid's grin grew even wider. Hermione, Harry, and Ron traded exasperated looks as they scrambled back to their seats, while Sherlock returned to his roast with as much composure as he could muster. Just another day of surprises at Hogwarts. Unfortunately, justice arrived a little too late. "Ah, Sherlock, you're absolutely right." At Sherlock's words, Hagrid's face brightened. He turned to him, practically bouncing on his huge boots. "What a remarkable man Professor Dumbledore is. When Professor Kettleburn admitted he was at his wit's end, Dumbledore went straight to me. That's exactly the kind of help I've been hoping for. Suddenly, he straightened up as if recalling something important. You've all opted for care of magical creatures, haven't you? Yes, Hagrid, came the chorus. Ha! I knew it. With a hey, Ertie slapped to Sherlock's shoulder. Hagrid boomed. Be sure you're in my first class right after lunch. I've been up since 5, arranging everything. He laughed, swung a dead ferret in his massive free hand, and began lumbering toward the staff table. Over his shoulder, he called, You all right, Sherlock? Hermione, who'd seen Sherlock's body jolt under Hagrid's clap, leaned in once the half-giant had gone. Are you sure you're all right? Sherlock offered a calm smile and shook his head. I'm fine. It was an involuntary reflex on his part, and I was ready for it, Sherlock said, leaning back on the bench as Hagrid bustled past. I'm more worried about what else he's got up his sleeve, Ron muttered, watching the gamekeeper swing a limp ferret by its tail. He wouldn't dare bring out Aragog, would he? Ron's voice dropped to a whisper. Harry's eyes widened. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's a restricted-rated creature. Even Hagrid wouldn't risk showing us Aragog. Ron shivered, recalling how Hagrid had cooed over the giant spider as a cute little chap. By now the great hall was nearly empty. Harry unfolded his timetable with a pleased grin. My first class is divination. What about you? Oh, wait, he caught himself. Sherlock, are you heading to divination too? Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Harry, didn't you pick all your classes yourself? Ron nudged a sheet across the table. I did, but there's a snag. Harry glanced at the paper and blinked. 10 lessons every single day? Who could have bungled your timetable this badly? Impossible, Ron blurted the moment he saw Harry's schedule. When he read the overlapping classes, he blinked twice to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Look at this. 9 o'clock has divination, arithmancy, and ancient runes all at once. You can't possibly attend 3 classes at the same time. Sherlock Holmes gave a wry smile. Naturally we can't. That's why we'll have to pick and choose. Pick and choose, Ron echoed, bewildered. Sherlock nodded. When 2 or even all 3 classes coincide, we simply rotate. 1 week we'll sit in divination, the next we'll attend arithmancy, the week after that ancient runes. It ensures we cover the material without missing everything. Clever, Ron admitted, rubbing his nose thoughtfully. That could work. Sherlock turned to Hermione. Miss Granger, what do you think? Hermione hesitated for a moment, then smiled. I think that plan makes sense. I'm in. Excellent, Sherlock said, standing. Our first stop is divination, up in the North Tower. It'll take at least 10 minutes to get there, so we'd best be off. They set off through the winding corridors of Hogwarts. Even after 2 years at the castle, most students found its maze of staircases, secret passages, and shifting doorways perplexing. Ron led the way, consulting a mental map he'd pieced together over countless detours. Hermione walked beside him, clutching her new textbook, while Sherlock strode confidently ahead, as if he alone could tame the castle's endless labyrinth. Together, they climbed higher and higher, bound for the top of the North Tower and their very first lesson in divination. They'd never set foot in this part of the castle before. The twisting passages of the North Tower were practically legendary for getting even seasoned students hopelessly lost. Of course, a few of their friends had explored here. The Weasley twins loved a good challenge, and Sherlock had a knack for finding hidden routes. Under Sherlock's calm guidance, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had already climbed endless staircases, threaded their way through winding corridors, then tackled a dizzying spiral stair before finally emerging onto a narrow landing. Oh, Merlin, this is ridiculous, Ron groaned, clutching his knees and gasping for breath. If it wasn't for you, Sherlock, we'd already be late for our first lesson. Harry leaned against the stone wall, visibly relieved but otherwise unfazed. Ron looked up, expecting to see him just as exhausted. Yet Harry stood tall, composed, as if they'd only taken a leisurely stroll. Hermione, too, showed barely a flicker of distress. Her breathing was steady, her posture determined. Meanwhile, Ron felt like he'd run a cross-country race. He blinked at his friends in disbelief. How are you all doing so well? He demanded. What's your secret? Why am I the only one who feels completely useless? Ron grumbled, leaning against the stairway railing and staring at his shaking legs. Sherlock Holmes regarded him coolly. The answer, Ronald, is obvious. You're not getting enough aerobic exercise. Harry and I have been training together every morning for the past 2 years, even during summer vacation. But what about Hermione? Ron asked, nodding toward the only girl in their group. Does she sneak out before dawn to join you two too? Hermione shook her head. Hardly. I'm simply the lightest among the 4 of us. Ron frowned. And, as you climb the stairs, Sherlock explained, your body's kinetic energy is converted into gravitational potential energy. The lighter you are, the less energy you need to convert, and consequently, the less work you have to do. Ron blinked. He'd had less trouble understanding Snape's potion lectures. All those Latin names at least seemed familiar. But kinetic energy? Gravitational potential energy? Work? He didn't even know what half those words meant. Could you explain that like I'm a first year? He prompted sheepishly. What exactly are they talking about? Harry muttered, straining to hear the conversation on the wind-swept landing. Simply put, Sherlock replied, the lighter your weight, the easier it is to scale a vertical surface. Understood, Harry said, though the solution did little to comfort Ron, who let out a long, frustrated sigh. Great, that still doesn't explain how we actually get up there. They were stranded on a small stone platform with no visible exit, no staircase, no ladder, only a circular trapdoor set into the low ceiling. A brass nameplate gleamed above its hatch, Sybil Trelawney, divination professor. One by one, other students arrived, clustering on the landing and exchanging worried whispers. With every new arrival, the question on their lips grew louder. How were they supposed to reach the divination classroom? Inevitably, all those anxious eyes settled on Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter, by reputation the Lion King and the Savior. If anyone could solve this puzzle, it was them. Sherlock, any bright ideas? Came a pleading voice from the edge of the crowd. Harry felt dozens of expectant gazes boring into him. He looked over at Sherlock, who studied the trapdoor's brass rim as if it held the answer. Finally, Sherlock raised a finger and spoke softly. Wait, wait, Ron echoed in exasperation. Sherlock's lips curved into the faintest of smiles. Listen. Above them, muffled by wood and stone, floated twin voices. I recognize them. Those are Parvati and Padma Patil from Gryffindor. For a moment, the landing fell silent. Then realization flickered across Ron's face. If the twins are inside, they can open the trapdoor from the other side. Hope replaced the crowd's bewilderment, and someone shouted up into the ceiling. Parvati, Padma, could you open the hatch? We're stuck out here. From above came the reassuring scrape of hinges. Sunlight spilled through the opening as the Patil twins peered down, grinning. In seconds, the trapdoor swung wide, and the students scrambled through. Harry let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, and even Ron cracked a relieved smile. Sherlock nodded once, acknowledging the solved mystery, and together with Harry, he strode through the hatch into Sybil Trelawney's classroom. Lion King and Savior once more reunited with the rest of their house. It looks like they got here first. They're already in the classroom, Harry whispered. No sooner had he spoken than the heavy trapdoor above them creaked open. A slender silver ladder slid down, its feet clattering against the stone platform, arm and settling squarely at Harry's feet. A sudden hush fell over the students. You go first, Savior, Sherlock said, his voice calm but firm. Ron gave Harry's shoulder a playful shove, flashing an encouraging grin. Harry nodded and grasped the lowest rung. He climbed smoothly upward, Sherlock immediately behind him, then Hermione, then Ron. The rest of the group followed in turn, each stepping onto the ladder in the order nearest to it. Harry was the first to pull himself through the opening into the dimly lit classroom beyond. He took a couple of steps forward to clear the way for the others, and then, with a sharp twist, the ladder jerked violently beneath him. A cold thrill shot up his spine as the entire room seemed to lurch. Chapter 289, Seeing Through Appearances, Unfogging the Future. To Harry, the divination classroom hardly resembled a classroom at all. It felt more like an old-fashioned tea room tucked into an attic. There were no rigid rows of desks or benches. Instead, more than 20 small round tables were crammed into the space, each surrounded by chintz armchairs and cushioned footstools. The heavy curtains were drawn tight, and most of the lamps were swathed in scarlet scarves, bathing the room in a warm, hazy red glow. Outside, the air was crisp with the change of season, but inside it was almost stifling. A circular shelf built into the wall groaned under the weight of candle stubs, decks of cards, crystal balls, and stacks of delicate teacups. From a brass teapot perched on the mantelpiece wafted a strong, floral scent, inviting, yet strangely off-putting. Harry couldn't help smiling. "She may not be the best teacher," he murmured, "but she certainly knows how to set a mood." Just then, Sherlock strode in, his sharp gaze sweeping the room in a single, appraising glance. "Atmosphere. 10 out of 10, he declared. "Teaching potential. We'll see." "I think so, too," Hermione said, slipping into the room moments after Sherlock and nodding at his observation. As the young witches and wizards from the platform filed into the classroom, a murmur of excitement drifted through the crowd. All eyes darted between Sherlock and Harry. Clearly, their arrival had sparked more than a little curiosity. "So where exactly is the professor?" Ron asked, brow furrowed as he peered around the dimly lit chamber. Sherlock remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed on a vague shape in the far corner. Students who knew him well glanced that way too, until a soft, quavering voice floated across the room. "At last, we meet in the material world. Welcome, my dear students." From the shadows emerged Professor Sybil Trelawney, the divination teacher. Harry bit his lip to keep from smirking. Trelawney looked almost insectoid in her spindly frame and voluminous robes, her enormous spectacles magnifying her eyes until they seemed comically oversized. Yet beneath her fluttering nerves lay an unmistakable aura of mystery, exactly what divination class was all about. Professor Sybil Trelawney's entrance was nothing if not dramatic. She wore a diaphanous shawl, almost transparent, its surface studded with metal sequins that flickered in the firelight like 1,000 tiny eyes. Long strands of beads draped around her delicate neck, and bracelets and rings adorned every inch of her arms and hands. In the glow of the hearth, she might have been mistaken for some oversized insect, each glittering ornament a facet of her otherworldly guise. Harry couldn't help but cringe and offer her a silent apology as his first impression was confirmed. Naturally, the entire classroom turned to watch her. Divination already carried an aura of mystery. Some found it thrilling, others unsettling. Sherlock Holmes, however, betrayed no sign of discomfort. In barely more than a heartbeat, he had taken in the cramped room, the worn tapestries, and the professor herself, instantly discerning the true nature of the spectacle. "Sit down, children," Trelawney whispered from her armchair by the hearth, her voice urgent yet soft. "Quickly now." Students exchanged hesitant looks before filing into their seats. The moment Sherlock settled onto his stool, Harry and Hermione slid in on either side of him, as if magnetized. Ron gave a casual shrug and completed their little circle around the table. 4 friends, perfectly arrayed for whatever divination or fate might reveal. Once everyone had settled into their seats, Professor Sybil Trelawney cleared her throat and spoke, her voice drifting like incense through the dimly lit classroom. "Welcome to divination. I am Professor Trelawney, though I suspect you've never met me before. I tend to avoid the clamor of the castle grounds. It interferes with my inner eye." Harry leaned toward Hermione, curiosity written across his face. "What's the eye?" Hermione answered in a low whisper, as if reciting from memory. "It's the seer's mind space. Those few gifted enough to possess an inner eye can glimpse the future. It's an exceptionally rare talent, only a handful of seers in every generation." She couldn't help casting a skeptical glance at the professor. The woman before them seemed so eccentric. Did she genuinely peer into the currents of fate? Professor Trelawney let her smile soften the question's edge. "I'm delighted that you've chosen to study divination with me. Undoubtedly a wise choice, for divination is the most profound of all magical arts," Professor Trelawney intoned, her eyes shining behind those veiled lenses. "Professor McGonagall said precisely the same thing about transfiguration on our very first day," Ron muttered under his breath. Hermione gave him a sharp look, but Professor Trelawney's voice cut through the murmurs. "I must warn you, without true insight, I can do nothing for you. Books are but a pale substitute in this discipline. There are depths they cannot plumb." A ripple of knowing smiles spread through half the classroom, all directed at Hermione. She blinked in surprise. With the exception of the flying class, where she'd eventually discovered, thanks to Sherlock's guidance, that the problem lay not in her textbooks but in her technique, She had never encountered a subject that dismissed books so outright. Professor Trelawney swept her gaze around the room before reaching out to lift Neville's battered copy of the Book of Intercepted Omens. "Many wizards excel in their chosen arts," she went on, her voice softening, "but few can pierce the veiled mists of the future." Professor Trelawney set Cassandra Vablatsky's Unfogging the Future aside, the very textbook for this semester's divination class, and fixed her large, bell-like eyes on Neville. Only a very few possess such a gift. "So, child, tell me, how is your grandmother?" Neville hadn't expected a question about his family so early. He nearly toppled off his stool. His grandmother had been in good health, yet somehow the professor's tone made him doubt himself. I think she's fine," he managed at last. Professor Trelawney shook her head, her expression grave. "If I were you, my dear, I wouldn't be so certain." Neville gasped, his heart pounding. The professor seemed quietly pleased at his reaction. She turned back to the class and announced, "This year, we will begin with the fundamentals of divination. First term, tea leaf reading. Second term, palmistry, incidentally." Her gaze drifted to Padma and Parvati Patil, the prettiest girls in their year. Though they belonged to different houses, they had both enrolled in this class. "My dears, you must beware of a red-haired man." The words drifted through the hushed divination classroom like a chill breeze. At once, Parvati and Padma Patil exchanged alarmed glances and scanned the room. When their eyes landed on Ron Weasley, they exchanged a silent nod and discreetly slid their chairs away from him. Unfortunately, the movement positioned them directly beside Sherlock Holmes. Both Ron and Hermione shot puzzled, irritated looks at the twins. Ron's cheeks flushed crimson. He'd never felt more slighted. Professor Trelawney, utterly unbothered by the commotion, let her distant gaze settle on the crystal ball before her and resumed in her customary measured drawl. "In the final summer term, once we have concluded our study of fire omens, we shall take up the art of crystal gazing. Yet fate is a fickle companion. In February, a harsh flu will sweep through, and I will lose my voice to it. And come Eastertide, one of us shall depart this world." An eerie silence followed. Every student sat frozen, captive to the weight of her words. Hermione's pen hovered over her notes, her breath caught in her throat. Only Sherlock remained outwardly composed, his one raised eyebrow the only sign of interest. A prophecy of this severity? Fascinating, indeed. As Professor Trelawney turned her misty eyes toward Lavender Brown, the pink-cheeked girl shrank lower in her seat, as though hoping to vanish entirely beneath the desk. The rest of the class could only stare, hearts pounding, at the veiled threat hanging in the air. Lavender's attempt at reading the tea leaves was no more successful than Neville's had been moments earlier. She half expected Professor Trelawney to intone, "Your life is like a flickering candle in the wind." But, to her relief, the professor only peered at her through half-lidded eyes and said quietly, "My dear, would you fetch me the largest silver teacup?" Lavender let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. Without a word, she rose, took the biggest silver cup from the shelf, and placed it gently on the table. Trelawney's gaze followed every movement. "Thank you, my dear. And now, the thing you fear most will come to pass on Friday, October 16th. Lavender's face went ashen. Her heart pounded so loudly she feared the whole room might hear. Nearby, Ron watched her with a bemused frown. He leaned toward Harry, no, Sherlock, and whispered, "Sherlock, why do I feel like she's a lot like you?" "Is divination the magical world's version of deduction?" Hermione whispered. "Not in the slightest," Sherlock replied, shaking his head. "Deduction can pierce through surface phenomena to grasp their essence, but it can't predict next February's flu epidemic or someone's departure around Easter." "Sherlock, you don't actually believe her, do you?" Hermione shot back, eyebrow raised. "My dear Hermione," he said, folding his arms, "until the box is opened, we'll never know if the cat inside lives. We'll have to wait and see whether her two prophecies hold true." "I agree," Hermione murmured. Their hushed conversation floated across the dimly lit classroom until Professor Trelawney's voice cut through it like a bell. "Now, everyone," she trilled, eyes rolling back. "Pair up, and each duo fetch a teacup from the shelf." Unlike Professor Flitwick in Charms, Trelawney never dictated partners, so Hermione seamlessly fell into step beside Sherlock. Harry and Ron, of course, ended up together. But the moment the pairs began reaching for teacups, something extraordinary happened, and it plunged the entire class into a panic they would never forget. Chapter 290, You Can Predict the Future, I Will Deduce the Past. The requirements for divining the future with tea leaves were far more intricate than Harry or most of his classmates had expected. Professor Trelawney stood at the front of the gloomy divination classroom, swaying in her chair as beams of late-afternoon sunlight caught the patterns of dust in the air. Her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "First," she intoned, "each of you will bring your favorite teacup to me. I shall fill it with our special blend, English breakfast, infused with a hint of chamomile. Then you will return to your seats and drink the tea until only a thin layer of leaves remains." Harry watched as Hermione dutifully gathered her chipped cup and joined the short line forming at the back of the room. Ron gave a half-lidded yawn. He'd never been fond of divination. Around them, classmates murmured and shuffled, anxious to get started. Once each student had their full cup and was back at their desk, Professor Trelawney raised her hands for silence. "After you have sipped your tea down, you must perform the 5 preliminary steps," she continued, "to cleanse your mind of distraction and sharpen your second sight." She called them out one by one: a gentle wrist rotation, a slow circular motion of the cup, a tapping of the rim 3 times, a flick of the wrist to scatter the leaves, and finally, a moment of stillness to let the patterns settle. With that, she reminded everyone to pass their cup to their designated partner. "You will interpret each other's leaves using the chapter on Portents of Prosperity and Peril in your copy of Unfogging the Future," she said, lifting the fat, leather-bound volume for emphasis. "Take note of every swirl, cluster, and stray fleck. No detail is too small." Professor Trelawney then began her patrolling rounds, gliding between desks in a haze of shawl and perfume. She leaned over Neville Longbottom's shoulder, murmuring guidance in a sing-song tone. Neville's face turned an uneasy pink as he tried to make sense of the tangled leaves at the bottom of his cup. Harry leaned in to catch snippets of their conversation. "A broken circle indicates disruption. Avoid hasty decisions. Cautious optimism." Trelawney trailed off, straightened, and moved on. Just as the class settled into focused hush, Trelawney suddenly extended a gnarled finger toward Neville. Her eyes fluttered shut, and for a moment the room held its breath. Then she proclaimed in a low, clear voice, "Soon, Neville Longbottom will shatter a teacup." Neville's spoon clinked against the side of his cup. He glanced at Harry and Ron, eyes wide. Seemingly on cue, he stood up to return his cup to the teacher's desk, only to slip on a stray scrap of parchment. The cup flew from his hand, crashing against the stone floor in a dramatic spray of green tea and jagged shards. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom. Neville froze, cheeks flaming. Professor Trelawney nodded solemnly, as if confirming a long-awaited prophecy. "Precise as ever," she whispered, offering Neville a comforting smile. "Well done." As the class erupted into subdued chatter, Harry couldn't help but feel a chill of admiration, and maybe a hint of unease, at his teacher's uncanny accuracy. Divination, it seemed, had as much to do with timing as talent. And for Neville, at least, Trelawney's foresight had come true in the most literal way. For the first time, the entire class sat absolutely silent, their usual skepticism replaced by awe. This wasn't a trick, it was real magic. Professor Trelawney's lips curved into a triumphant smile, and even Sherlock Holmes, standing at the back of the room, allowed himself a rare, approving grin. But Harry felt a knot of unease tighten in his stomach. At Trelawney's signal, Harry and Ron each filled their teacups and downed the scalding brew in 2 swift gulps. Then, left hand poised, they swirled the leaves 3 times before flipping their cups upside down onto the saucers. As the final drop trickled out, they exchanged cups and bent over the curious patterns in their new vessels, ready to interpret them by the steps laid out in Unfogging the Future. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Professor Trelawney's tea carried a hidden enchantment. The richer the aroma grew, the more his thoughts began to slur and drift. All around him, his classmates' eyes had gone glassy, their heads bobbing as a drowsy haze crept over them. Harry realized, with a surge of alarm, that this lesson might be less about prophecy and more about subduing the senses. Open your minds, transcend worldly boundaries, and unleash all your talents. Professor Trelawney's voice echoed around the silent divination classroom. Under her expectant gaze, Harry grudgingly turned to Ron's teacup. He peered at the dark, drifting leaves and cleared his throat. "There's a crooked cross here." He swore by Merlin's beard that he'd followed every arcane instruction in unfogging the future, but interpreting tea leaves was maddeningly vague. According to the book, a crooked cross foretold both suffering and profound joy. Harry sighed. "So, you're going to go through hardship, but you'll feel ecstatic about it." Ron threw him a withering look. "I'm not a masochist. Only a masochist enjoys pain." He crossed his arms. "Honestly, mate, with predictions like that, you need to check if you've grown a third eye." Harry rolled his eyes and handed over his own cup. "Fine, your turn." Ron studied Harry's teacup with exaggerated solemnity, swirling it gently before delivering his verdict. "Good news. You're in for a windfall. Unexpected gain, sudden fortune heading your way." Harry bit back a laugh. "A windfall?" He forced a polite smile. "Sounds profitable." Professor Trelawney clapped her hands. "Excellent work, boys. Record your readings, and remember, the future is always in flux." Harry tucked his notes away, still amused. Unexpected fortunes, sieving magic in teacups, divination might just turn out to be the luckiest subject of all. Professor Trelawney's lips tightened into a frown the moment she caught sight of Ron's stone-faced concentration. Harry, barely able to contain himself, let out a startled laugh, and that was all it took to draw the divination professor's ire. She swept over to their table in a whirl of robes. Before Ron could react, she plucked Harry's teacup right out of his hand. "Let me see that!" she demanded, holding the cup aloft. Ron stared, mouth agape. Hermione, who'd been peering closely at the patterns in Sherlock's tea leaves, froze mid-examination. The entire class fell silent, every eye locked on Trelawney, as she turned Harry's cup in her long, elegant fingers. At last, she set it down and looked up, eyes wide and serious. "An eagle, my dear," she pronounced. "This signifies a mortal enemy." A ripple of surprise passed through the room. They all expected Sherlock to chime in, but he remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the cup's rim. Hermione leaned forward, her voice carrying to the back of the classroom. "That's hardly a mystery," she said evenly. "Everyone in this world knows about Harry and you-know-who." Even as the name caught in the hush, nobody dared speak it aloud. Instead, they exchanged uneasy glances, well aware that Hogwarts had never truly been safe for Harry, nor, perhaps, for his greatest foe. But that was enough. The entire class fell silent and stared at Hermione in astonishment, Harry and Ron most of all. It wasn't the first time Hermione had sprung a Sherlock-style deduction on them, but she'd never used that matter-of-fact, almost imperious tone with a professor before. Professor Trelawney's eyes widened as if struck by sudden thunder. She glared at Hermione, her displeasure palpable, then turned back to Harry's teacup. Muttering to herself, she traced patterns in the dark leaves. A great club. An attack. "This is not a pleasant cup. A skull. There is danger on your path, my dear child." "Oh no," Harry began, but Trelawney's voice grew distant. With one final, trembling turn of the saucer, Professor Trelawney let out a piercing shriek and sank into an empty armchair. She pressed a shuddering hand to her chest, her eyes fluttering shut. "My dear child, my poor dear child, no, it's best not to say anything. Don't ask me, don't ask me." The class stood rooted to the spot. No one understood what had so unhinged the divination professor. Slowly they gathered around Harry and Ron, peering anxiously into the tea-stained cup, as if they might see the same ominous images that had driven Trelawney to hysteria. Of course, the leaves lay still and ordinary at the bottom, revealing nothing more than splintered bits of tea. Sherlock and Hermione exchanged uneasy glances as Professor Trelawney's dramatic trembling grew more pronounced. Hermione leaned forward. "Professor, what is it you've seen?" Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, already spellbound, joined in, practically bouncing in their seats. "Yes, tell us! What does the crystal show?" Trelawney's pale eyes widened as though she could peer straight into the flames. She fixed Harry with a piercing stare. "That massive shadowy hound, the one that prowls the graveyard, it is the most dreadful of all omens, an omen of death." A cold shiver ran down Harry's spine. He remembered the odd illustration in the book he'd spotted at Flourish and Blot's on the eve of term, a great black dog silhouetted against a moonlit sky. He'd even mentioned it to Sherlock. He had seen that same hound once before, But where? Every eye in the classroom swung onto Harry. Girls whispered, covering their mouths in horror. Neville's startled yelp echoed as his teacup cracked, sending tea splattering across the table. Even Ron looked more than a little unsettled. Only Sherlock sat impassive, his gaze cool and assessing. Hermione, however, was positively seething. She snapped to her feet, ready to shout down this lunatic of a prediction, when she suddenly felt something pressed gently yet firmly on her shoulder. She froze, glancing back in bewilderment. Sherlock's hand settled lightly on Hermione's left shoulder. Startled, she glanced up at him, but when she met the steady calm in his gray eyes, all thoughts of challenging the professor head-on slipped away. Sherlock rose slowly to his feet, then turned to face the desk where Harry and Ron sat. "Professor," he began quietly but firmly, "I must respectfully disagree with your assessment." The moment he spoke, every eye in the classroom swung toward him. True to his reputation as the Lion King, Sherlock's every move carried an air of unmistakable authority, and this was no exception. Professor Trelawney regarded Sherlock for a long moment before speaking in her measured, deliberate tone. "Forgive me, my dear, but your aura is barely perceptible. It indicates you have almost no sensitivity to the currents of the future." Sherlock allowed himself a quiet chuckle. "With all due respect, Professor, I don't deny the future exists, only that I view it as you do." She arched a brow. "And how, pray tell, do you view it?" "Time itself will answer your questions," he replied, his voice calm. She frowned. "You refuse to acknowledge any gift for foresight." "Perhaps," Sherlock admitted, settling back in his chair. "But if you pride yourself on unveiling what lies ahead, then consider this. My powers of observation uncover the past far more clearly than you might imagine." Professor Trelawney's eyes narrowed as she studied him once more. Sherlock's serene confidence grated on her. A student who mocked her art and remained utterly unshaken was more than she could easily tolerate. All eyes in the lecture hall swung to Professor Greystone and Sherlock Holmes. Feeling the weight of every gaze, the professor hesitated before finding her voice. "My dear Sherlock," she said with measured calm, "what exactly do you wish to tell me?" Sherlock met her steady look. "Professor, you may think it impossible, but by observing just a few details, I can already discern quite a lot about you. For instance," a low hum of excitement rippled through the room. Anyone who'd witnessed Holmes's deductions before, he knew that opening meant only one thing: brace yourselves. With barely a pause, he launched into his analysis. "You were married once, yet the marriage ended without children. You prefer the solitude of your cramped, cluttered tower office and seldom join your colleagues in the great hall for dinner." Murmurs broke out as the professor's eyes flickered with surprise, though she gave no outward sign of losing her composure. Sherlock paused, his expression cool but triumphant, silently inviting her to confirm or refute each stunning inference. "Your powers of observation are as sharp as ever," Sherlock continued, his tone even, "but in recent years you've become far too dependent on alcohol." Trelawney's hand shook as she snapped back. "Enough! What nonsense are you talking about?" "Not nonsense, Professor," Sherlock replied coolly. "Every one of my statements comes directly from your own behavior." He paused for a moment, then delivered his deductions in a steady, rapid-fire flow. "First, the faint indentation on your right ring finger, evidence of a ring you've worn for years. Second, count the desks, 23, yet not one is arranged to allow proper social distancing. This room is sealed off from the outside world, its layout carefully tailored, every piece of furniture, every shade of color, an expression of your personal taste. The blackout curtains trap all the light, casting the space in theatrical gloom. You're not hiding from sunlight so much as you're concealing the way daylight would shatter your reflection in that mirror. And despite the oppressive heat, your wool shawl clings to you, soaked through with sweat. You refuse to lower the temperature. That, of course, is exactly how you prefer things at home." Trelawney's eyes widened, her lips parted in stupefied silence as Sherlock's words hung in the heavy, shadowed classroom air. The 3 dusty forks on the shelf still bore traces of pumpkin pie in their tines. "We've shared Hogwarts for 3 years, yet I've never once seen you take a meal in the Great Hall. Only your house elves ever appear with trays for you." Then, as you leaned forward to retrieve your teacup, your shawl slipped, revealing a fresh mark on your collarbone. The bruise's circular pattern matched exactly the base of the empty wine bottle tucked on the third shelf behind your arranged poker cards. You'd hurt yourself, I surmised, while drowning your sorrows in strong drink. Even your candles betray you. You always let them burn down to 2 inches before discarding them, because, when you're intoxicated, you lack the steady hand to trim a wick evenly. And silence! Professor Trelawney could contain herself no longer. With an awkward lunge, the divination teacher, her third eye wide with distress, cut me off mid-proclamation. Her usual air of dreamy distance was replaced by fierce indignation, as though my deductions threatened to snatch away her very gift of foresight. Chapter 291, Death Prophecy. Professor Trelawney stared at Sherlock, her shock written plainly across her pale features. She could scarcely believe that this young witch, with only a brief look, had peeled back the layers of her guarded past. Sherlock's deductions had been uncannily precise. By choice, or perhaps necessity, Trelawney had spent years sequestered in the divination tower, her only interactions beyond the daily lessons occurring each autumn when she selected the new crop of divination students. That isolation had kept her unaware that someone like Sherlock had even arrived at Hogwarts. "Is that all?" Trelawney demanded, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and indignation. Sherlock looked momentarily deflated. "But my deduction isn't finished yet." Harry, who had been holding his breath, exchanged a sympathetic glance with Sherlock. "Maybe let it go." "Silence!" Trelawney's voice rang out, jarringly clear and firm. She seemed to shrink back into the cautious, mumbling tone she'd used at the start of the lesson. "That will be all for today. Please pack up your things and leave quietly." She swept past her students and slipped through the curtained doorway, leaving the classroom in an uneasy hush. As desks scraped and robes rustled, whispers darted from one pupil to the next. No one quite knew how to process the confrontation between the embodiment of future, Professor Trelawney, and the embodiment of past, Sherlock Holmes. All that remained was the electric tension in the air and the unanswered questions swirling through the silent room. As soon as Professor Trelawney dismissed the class, the students rose quietly, returned their teacups to the cart, gathered their belongings, and slipped out into the corridor. "You'll be late for your next lesson," Trelawney called weakly over her shoulder. She hesitated, then fixed Neville with a weary gaze. "You'll need to work extra hard to catch up on your homework." Neville started, then bobbed his head so fast he looked like a startled chick. Sherlock frowned at the faint glimmer of triumph in the professor's eyes and could not resist. "Professor," he said coolly, "after your recent dispute with a colleague, you might do well to rein in both impatience and arrogance, lest you repeat the same mistakes." Before he could say more, Harry and Ron gently but firmly tugged Sherlock toward the door. The moment Sherlock stopped speaking, Trelawney slumped back on her stool, pale and trembling, as if she might pass out any second. Any additional taunt could have risked her very health. The first divination class of the semester had been a disaster. Yet, thanks to Sherlock's timely intervention, matters had not spiraled completely out of control. Hermione offered him a grateful smile as they left. Though most of their classmates, glancing back at Trelawney's drawn face, could think only that Harry's days might be numbered. Professor Trelawney's performance had looked nothing like a sham. If she truly possessed that level of dramatic flair, she deserved an Oscar. So when Harry re-entered the classroom, most of his classmates shot him wary glances, and even Ron, his closest friend, couldn't bring himself to meet his eyes. Everyone clearly took the divination prophecy at face value. That uneasy tension followed Harry into Transfiguration. In their third year, Professor McGonagall finally introduced the students to more advanced transformation theory. Today's lesson was the animagus process, how a witch or wizard learns to change into a specific animal at will. To demonstrate, McGonagall summoned one of the older students and, with a swift flick of her wand, transformed them into a glossy black cat. She caught the moment almost instantly. Over half the class was staring off into space. Understandably, they'd just come from divination, where predictions about Harry's future still hung in the air like thunderclouds. Professor McGonagall's hawk-sharp gaze swept the room. With no hint of patience wasted, she fixed her stare on Hermione Granger. Miss Granger, she said crisply, would you care to tell us why so many of your classmates are distracted? Hermione blinked, snapped to attention, and sat up straighter. The rest of the students shuffled in their seats, suddenly aware that perhaps divination prophecies weren't the only magic worth their focus. Professor McGonagall didn't wait for Hermione to finish. With a sharp frown, she cut in. Miss Granger, enough. Just tell me, who among you is destined to die this year? Hermione froze, blinking in surprise at the stern question. Around them, students exchanged uneasy glances. Only Sherlock Holmes leaned forward, steepling his fingers beneath his chin, a faint smile playing on his lips. So this isn't the first time Professor Trelawney has issued a death prophecy? He asked. McGonagall shot him an approving look. Quite right, Mr. Holmes. Since Professor Sybil Trelawney arrived at Hogwarts, she has predicted a student's death every single year. She shrugged, as if the matter were trivial. And naturally, none of her prophecies have come true, yet she persists without fail. Holmes inclined his head thoughtfully. It would seem there's more to her predictions than mere theatrics. McGonagall sighed, glancing away. If only I had kept my opinions to myself, she muttered. Seeing Holmes's raised eyebrows, she added, let's just say Professor Trelawney and I have an understanding. Sherlock's smile widened. He deduced the source of McGonagall's grievance in an instant, the ever-ominous tea leaves of divination class. Sherlock had long since dismissed Professor Trelawney's divination class as nothing more than educated guesswork. No, in his view, it was nothing but wild guessing. Professor McGonagall, by contrast, was all dignity and restraint. Though she privately shared his doubts about Trelawney's methods, she never spoke ill of a colleague in front of her students. At least, not until tonight. Standing at the front of the classroom, McGonagall let a wry smile tug at her lips. I see that many of you elected divination this term, she began, her tone polite but firm. You're free to choose your own subjects, of course, but personally I consider divination the least rigorous branch of magic we teach here. It strikes me as more art than science. Since we all love a good prediction, why don't you tell me, who among us is fated to die this year? Before she could blink, voices erupted across the room. Potter! Someone shouted. Professor, Trelawney warned of a dreadful omen. She said it's a sign of death. Lavender Brown squealed, practically bouncing in her seat. And she insisted that divination is the most profound discipline in all of magic. Parvati Patil chimed in, her eyes gleaming with mischief. McGonagall's expression hardened, her contempt for the subject, and for its more credulous followers, plain for all to see. Sherlock, standing quietly at the back, could only shake his head. Wild guessing indeed. Professor McGonagall listened with thinly veiled exasperation. Ominous death omens were nothing new from Professor Trelawney. She'd been predicting doom every September since the students first set foot in her classroom. But to insist that divination was the most profound magical discipline? Absurd. How did it compare to transfiguration, or even Professor Snape's potions? McGonagall briefly considered sharing Trelawney's extravagant claim with Snape, but not in front of the class. Instead, she cleared her throat, turned to Harry, and spoke in her calm, clipped tones. Mr. Potter, I trust I have explained myself clearly. Professor Trelawney may delight in forecasting your untimely demise every year, but I can assure you your health, or lack thereof, is of no concern. You will complete today's homework as assigned. Her rare attempt at sarcasm drew only a few nervous smiles. Unperturbed, McGonagall shifted her gaze to Parvati Patil. Miss Patil, she said, regarding the assertion that divination ranks above all other magical fields, I must confess I reserve judgment. The reason is simple. Genuine seers are exceedingly rare, Mr. Potter. Professor Trelawney? She broke off, blinking at her own words. In any case, if you really do perish, you won't have to worry about turning in your homework. Hermione let out a booming laugh, so unabashed that Harry thought he caught a glimpse of every one of her teeth. The tension drained from his shoulders the instant her laughter echoed in the dim, red-lit divination classroom. For the first time since the hour began, he felt fully awake. Ron, on the other hand, still looked as if he'd swallowed a mandrake's scream. At the back of the room, Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil exchanged hushed whispers, throwing anxious glances Harry's way. Honestly, Hermione, Parvati murmured with a mischievous smile, You really should think about getting your teeth straightened." Just then, Sherlock suddenly spoke. "Oh?" Hermione's eyes brightened. "Sherlock, are you saying you prefer teeth that are neat and beautiful?" He shook his head. "It's not a matter of preference. All your baby teeth have been replaced by permanent ones, but your upper front teeth overlap your lower ones too much. That's called a deep bite. This malocclusion causes uneven pressure when you chew, so the lower teeth wear down faster. Over time, that leads to dentin sensitivity and, in severe cases, pulpitis. I also noticed you habitually bite your lips, which only makes things worse. For the sake of your dental health, you really should start orthodontic treatment as soon as possible. I'm sure your parents already know this." Hermione recoiled at Sherlock's clinical tone. Harry and Ron, standing beside her, couldn't help but burst into genuine laughter. Hermione caught her parents glancing at her from across the compartment. The moment she looked back, they spun around, whistling and pretending to study the scenery out the window. Hermione sighed. "Actually," she began, leaning forward, "I've been begging them for years to let me shrink my teeth with magic." She took a deep breath and explained more quietly to Sherlock, who'd been listening with interest. "They want me to keep my braces. My teeth are crooked after all, and since they're both dentists, they know exactly what the consequences could be. But because they're dentists, they're even more convinced that magic and dental work shouldn't mix." Before she could finish, the trolley rattled past, and Harry rose to his feet. By the time Transfiguration class let out, the students were already chattering their way toward the Great Hall for lunch. "Harry, cheer up!" Hermione called, slipping an arm through his as they walked. "You heard Professor McGonagall. There's no need to worry about any death prophecy." Harry frowned and shook his head. "But what about Neville's teacup? That prophecy came true. He ended up smashing not one but two of them." Ron paused mid-sausage lift, eyebrows shooting up. "Simple," he said, snapping his fingers. "It's psychological suggestion." "Psychological suggestion?" Sherlock echoed, eyebrows raised as he joined them at the table. Harry, Hermione, and Ron all turned to look at him in surprise. Chapter 292, First Intimate Contact. "Psychological suggestion is a very simple trick," Sherlock began, ladling a thick vegetable stew onto his plate, "but it only works on certain people." Harry, Hermione, and Ron watched him expectantly. Sherlock paused, spoon halfway between cauldron and plate. "Tell me," he said, "what kind of person is Neville Longbottom?" Ron was first to answer. "Slow-witted?" Hermione offered. "Forgetful?" Harry added quietly. "Cowardly?" Sherlock smiled and set down his spoon. "Precisely. Neville is inherently nervous, easily influenced and lacking in self-confidence. That's exactly why Professor Trelawney's prophecy about him breaking the teacup was so effective. By predicting the mishap, she planted a suggestion in his mind. Once Neville heard it, he couldn't stop replaying the warning in his head. Every time he reached for that cup, his jitters spiked, making an accident almost inevitable. And because the forecast came from the divination professor, someone whose words carry weight, her suggestion only grew stronger. In essence, she turned her own prediction into a self-fulfilling prophecy. He scooped up a spoonful of stew, pausing to let his friends digest the explanation before continuing their breakfast conversation. "As you saw, Neville broke the teacup, twice in a row. The more you keep telling yourself, 'Don't do it,' the more you end up doing it," Sherlock observed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged thoughtful looks. "Quite right," Hermione said at last. Before anyone could reply, a soft voice interrupted. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked up in surprise to find Cho Chang standing at the edge of the table, her composed smile in place. They realized, a moment too late, just how absorbed they'd been in Sherlock's words, and that Cho had slipped in behind them. Sherlock, of course, had noticed her arrival immediately and acknowledged her with a subtle nod. Cho waited politely for him to finish before she stepped forward, greeted them each in turn, and then slid into the empty chair beside Harry. It wasn't a new seat for her. Now in her 4th year, Cho had made history as Ravenclaw's first female seeker. Harry recalled that on the Hogwarts Express, when the Dementors caused so much panic, he'd scarcely registered her presence. Up close, he realized she'd grown a bit since last autumn. Though his own growth spurt had outpaced hers, she still stood about a head shorter than he did. Harry stared, momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't remember how his greeting began or what he'd meant to say, only that she was breathtakingly beautiful. Especially now, as she smiled at him, a strange flutter stirred in his stomach. He knew it wasn't the familiar chill of a death omen. This was something entirely different. "Harry," Cho Chang said softly, her clear eyes steady on his. "Patil told me what happened in divination class." She paused, then squeezed his hand. "Honestly, there's nothing to worry about. Professor Trelawney makes a doom-laden prediction every year that someone will die. We were all terrified last year, too. But remember what Professor Flitwick said? So far, nobody's ever come to harm." Harry blinked and nodded, comforted by the logic in her words and the warmth of her gaze. Beside him, Hermione Granger leaned forward, her voice firm but gentle. "Cho's right," she agreed. "Ron, stop making a fuss. Harry, just trust us on this." Ron Weasley, however, scowled across the group. "Oh, come on," he snapped. "You can't just wave away Professor Trelawney's predictions." But Harry felt his unease melting under Cho and Hermione's calm confidence, and for the first time that evening, he let himself believe they were right. Ron turned to Harry with a hopeful look. "Harry, have you seen a big black dog anywhere?" Harry, half asleep, was roused by Ron's elbow. "What was that, Ron?" A little exasperated, Ron repeated himself. "Have you seen a huge black dog? Anywhere?" At that, Ron's fork clattered to his plate. He stared at Harry in stunned silence. Hermione frowned beside him, Ori creasing her brow. Only Sherlock remained impassive. He'd already been told about this before term began. Meanwhile, beneath the table, Harry felt a gentle, fleeting brush along the back of his hand, like a feather drifting across his skin. He trembled and looked up at Cho Chang. Her smile was softer, more healing than any reflection he'd ever seen in the mirror of Erised. Gathered in that warmth, Harry reached out and clasped her hand, grateful for the unexpected comfort. Cho Chang's hand trembled for a moment, then closed gently around Harry's, their fingers intertwining as if they'd been destined to fit together. The dark cloud cast by the prophecy lifted suddenly for Harry, clearing away like mist before the morning sun. He glanced down at Cho's flushed earlobe and realized with a thrill that this secret contact beneath the dining table was their first real moment of intimacy. "I once saw a big black dog on the cover of a book at Flourish and Blots," Harry ventured softly. Cho offered him an encouraging smile, and Harry gathered his courage. He turned to his older brother, whose attention was already fixed on him. "Sherlock," Harry said, "I just remembered. On the morning I left the Dursleys to come here, I saw one too, standing by the roadside." Sherlock's interest sharpened. He leaned forward, eyes bright. "That was the day before your birthday, wasn't it?" Harry nodded and spoke slowly. "Yes. I was already in Uncle Vernon's car, talking to him, when I glanced out the window and saw a large black dog lurking in the shadows at the corner of the street." Harry pressed his palms together, eyes distant. "But by the time I looked back, it was gone. That's why I couldn't remember it until now." Hermione gave him a level, reassuring look. "It was just a stray dog." Cho Chang nodded, her voice soft. Probably nothing more than a coincidence. Yet as Cho spoke, Harry felt her fingers slip into his, warm and insistent, as if they could hold the moment still forever. He squeezed her hand, heart pounding. "No way," Ron blurted, breaking the sudden quiet. He practically bounced on the balls of his feet. "If Harry really saw the Grim, we're in trouble. You don't understand. My uncle, my uncle." Sherlock Holmes cut him off with a half-amused shake of his head. "Your uncle isn't a character from Guy de Maupassant. Spit it out." Ron's eyes went wide. "He's not Maupassant's, no. His name's Villiers. But after he spotted that giant black dog, what they call the Grim, he was dead 24 hours later. It's a death omen." A hush fell over the group. Hermione's brow creased in concern. Cho let go of Harry's hand to fold her arms. Sherlock's lips thinned. Realizing how his words sounded, Ron hurried to clarify. No, I don't mean Harry will die in a day. I just mean wizards who see the Grim are terrified out of their wits. Harry needs to watch himself." Silence stretched as everyone exchanged troubled glances. Harry swallowed, the memory of that silent, shadowy hound echoing in his mind. Nothing about that dog had ever felt ordinary, and now, with Ron's grim warning ringing in his ears, it seemed no coincidence at all. Cho Chang shook her head. "Sherlock, Hermione, you're both Muggle-born, you just wouldn't understand." "But I don't understand either," she added with a soft sigh. Her words, coming from a half-blood like herself, caught Ron off guard and undercut his argument. Harry offered Cho a grateful smile. Sherlock leaned forward, steepling his fingers. Ron, you're reasoning backward, drawing your process from the result. There's no evidence linking your uncle's death to that enormous dog you call the Grim. If I'd been on the scene, a proper post-mortem would have revealed the true cause of death. Ron's jaw fell open. He had no answer. Harry folded his arms, a wry grin on his face. That's certainly a unique way of persuading someone. Just so we're clear, I'm not about to drop dead because I thought I saw a Grim. In fact, I'm not convinced it was one at all. Hermione snorted and fished her brand-new arithmancy textbook from her bag. After that disaster of a divination lesson, I've decided one thing. Divination is absolute rubbish, Ron bristled. That Grim in the teacup wasn't rubbish. Calling it rubbish flatters it, Hermione shot back, flipping through her book. Next to arithmancy, divination is pure garbage. You don't know what you're talking about, Ron snapped, and don't pretend you're Miss Know-It-All. Within seconds, Hermione and Ron were locked in a fierce argument, voices rising as the rest of the group watched in silent amusement. Even Cho Chang, the newcomer, tried to calm things down, but it was no use. Ron, realizing no one was on his side, simply grabbed his bag and stomped off in a huff. Cho looked at Harry with concern. Is he always like this? Harry flushed. No, not normally. He's just been on edge ever since Scabbers went missing. Scabbers? Harry gave her the quick version of Ron's rat-gone-a-wall crisis. Cho's eyes softened. Oh, that does explain things. Harry nodded and pointed to the half-eaten slice of pumpkin pie still on the table. Don't worry, he's not done with his pie yet. He'll be back. Cho laughed softly. Before she could say another word, Ron burst back into the room, snatched the remaining pie in one sweep, and dashed off again, literally not leaving a single crumb behind. Cho blinked in surprise. Harry gave her a reassuring smile. See, he'll calm down once he's had his pie. Cho returned the smile, and the two of them slipped easily into conversation, trading stories about everything they'd seen and done over the summer. Cho Chang slipped her hand from beneath the table, and Harry's heart dropped at the sudden loss of her touch. Sherlock pivoted to Hermione, his eyes sharp. My dear friend, did you just claim that divination is rubbish compared to arithmancy? Hermione straightened instantly, cheeks flushing with indignation. Yes, well, kind of. She hesitated. Only, we haven't even started arithmancy yet. Sherlock raised a single brow. A cold shiver ran down Hermione's spine. No one understood Sherlock's uncanny observant nature better than she did. He could deduce a person's entire day from a single glance. Even at her most defenseless, escaping his scrutiny was nearly impossible. Tonight, she'd been caught completely off guard. Gathering her courage, Hermione forced a calm smile. I've actually read through the arithmancy textbook. I'm fascinated by both subjects, and since their syllabi overlap so much, I thought I'd get a head start. Chapter 293, Just a Touch Will Do. Sherlock gave a brief nod. Understood. Hermione blinked in surprise. Was that really all? She'd fully expected him to press her for details. But then again, what had she just told him? The kind of thing no one could have anticipated. Even Sherlock's formidable powers of deduction would come up short here. A small wave of relief washed over her. After all, Professor McGonagall had made her swear to secrecy, and as long as she didn't volunteer any more information, she wasn't breaking her oath. Meanwhile, Cho Chang was chattering happily with Harry, the two of them strolling ahead across the great hall. Only when her roommate Alicia came up behind her did Cho finally bid Harry farewell. They're getting pretty far ahead, Hermione called after them. Stop staring, Hermione grinned. If Ginny saw this, she'd be so jealous. Harry turned crimson. He cleared his throat. Let's head to class. Hagrid's waiting for us. Hermione couldn't help but laugh softly. Harry's pale skin made his blush all the more obvious, and seeing him switch topics so abruptly was priceless. But she let it go, falling in step beside him as they made their way out of the hall. Hermione realized with a start that she'd actually known Cho Chang longer than Harry had. Cho was a year above them in Ravenclaw, the House of Wisdom, and from the moment she'd met her, Cho's intelligence and cleverness had been obvious. Hermione remembered how gently Cho had cared for her roommate during that Easter mishap, and she knew Cho was as kind as she was bright. On top of all that, Cho Chang was undeniably more beautiful and athletically gifted than Hermione. The more Hermione thought about it, the more she understood why Hogwarts boys, and even Harry Potter himself, the savior of the wizarding world, were so smitten. In their eyes, Cho was practically flawless. No wonder Harry had admired her so. She shot a quick glance at Sherlock, curious for his reaction, but his gaze was already fixed on something beyond the castle walls. By the time the three of them reached the courtyard, the rain had just stopped, and Ron was pacing nearby, waiting. Hermione and Ron walked in silence at first. Sensing the awkward tension, Harry fell into step beside Ron and struck up a light-hearted conversation. Under Harry's easy humor and brotherly concern, Ron's spirits visibly lifted. Brothers really were the best. After all, women only slowed down his wand work. Harry listened in silence as Ron muttered, "Look at Sherlock. Ever since Hermione started tagging along, he's completely forgotten about his brothers." Harry bit his lip to keep from grinning. Thank Merlin. Ron had no idea Harry had just taken Cho Chang's hand. Otherwise, Ron's teasing would have been merciless. Side by side, they strolled toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest, debating Hagrid's next Care of Magical Creatures class. After the downpour, the Hogwarts grounds felt almost magical. A pale gray sky hung overhead, and every blade of grass sparkled with dew, filling the air with that fresh, earthy scent that follows a storm. Though the wet turf lacked the satisfying crunch of snow, its springy give underfoot was strangely comforting. A few yards away, Hermione and Sherlock walked in step, leaving two uneven rows of footprints in the sodden grass. Hermione paused to study them, her heart fluttering at the sight. She caught up to Sherlock and called, "By the way, Sherlock, are you still planning to go to divination next week?" He didn't even look back. He simply kept walking, as if her question had drifted away on the breeze. Hermione marched up to Sherlock, her robes swishing sharply as she stopped in front of him. "Sherlock, I'm talking to you." He looked up from the parchment in his hands, blinking innocently. "Sorry, what was that?" "I asked if you're still going to divination next period." Hermione sighed, folding her arms. Sherlock shrugged. "Depends," he said casually. "If it's as chaotic as it was today, I'll switch to another class." Hermione ran a hand through her bushy hair. "I'm planning to sit through a few more lessons, but if it doesn't improve—" She paused, took a breath, and let it out slowly. "I might just drop it." "That's not like you, dear Hermione." Sherlock smiled as Hermione's bottom lip began to pout. "I always thought you aimed for 12 NEUT certificates." "I did," she admitted with a faint blush. "But if divination means feigning visions of death in tea leaves, I'd rather not. And why are Slytherins in every class now? I thought Ravenclaws dominated divination." Sherlock tapped his chin thoughtfully. Care of Magical Creatures is shared with Slytherin as well. Divination tends to group Ravenclaws together. Hermione groaned, her eyebrows knit in concern. "That's going to slow everything to a crawl. I just hope Professor Hagrid is ready for a dozen green and silver jumpers lumbering around his class." Sherlock chuckled as he slipped the parchment into his bag. "If anyone can handle it, it's Hagrid. He's faced three-headed dogs and flobberworms. They're practically puppy dogs by comparison." Hermione managed a small smile. "All right then, let's see what tomorrow brings." She gave him a final nod and swept off down the corridor, Sherlock falling in step beside her, already debating which elective he might try next. Hagrid was already standing on the doorstep of his hut, with Fang, his big, fierce-looking yet timid boarhound, sitting dutifully at his feet. Come on, hurry up. I've got something really special to show you," he called, his eyes alight with excitement. Having ushered first years through this lesson every year, Hagrid knew exactly how to build anticipation. "All here? Brilliant. Follow me. Trust me, this class is going to be unforgettable." Harry exchanged a worried glance with Ron as they fell in beside the rest of the group. Quietly, he asked, "He isn't going to take us into the Forbidden Forest, is he?" "I don't know," Ron admitted, shrugging. He thought back to all the stories he'd heard, how Hagrid had once raised a giant acromantula in his hut, then founded a mate, letting their colony grow deep in the forest. Would it surprise anyone if this was all part of Hagrid's plan? Ron also remembered what he'd learned about Hagrid's expulsion 50 years ago. Yes, Hagrid had been falsely accused of opening the Chamber of Secrets, but Ron couldn't shake the feeling that his friend's recklessness had played a role in the catastrophe. He'd never voiced that thought out loud, but now, watching Hagrid grin like a proud giant, Ron wondered just how wild a class with Hagrid could truly be. Although Hagrid had been sorted into Gryffindor, he wasn't so foolhardy as to march the students straight into the Forbidden Forest. Instead, he led them to the outer paddocks that bordered the tree line. Sherlock and Harry recognized the worn trails. They'd explored the forest's edge more times than they could count. But today, the enclosure that once held Hagrid's three-headed hound Fluffy lay empty. Neither boy felt inclined to hunt down the missing beast. "Gather round the fence, everyone." Hagrid's booming voice carried easily across the pasture. His immense frame and thick beard made him look every bit the gentle giant, though he spoke as calmly as if they were indoors. The students formed a loose semicircle along the weathered rail. Hagrid reached into his sack. "All right, first things first, open your textbooks, too." "How do we open 'em?" Draco Malfoy interrupted, his tone lazy but pointed. Hagrid froze mid-reach, blinking at the blond boy. "Open your books? Well, you said open the textbook," Malfoy drawled, producing the Monster Book of Monsters from his bag. The cover writhed and snapped, but thick ropes knotted tightly around it kept its teeth and pages in check. Malfoy held the snarling volume aloft, arching an eyebrow. "Secured mine," he said, surveying the group. "Seems some of you aren't too keen on handling your reading assignments." Professor Hagrid didn't even step into the classroom before the students began unloading their textbooks, each in a more ridiculous fashion than the last. Draco Malfoy, ever eager to show off, had already bound his new Monster Book of Monsters with thick leather straps. By the time Harry slipped through the door, half the class was busy stuffing the books into overstuffed satchels or clamping them shut with giant metal clips. Harry bit back a smile at the absurdity. He'd written to Hagrid the night before, warning him exactly what would happen once students saw that snarling, toothy cover. Hagrid, however, must have skimmed the letter. He'd glanced at Harry's note about stroking the spine to calm the book and assumed that passing mention was all the guidance anyone needed. Result, every 12-year-old in the room was now treating the textbook like a live dragon. Harry felt a surge of loyalty. He loved Hagrid, and he wasn't about to let poor teaching or poor reading make the class a fiasco. Without a word, he reached for his own copy of the Monster Book of Monsters, planning to show everyone how it was done. One firm stroke down the spine, and the creature would lie quiet. Before he could move, Ron was on him. Look at you, Harry," Ron chortled, yanking the book from his friend's hands. "Doesn't even know how to open it properly." With that, Ron slapped the spine to the desk and drew his hand down in one smooth motion. The book gave a low growl, then clamped open, pages splaying flat. The class fell silent, every eye fixed on Ron as he held the now docile volume aloft, a triumphant grin on his freckled face. Following Ron's lead, the rest of the class retrieved their copies of the Monster Book of Monsters and gently pressed down on the spines, flattening them just as he had. Malfoy's glare grew more furious with each snap of cover and spine, but none of the other students flinched. Exchanging triumphant looks, they realized that only about a third of the class still didn't know the trick. Most had bought their books after Sherlock's visit to Flourish and Blots, back when the new shop manager hadn't yet learned to demonstrate the proper way to calm the book. Once Sherlock and Harry showed him, he made it a point to teach every young wizard who came through the door, and they, in turn, passed the secret on to family and friends. Malfoy, expecting his classmates to wrestle with their writhing tomes, was left utterly speechless by their effortless handling. Seeing this, Hagrid's face broke into a broad grin. "See? Just a gentle squeeze, and it settles right down. Isn't that brilliant?" Hagrid had no idea that the credit really belonged to Sherlock and Harry. He was completely convinced it was his own cleverness at work. Had most of the students still been struggling, Malfoy would have been mocking them by now. Instead, he could do nothing but glare in stunned silence. Hagrid beamed with excitement as he held up a heavy textbook. "All right, everyone. Today's star guest is right here in your books, the Hippogriff. Just as its name suggests, a hippogriff has the head and wings of a giant eagle and the body of a horse. They originate from Europe, though you can find them in magical communities around the world. But I know what you're really thinking. You don't want to just study pictures, do you? You want to meet one in person. The students peered down at the illustrations, majestic eagle beaks, powerful equine legs, and glanced nervously at one another. Hippogriffs were classified as Class XXX by the Ministry of Magic, meaning they were considered potentially dangerous. Last year, Professor Lockhart had paraded in all sorts of Class XXX and even its XXXX creatures without incident, but Lockhart was famous for being nearly as skilled as Professor Snape in a duel. Hagrid, though large and impressive, didn't exactly have that reputation. Hagrid, lost in his own enthusiasm, didn't catch their hesitation. He clapped his hands. "Perfect. You lot stay right here. Don't wander off. I'll fetch the little darlings and bring them straight to us." Without another word, he strode purposefully toward the edge of the forbidden forest. The students exchanged uneasy looks. Hagrid had never shied away from dangerous creatures before, but venturing into the forest to collect live hippogriffs, it was bold, even by his standards. Yet as his broad back disappeared among the trees, they found themselves torn between excitement and dread. After all, this was their first chance to meet a hippogriff face to beak. Eagerness? A soft, taunting voice drifted out of the shadows. "My little darlings?" It hovered in the air, coaxing and expectant. "Darlings." The single word slithered into the stillness, heavy with promise. Lily's breath hitched. Her hands shook as she took a hesitant step back. "This can't be right, can it?" she whispered, her voice barely more than a tremor. She forced herself to look forward, determined that whatever lurked beyond the darkness would not find her unprepared. Chapter 294. How did a gamekeeper suddenly become a professor? Professor Hagrid didn't keep the students waiting. Just a few minutes after dismissing their questions, a ripple of motion stirred at the edge of the forbidden forest. Sherlock Pevensey, whose keen eyes missed nothing, was the first to spot them. Over a dozen majestic hippogriffs charging toward the clearing in graceful pounding strides. True to Hagrid's reputation, he'd managed to coax the enormous creatures out on his own. Sherlock felt a flicker of surprise, though he gave no outward sign. He simply straightened his posture and met Hagrid's beaming gaze. The others, however, were less composed. "Ick!" shrieked one of the younger witches, her voice high and panicked. Even though every student had pored over the illustrations in the Monster Book of Monsters, no drawing could capture the sheer scale of a real hippogriff. At least a dozen of them were thundering forward in perfect unison, wings unfurled and eyes gleaming. Instinct took over. The witches stumbled back, robes swirling, and the boys in the back rows hurriedly retreated, all of them wide-eyed and breathless. Not a single student laughed. This display was nothing short of awe-inspiring, and, if they were honest, a little terrifying. Yet as the hippogriffs came to a stop, folding their wings and lowering their majestic heads in greeting, it was clear that this would be a lesson none of them would ever forget. "Don't worry, they won't hurt you," Hagrid called out, raising one enormous hand, and only then did everyone notice him standing behind the creatures. In that giant fist was a thick bundle of chains, each link leading to a sturdy leather collar fastened around a beast's neck. A collective sigh of relief rippled through the students. Thank goodness Hagrid hadn't lost his mind and let them roam free. Now that the monsters were safely restrained, the young wizards dared to examine them more closely. True to their name, hippogriffs carried the body, hind legs, and tail of a horse, while their forelegs, wings, and heads resembled those of a giant eagle. Their steel-gray beaks were curved and razor-sharp, and their eyes shone a fierce orange. Most unsettling of all were the massive talons on their front legs, each nearly half a foot long, inviting some rather grim daydreams. Indeed, the Monster Book of Monsters warned that hippogriffs could turn violent if they felt disrespected. By now, Hagrid had herded all the beasts into the fenced enclosure and chained them to heavy iron posts. As he dropped the last link, the students instinctively took a cautious step back, acutely aware that despite the restraints, these were still wild creatures not to be underestimated. Hagrid, however, seemed oblivious to the class's reaction and simply beamed at everyone. "Aren't they lovely, darlings? Don't you think so?" "Lovely?" someone echoed, followed by another voice. "Darlings?" Only Sherlock and Harry, Hagrid's closest confidants, had ever known about the giant's peculiar aesthetic sensibilities. By the end of this lesson, the rest of Hogwarts would discover them for themselves. Indeed, Sherlock said at last, giving a slight nod, "They're quite something." The nearby Gryffindors and Slytherins exchanged astonished glances. If anyone could make the bravest of lions pause, it was Sherlock Holmes. "Now," he said, lifting an eyebrow, "set aside your fear, abandon your prejudice, and look closely. You'll see they truly are beautiful." "Set aside." "Fear?" Harry murmured, puzzled but trusting Sherlock's judgment. He forced himself to observe exactly as instructed. At first, nothing made sense. Then, gradually, he began to understand what Sherlock and Hagrid were getting at. He leaned in, his eyes widening as the strange, unexpected beauty of Hagrid's creatures finally revealed itself. As Sherlock had pointed out, once you set aside your fear, these creatures revealed a surprisingly majestic presence. Their massive bodies pulsed with raw power, their shimmering plumage gradually giving way to sleek hair. And more fascinating, no two hippogriffs were alike. Some were jet black flecked with bronze, others dappled gray or snowy white with silver highlights. "Magnificent," Hagrid exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. "Come on, everyone, go on and get a closer look." Despite his encouragement, most of the students hung back, eyes wide, feet planted firmly back. "Sherlock?" Harry whispered, noticing Hagrid's frown. Sherlock gave a short nod and strode forward. Harry, Hermione, and Ron followed at once. Neville Longbottom hesitated, memories of last year's early morning training sessions with Sherlock flashing through his mind. He gritted his teeth, drew in a steady breath, and took his first cautious step toward the fence. Neville's boldness proved contagious. After all, Neville Longbottom was known as the little badger who had boldly infiltrated the lion's den, and if he could do it, anyone could. One by one, the other students edged forward, drawn by the hippogriff's fierce beauty. Neville Longbottom had been sorted into Gryffindor, yet in courage he ranked last among his peers. Some of the first-year witches proved braver than he. So when Neville, trembling but determined, stepped forward into the hippogriff enclosure, every other Gryffindor in his year suddenly found the courage to follow his lead. From the Slytherin side, laughter and hisses rolled across the field. Draco Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, scowled at the advancing Gryffindors. Unable to tolerate the spectacle any longer, he snapped, "Let's go!" and marched the rest of his housemates up to the fence, where they peered over with thinly veiled derision. Rubus Hagrid's broad face split into a grin. Here was a proper lesson in progress, he thought, muscles and nerves rising to the occasion. "Right, listen up," he called. "The first and most important thing you must remember about hippogriffs is that they're extraordinarily proud creatures. You show respect, and they'll respect you in return. But cross them, and—" "I don't know about their pride," Ron Weasley muttered to Harry as they edged closer. "But Hagrid certainly takes it personally when someone disrespects his beasts." Hagrid's booming laugh echoed across the grounds, and for the first time since morning, the class fell completely silent, wrapped by both the man and the magnificent creatures he'd brought before them. Not far from Hagrid stood the Pettigrew twins and Lavender Brown, all three grinning at his warning. "Hippogriffs are easily offended," Hagrid said, his voice low, "so never insult one. You might just lose your life." "If you ask me, I wouldn't bother bringing them to class," Ron muttered. "Some creatures are only trouble in the making." He shot a scornful look toward the Slytherins, his meaning plain. Lavender Brown couldn't help giggling. "It's in the textbook, but it bears repeating. You must let the hippogriff make the first move. That's how they know you're respectful. Approach slowly, bow from the waist, and watch its reaction. If it bows back, then you may step forward and pet it. If it doesn't," she made a quick motion with her hand, "you back off." Hagrid swept the room with a solemn gaze. A collective chill ran down spines as he added, "And trust me, if you get it wrong, those talons will carve you to bits." Right then, who's brave enough to go first? At the prospect of real action, the students instinctively edged away. The boldness they just mustered deserted them in an instant. The creatures trembled at Hagrid's summons, their heads darting side to side and massive wings unfurling as if daring anyone to approach. Their talons scraped the flagstones in restless agitation, the very picture of pent-up ferocity. One wrong step, and they seemed ready to tear an intruder to shreds. Hagrid's broad shoulders slumped as he glanced pleadingly at the reluctant students. "Is there no one brave enough?" he asked, voice trembling with both hope and desperation. Sherlock stood to one side, arms folded, observing the scene with thinly veiled impatience. He understood Hagrid's predicament. Cleared of all past accusations, the gentle giant had been elevated from gamekeeper to professor of care of magical creatures seemingly overnight. Dumbledore's endorsement hadn't come with any real preparation, and Hagrid was clearly still struggling to fill the role. Yet sympathy only went so far. A professor didn't beg, he instructed, simply telling the class what to do, and if necessary, enforcing the rules would have been infinitely more effective than that mournful plea. Hagrid glanced back at Sherlock as though searching for guidance. Sherlock's lips twitched. "You're the teacher now," he said quietly. "Issue your instructions. If nobody volunteers, you have students' house points at your disposal. They'll move then." Turning on his heel, Sherlock walked away, leaving Hagrid to face the beasts and the class all on his own. Harry squared his shoulders. If Hagrid's plan was fair and the students would be safe, there was no reason not to help. "All right," he said, voice firm. "I'll do it." He swung a leg over the low stone wall at the edge of the clearing, but a sudden collective gasp from behind stopped him. Harry glanced back to see the Pettigrew twins, faces pale, mouths moving in perfect unison. "Harry, wait! Don't forget your tea leaves!" He waved them off and shifted his weight again. Before he could climb up, a heavy hand closed around his shoulder, pinning him in place with surprising force. Harry froze. "Sherlock?" he murmured, looking up to find his older brother standing just behind him, expression unreadable. Confusion swirled through Harry. "You don't actually believe in Trelawney's prophecies, do you?" he asked. He'd always assumed Sherlock, like Hermione, laughed off divination as utter nonsense. So why was he holding him back now? Sherlock had recovered some of his composure, though his scientific mind still demanded proof. He studied the hippogriffs warily, then turned to Hagrid with surprising decisiveness. "Professor, I'd like to be the first to ride one, and to soar through the sky," he announced. "May I?" "Of course you may," clearly thrilled. In truth, Hagrid trusted Sherlock even more than Harry. Harry's earlier offer to volunteer had been admirable, but Hagrid knew Sherlock's cool-headed precision made him absolutely unfailing. With that, Harry graciously stepped aside, and a hush fell over the entire class. Under dozens of expectant gazes, Sherlock advanced toward the enclosure. He paused at the long wooden fence that ran along the hippogriff's paddock, heart steady but mind racing, as he prepared to make contact with the magnificent beasts. Chapter 295. It's just about taming a hippogriff. If it had been anyone else, they might have scaled the paddock fence slowly, or taken a running leap to clear it. Sherlock, however, chose a different method. Approaching the fence, he leaned forward slightly and planted one hand lightly on the top rail. Then, in one seamless motion, he drove off the ground, swinging a leg over the railing in a perfect arc, followed by the other. With barely a whisper of effort, he landed inside the enclosure and straightened up as if he'd merely sidestepped a puddle. The entire class froze, jaws hanging open. Draco Malfoy, Sherlock's self-appointed rival, was no exception. He blinked in disbelief, forced to admit that Sherlock looked, quite simply, spectacular. The only person who remained unmoved was Professor Hagrid. He merely stroked his beard, the faintest twinkle of amusement in his eye, and turned his attention back to the paddock's occupant, a magnificent hippogriff standing proudly in the morning sun. Sherlock climbed the fence with effortless grace, unchained the gray hippogriff, and guided it to stand before him. The entire class, mouths agape, watched in awed silence. Hermione even dropped to her knees, utterly captivated. "Excellent," she whispered. "You've made eye contact with Buckbeak. Now remember, no matter how tense you feel, don't blink or look away. If you do, you'll lose its trust. Stay sharp, Sherlock." Hagrid added loudly from the sidelines. He didn't really need the reminder. Sherlock had studied the Monster Book of Monsters cover to cover and knew exactly how a hippogriff behaved. Patience was everything. Sure enough, as Buckbeak's fierce gaze locked onto him, Sherlock dipped into a deep, respectful bow. The great creature froze, then, almost reverently, it lowered its scaly knees and returned the bow. Hagrid whooped in delight. "Well done, lad. Truly well done. Go ahead, touch him now," the professor invited. Without a word, Sherlock stepped forward and began stroking Buckbeak with the same gentle confidence one might use to soothe a cat. To his surprise, the two sensations weren't so different. Buckbeak relaxed immediately, folding its great wings and closing its eyes in contentment. The classroom erupted in cheers, and the Gryffindors, Sherlock's little lions, were the loudest of all. A nod from the professor was all the permission he needed. Sherlock vaulted onto the hippogriff's broad back, settled his grip on its crest, and felt the powerful muscles shift beneath him. With a mighty flap of wings, Buckbeak launched into the air. Flying on a hippogriff was nothing like careening on a broomstick. The creature's solid bulk felt both thrilling and reassuring, though Sherlock admitted a broom's narrow handle fit more snugly between the legs. After a graceful circle around the paddock, Buckbeak set them down as smoothly as if on solid ground. The roar of approval was deafening. Harry and Ron led the applause. "Well done, Sherlock. As expected of the Lion King, you never disappoint." Emboldened by his display, the rest of the class filed into the enclosure to try their own rides. Most managed to approach and mount without mishap. Draco Malfoy, however, flushed with wounded pride, herded Crabbe and Goyle toward the fence. He was determined to replicate Sherlock's spectacular fence-hopping and to outshine him in the process. Some things look simple when someone else does them, but feel completely different when you try yourself. Crabbe was first to attempt the jump, hurling himself forward with both feet at once. His posture was stiff, and he landed in a graceless heap, feet tangled and knees buckling. Goyle fared no better. He approached the task with hesitant caution, taking each step so slowly that any trace of Sherlock's effortless poise was gone. Malfoy watched them both, chin jutting in dismissal. Then he gave it a go. To his credit, he managed to copy Sherlock's motion, at least at first. But he wasn't tall enough to clear the fence cleanly. Just as his trailing leg swung over, it jammed D against the top rail. Time seemed to slow as Draco felt himself tipping forward, arms flailing until, with an undignified flop, he ended up straddling the fence like a broken saddle. "Hiss!" he gasped, caught painfully on the rusty metal. "Draco, are you all right?" Crabbe's voice cracked as he and Goyle rushed over, yanking him upright. I'm fine," Malfoy stammered, though every muscle protested. If this had been any other injury, say, a hippogriff scratch, Draco would already be rolling on the ground, howling about his imminent demise and blaming Hagrid for poor creature control. He'd wring an apology out of the gamekeeper or accuse him of incompetence just for the fun of it. Even if he couldn't get Hagrid kicked out of the care of magical creatures post, he'd make the man miserable trying. But for now, Malfoy straightened his cloak, put on a brave face, and prepared for the next humiliation. But now, Draco Malfoy had managed to injure himself in a rather delicate area, proof that showing off can backfire spectacularly. With his pride already in tatters and a persistent ache reminding him of his folly, he couldn't very well collapse to the ground, clutching himself in front of the entire class. Begrudgingly, he straightened up and called out, "I'm all right. You two go first. I'll watch from here." He eased himself down against a nearby oak, trying to look nonchalant as Crabbe and Goyle exchanged knowing smirks. Those two didn't need any more convincing that Malfoy truly was fine, and they scuttled forward eagerly. Hagrid, meanwhile, gave a quick glance at the injured boy, shrugged, and then began removing the chains from the hippogriffs. One by one, the proud creatures stretched their wings and shook off the last vestiges of confinement. Now it was the students' turn. Each with trembling knees and pounding hearts, they filed into the paddock and took up positions several paces from the nearest hippogriff. Professor Sherlock, ever the calm exemplar, had made it look effortless when he greeted Buckbeak with a confident nod. But for the rest, simply holding the hippogriff's golden gaze proved daunting. Tears prickled unbidden behind eyelids, and a single blink could mean failing the bow. In that moment, every student understood precisely what it meant when someone said, "It looks easy, but only until you try it yourself." Some of the first-year wizards had already passed the initial trial, standing toe-to-beak with a hippogriff without blinking, but when it came time to bow, the proud creatures simply stared back, unbowed and unbothered. Neville Longbottom, too, approached again and again, each time backing away in frustration as the hippogriff ignored his salute. "Neville, keep your nerve," Hagrid called out, his booming voice echoing across the field. "You're a Gryffindor. Show 'em what you're made of." I'll try again," Neville whispered, mustering what courage he could. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron strode confidently forward and chose a striking, chestnut-coated hippogriff. Harry drew a steady breath, kept his gaze fixed, and performed a flawless bow. To the astonishment of everyone watching, the hippogriff dipped its head in return. With a surge of triumph, Harry swung himself onto its broad back and soared into the sky, becoming the second student to clear the first trial and take flight. "As expected of the boy who lived in the Lion King," someone shouted, and the other first years erupted into cheers. Yet among the Gryffindors known as the Little Lions, smiles turned to frowns. They all looked to Draco Malfoy for redemption, but Malfoy was doubled over in pain, leaning heavily against a tree. With a forced nod and a stiff smile, he pretended to admire Harry's flight, all while wishing he could muster the strength to follow. As for Crabbe and Goyle, they were about as dependable as Neville Longbottom. Only Neville had at least managed to clear the first obstacle. Crabbe and Goyle's hulking forms now screened the crowd, and Pansy Parkinson seized her chance. She slipped through the shadow they cast a name. Dee dropped onto the bench beside Draco Malfoy. "Draco, are you all right?" she whispered, concern lacing her voice. She'd seen him twist his ankles scrambling over the fence. "I'm fine," Draco insisted, forcing a smile despite the pain. Pansy reached out, brushing back his hair. "You must be sore. Let me massage it for you." Draco frowned. No, really, I can manage." "Relax," Pansy coaxed, leaning closer. "With Crabbe and Goyle up front, no one can see us." He frowned, caught between embarrassment and relief. Before he could protest, Pansy's hand rested on his calf, gently kneading. Nearby, Sherlock Holmes averted his gaze, taken aback. He exchanged a look with Hermione Granger, who stood by Buckbeak the Hippogriff, still catching her breath. Hermione had chosen Buckbeak for this demonstration and had pulled Sherlock aside afterward. "Saw that height?" she said softly. "It looks worse from down here, but trust me, I've cleared bigger drops on a broom." Her words wavered. Last semester, determined to conquer her fear of heights and sharpen her flying skills, she'd enlisted Sherlock as her practice partner. Now, watching Draco and Pansy slip into an awkward intimacy, Sherlock found himself at a loss for words. Hermione touched his arm. "Don't worry, we'll get our turn soon enough." Sherlock nodded, though his mind was still on the silver-haired Malfoy and the bold Pansy at his side, and the strange, fluttering mix of concern and something else he hadn't expected to feel. Lucius Malfoy's gift of 7 Nimbus 2001s to the Slytherin Quidditch team sparked an arms race among the houses. Each began practicing more than ever, and Sherlock and Hermione found their own flying time cut dramatically short. Then came the Chamber of Secrets incident, which shut down their lessons almost entirely. So when Hermione finally got a chance to fly again, she wasn't about to let it slip away. Now, before her stood Buckbeak the Hippogriff, head bowed in polite greeting. Hermione reached out and gently stroked its beak. The creature lifted its great, feathered head and looked at her, apparently surprised that Hermione, rather than the usually more confident Sherlock, was offering the caress. But Hermione's genuine kindness shone through, and Buckbeak held perfectly still. "Sherlock," Hermione said, stepping back to take in the full span of the hippogriff's wings, "I think I'm ready. Is riding Buckbeak anything like flying a broomstick? What should I watch out for?" Ever the diligent student, Hermione seized the teaching moment. At Buckbeak's next nod, his invitation to climb aboard, she turned to Sherlock. "Flying a hippogriff isn't quite the same as riding a broom," Sherlock replied calmly. "First, you need to grip its neck firmly with both hands. Those feathers are so smooth you'll slide right off if you don't." Sherlock knelt beside Hermione, who was already settled awkwardly astride Buckbeak's broad back. "First, keep your spine as straight as you can. Second, squeeze your legs tightly around his body. Those powerful wing beats can jab into your calves. You won't fall off, but it'll be very uncomfortable if you don't grip properly. And third, you'll feel his hind legs bouncing beneath you. Just lean into the rhythm and let your seat absorb most of the motion." All around them, the younger students, eager to try their own flights, paused to listen. Satisfied that Hermione understood, Sherlock straightened, raised his hand to pat Buckbeak's hindquarters, and called, "Let's go!" With a mighty thrust of his wings, Buckbeak launched into the air. Hermione gave a startled scream, then clamped her arms around his neck. As the great creature circled the paddock, her shriek turned to laughter, her initial fear melting into exhilaration. When Buckbeak set her down gently on the grass, the assembled witches and wizards erupted into cheers. Hermione slid off his back, glowing with triumph. Flying this hippogriff, she knew, felt far more rewarding than acing any exam. One by one, the other hippogriffs opened their wings and carried awaiting students into the sky, each flight punctuated by applause. Hagrid, standing at the edge of the paddock, watched them with misty eyes. Turning to Sherlock, he clapped him on the shoulder. "You know, lad," he said, his voice thick with feeling, "I reckon you'd make an even finer professor than me." Chapter 296. What is cute? Hagrid let out a weary sigh, and Sherlock immediately turned to him, his gaze so steady and cool that Hagrid felt a chill run down his spine. He cleared his throat. "Sherlock, what's the matter?" Sherlock folded his arms and regarded the field where Professor Hagrid's first years were learning to fly hippogriffs. "I don't think you should have scheduled hippogriff flight for the very first lesson." Hagrid blinked. "What? But look out there. Everything's going perfectly. They're all having a wonderful time." "As students, they see only the results," Sherlock said evenly. "But as a professor, you have to consider the process as well. This is a brand new class, one that involves inherently dangerous creatures. You should have introduced them gradually, from the least risky to the more hazardous. Right now their success is down to nothing more than luck." He tapped his wand against his palm, then glanced toward a large oak at the edge of the clearing. Beneath it, Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson lounged side by side, watching with detached curiosity as Crabbe and Goyle fumbled to coax a hippogriff into the air. Hagrid opened his mouth, but Sherlock continued, unmoved. "Next time, start small, build their confidence and yours in controlled steps. That's the only responsible way to teach." Hagrid nodded slowly, his shoulders slumping. As he watched the students swoop and dive on the great feathered creatures, he promised himself he'd rethink the curriculum. Sherlock's point, he grudgingly admitted, was hard to argue with. Neither Crabbe nor Goyle had even cleared the most basic requirement, making eye contact with the hippogriff. Each boy blinked nervously within seconds and jerked back, and after repeated failed attempts, the creature had simply stopped trusting them. Hagrid followed Sherlock's pointed look and frowned. "Is there something wrong with them?" "Have you considered that a student might get hurt in your class?" Sherlock asked quietly. Hagrid's eyes went wide. "What? No, I hadn't thought about it like that." Sherlock sighed. "It doesn't seem you've given student safety much thought." Hagrid's shoulders slumped. "I just wanted the first lesson to be exciting." "Professor," Sherlock said gently, "you can make your classes thrilling without putting anyone at risk. Take Puffskeins, for instance." "Puffskeins?" Hagrid repeated, picturing a small, fluffy ball tumbling across the classroom floor. He shook his head decisively. "Those aren't exciting at all." "You won't like them," Hagrid insisted, his broad shoulders rising in a defensive shrug. Sherlock, long accustomed to Hagrid's unconventional tastes, merely raised an eyebrow. "I doubt it. Personally, I think more students would be drawn to Puffskeins than to hippogriffs." Hagrid opened his mouth to argue, but Sherlock held up a quieting hand. With a soft sigh, he added, "I'm only offering a suggestion. In the end, it's your call. You're the care of magical creatures professor, after all." At that, Hagrid fell silent. The first lesson of the term ended smoothly, much to everyone's relief. Nearly a third of the class had mustered the courage to mount a hippogriff and soar through the air. No small feat. Even the younger Slytherins, who had sneered at Hagrid from the start, seemed to have softened after their successful flights. Part of that shift owed to Draco Malfoy's unusual quietude throughout the lesson. Without his usual taunts, the atmosphere had grown surprisingly cordial. By the time the bell rang, many students had also noticed something new. Malfoy's demeanor around Pansy Parkinson was unexpectedly amiable, a marked improvement from their earlier frosty interactions. From their very first year, Pansy Parkinson had hovered around Draco Malfoy, but he'd always kept her at arm's length. his attention far more fixed on Harry Potter than on her. Now in their third year, Draco seemed to be warming up to her, and Pansy felt a wave of relief. Adolescence was awkward enough without unrequited crushes. Overall, Hagrid's first Re of Magical Creatures lesson was a success. Most students left beaming. A few, however, were disappointed. Neville Longbottom, for instance, had nailed the initial step, but when he advanced to the next, the proud hippogriff he'd chosen simply refused to bow. "I don't understand," Neville grumbled, frustration creeping into his voice. "Why won't it bow to me?" Sherlock Holmes, standing nearby, offered a calm analysis. "It may have sensed your inner hesitation, Neville." Hermione Granger, already a seasoned veteran under Sherlock's tutelage, nodded eagerly. "Your hippogriff never looked away once. It recognized your sincerity, but it also picked up on your lack of confidence about riding it, so it refused to bow." Neville began, voicing the question on everyone's mind. "Is that so?" Neville's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Well, maybe you're right. Remember our first-year flying lesson? You were just as nervous as this." "Ah, all right. I'll do better next time." "Don't say I'll do better next time, Neville," Harry teased, grinning. "I've heard Ron make that promise 100 times. Hey, you're picking on Neville. What does that have to do with me?" Ron protested. "I'm just saying you two always fall back on that line," Harry replied. "So?" Ron shrugged. "Nothing. I'm just stating a fact." "Ugh, you sound like Sherlock," Ron muttered, "and my patience is wearing thin." As Ron and Harry bickered over Neville's awkward catchphrase, Neville, the original instigator, stepped back and tried to play peacemaker. Hermione, meanwhile, shook her head in exasperation and turned to Sherlock. "What did you say to Hagrid today? He seemed so down after class." Sherlock met her gaze with a faint nod of approval. "Ah, Hermione, you've uncovered the blind spot. I merely suggested that hippogriffs are too advanced a topic for the very first lesson." Hermione nodded thoughtfully. "So he set the bar way too high, right out of the gate." "Precisely," Sherlock confirmed. "If you and Harry hadn't stepped in, Hagrid would have been utterly humiliated," Hermione said. "And that's not even the worst of it," Sherlock added. "Imagine if someone actually provoked the hippogriff in class. Thanks to Hagrid's skill, no one would die, but a bleeding student on day one? That's terrible publicity." Sherlock's gray eyes gleamed with another insight. "If one of us got scratched, it wouldn't raise many eyebrows. But if it happened to a Slytherin, what do you think would follow?" Hermione pictured Draco Malfoy with a fresh gouge from Buckbeak. A flicker of satisfaction flared in her chest. Then anxiety took over. He'd make it into a scandal 10 times worse than it was. She didn't hesitate. Malfoy's nursed that grudge ever since he was stripped from the prefect board. He'd pounce on any excuse for revenge. "Exactly." Sherlock snapped his fingers. "Hagrid's priority must be shoring up stability first, and only then seeking any real progress. Only once Hagrid has firmly established himself in the care of magical creatures' course," Sherlock pointed out, "can he truly reveal his own unique aesthetic to the students." "You're absolutely right," Hermione agreed, nodding thoughtfully. Her eyes lit up as an idea struck. Maybe for his very first class he could bring something like, "Oh, flobberworms. What do you think, Sherlock?" She stopped mid-sentence the moment she noticed him looking at her oddly. A sudden flush warmed her cheeks, though her naturally wheat-toned skin hid it fairly well. She mentally scolded herself. Enough with the blushing, Hermione. By semester's end, her complexion would be back to normal. Clearing his throat, Sherlock offered a gentle correction. "Actually, my suggestion to Hagrid was puffskeins." Hermione's stomach flipped. Of course, her own sense of creature care had been so thoroughly influenced by Hagrid that flobberworms sprang to mind first. What other eccentric notions had taken root? By Tuesday morning, they saw Hagrid again in the Great Hall. He stood in his familiar rat-skin coat, one massive hand absently swinging a squawking rooster as he greeted the arriving students with a distracted grin. Hagrid practically charged toward the staff table, a plump rooster tucked under one arm. Spotting Professor Sherlock Holmes among the seated faculty, he skidded to a halt and beamed. "Morning, Sherlock. I've got the 5th years today, and we're starting with hippogriffs again. They'll manage all right, won't they?" Sherlock gave a satisfied nod. Hippogriffs are just right for 5th-year students. Hagrid's grin widened. "Ha! We'll see if they can do any better than your lot did yesterday." Still swinging the rooster by its legs, he waved cheerfully as he made for the table. Professor McGonagall, seated beside Sherlock, raised an eyebrow. "Does he always bring that bird with him?" At the far end, Ron Weasley watched Hagrid fuss over the rooster in bewilderment. Harry Potter shrugged beside him. Hagrid's choice of companion was hardly something one could admire. "Oi, Harry," Ron leaned over. "What have we got today?" Harry pulled a parchment from his robes and scanned it. "Let's see. Required classes. Herbology first thing, then history of magic and astronomy after lunch. Electives. Before Harry could finish, Ron punched his shoulder. "No electives today, mate. Brilliant." Ron whooped and shot Harry a triumphant wink. Harry just shook his head. He knew exactly what Ron was celebrating. If only he'd followed Ron's lead and picked divination and care of magical creatures, he'd be lounging around today the way Ron was. Instead, Harry had made his choices, and there was no turning back now. He stared at the parchment in his hand. Yet again, Muggle studies at 9 o'clock, arithmancy at 11. A week of the exact same schedule lay ahead of him. Ron, full of his usual boundless enthusiasm for any free hour, jabbered away about lounging in the courtyard and practicing jelly-leg jinxes. Harry waved him off, his mind already racing. He turned to Sherlock, who was calmly scanning the timetable. "So," Harry said with a frown, "Muggle studies or arithmancy first?" Sherlock lifted an eyebrow, folding the corner of the schedule between his fingers. "Arithmancy," he decided after a moment. "At least it's structured, predictable, better than wrestling with Muggle gadgetry." Harry couldn't help but grin. "All right, detective, lead the way." He slipped the timetable into his robes and followed, determined to plow through every lesson, no matter how repetitive, because this was the path he'd chosen. Chapter 297, How Can They Be So Similar? Muggle studies. As they made their way toward the timetable display, Harry hesitated. So, arithmancy or Muggle studies? Sherlock, head bowed over a neatly written schedule, didn't even glance up. Muggle studies. Harry looked to Hermione. "What about you? Are you coming with us?" Hermione's eyes lit up. "Oh yes, I think I'll join you for Muggle studies." "Perfect," Harry said, grinning. "Then I'll see you in herbology, Hermione." "Right," she smiled back. "And Ron, what about you? Where are you headed?" Ron stretched his arms. "Back to the dorm for a nap." Harry groaned. "You really didn't need to get up just to go back to bed." "Hey," Ron protested. "I wasn't going to starve myself. Breakfast comes first." Harry held up his hands in mock surrender. "Fine, suit yourself. Now, where's Sherlock?" "He's over there," Hermione said, pointing. Harry and Ron followed her finger to see Sherlock leaning toward Professor Lupin, speaking in hushed tones. "What's he dragging Lupin into now?" Ron murmured, eyebrows raised in curiosity. The moment Sherlock stepped back into the common room, Hermione's friends erupted in questions. "That's a good question. I'd like to know that too," one of them piped up. "Hey kid, you're getting more and more secretive these days," another teased. "Cut it out, you two," Hermione scolded, holding up a hand. "Sherlock's here. Let him speak." Sherlock shrugged off his cloak and settled into an armchair. Hermione leaned forward, curiosity bright in her eyes. "So, Sherlock, what brought you to see Professor Lupin?" He tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the chair's arm. "I went to discuss the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum." Hermione's brow shot up. "But you did the same with Hagrid yesterday. Why take it to Lupin today?" Sherlock's expression stayed calm. "Because our data classes are hopelessly behind schedule." He spread his arms. "Think about it. First year, Professor Quirrell gave us theory only, no wand work, no practical lessons. Second year, Lockhart promised hands-on instruction, but in reality only 1/5 of class time was spent on actual defense. By that measure, Professor Snape, who stepped in whenever Hagrid or Lockhart couldn't teach, was far more efficient." He paused, then added, "Sadly, Snape's teaching methods clash too much with the rest of the staff. We need a unified plan, one that balances theory, practice, and progression." Hermione exchanged a glance with her friends. Though they all nodded in agreement, it was clear that finding common ground among Hogwarts' varied Defense Against the Dark Arts professors would be anything but simple. "If Professor Lupin had been teaching this course from the start, I might not feel so out of step with the others. He just doesn't mesh with their styles," Sherlock muttered. Hermione raised an eyebrow. You really think the world of Professor Lupin, don't you? I do, Sherlock replied. Our first Defense Against the Dark Arts class isn't until Thursday, so I did a bit of digging among the older students. Gemma said Lupin gave a detailed lecture on the unforgivable curses to the 7th years. Cedric Diggory told me he even brought a red cap in for a hands-on demonstration. And by the way, he was just appointed Hufflepuff's Quidditch captain, reshuffled their lineup into a real powerhouse. Everyone who's taken his class agrees he's the best Defense Against the Dark Arts professor they've ever had. Harry and Hermione exchanged impressed glances. Harry, especially, could hardly wait for Thursday. Muggle studies, which was coming up next, held no interest for him. Despite having wizard-born parents, he felt every bit as much a Muggle-born as Sherlock and Hermione. Enrolling in Muggle studies had felt as foolproof as plucking snails with 3 fingers, effortless. He'd counted on it being the one fifth-year class where he could coast to a certificate. He never imagined he'd be so spectacularly wrong. He recalled that, back in their first year, Defense Against the Arc Arts professor Quirinus Quirrell had actually taught Muggle studies before Voldemort possessed him in 1991. Upperclassmen who'd sat through those early lectures called them middling at best. After all, Muggle studies was a theory-heavy subject, perfectly suited to Quirrell's reserved style. But everything changed once he took over Dada. Hogwarts buzzed with rumors that Lord Voldemort himself had appeared at the ends of 2 consecutive semesters to deliver practical lessons, personally instructing both the Lion King and the Savior. When Quirrell's tenure ended, the school appointed Professor Charity Burbage to take up the Muggle Studies mantle. Still, nothing about this class would ever be as straightforward as he'd hoped. Professor Charity Burbage had devoted her career to fighting prejudice in the wizarding world. She believed passionately in the value of Muggles and rejected any notion that magic should be reserved for pure-bloods alone. That conviction led her to accept Professor Dumbledore's offer to teach Muggle studies at Hogwarts. Her goal was simple but vital, to introduce witches and wizards to the ways of the non-magical community, to show them how Muggles live, work, and innovate, so they might move among them without difficulty whenever the need arose. On her first day of class, Burbage entered the lecture hall with hopeful energy. She paused at the doorway, eyes scanning the desks. Then she frowned and let out a soft sigh. "Just as I feared," she muttered under her breath. "Not a single Slytherin this year." In truth, attendance was thin across all 4 houses. Beyond a handful of enthusiastic outliers, Sherlock Holmes, determined to sample every elective, and Hermione Granger, bent on earning a dozen certifications. The vast majority of students who'd signed up had done so only because their friends were doing it. In the eyes of most Hogwarts pupils, Muggle studies was little more than an oddity. Families like the Weasleys, who prized Muggle knowledge, were exceptions rather than the rule. Even among Muggle-born and half-blood students, many of whom had grown up immersed in non-magical life, few saw any point in taking the course. Professor Burbage straightened her shoulders, determined. It would take time and effort, she knew, but she was resolved to change their minds, and perhaps the wider wizarding world along with them. Students from every house had signed up for Professor Burbage's 3rd-year course, no small feat, considering the usual rivalries. In fact, it was the only class in the year when first-years sat alongside 7ths, all united under Burbage's tutelage. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and the rest of Gryffindor shuffled to their seats, exchanging curious glances with Slytherins and Hufflepuffs alike. Professor Burbage stood at the front of the room, her stern brow melting into a kindly smile as she swept her wand in a graceful arc. "I'm delighted you've all chosen advanced magical theory," she began. "But first, I'd like to assess your current level." With a flick, more than 30 parchments fluttered out of thin air and settled neatly on every desk. "Don't worry, this is just a short quiz. Even if you score 0, no house points will be lost. You'll have 30 minutes. Begin." Harry's heart skipped. He recognized the ritual. It was almost identical to Professor Lockhart's inaugural Defense Against the Dark Arts quiz back in '92, down to the harmless warning about house points and the precise 30-minute limit. A wave of déjà vu washed over him. How could 2 professors, in such different subjects, mimic the same entrance ritual so exactly? Still, Burbage's test turned out to be nothing like Lockhart's. Harry glanced down at the first dozen questions, well-phrased, challenging, but fair. Even the final questions, which in Lockhart's exam had been the only sensible ones, weren't the sole redeeming feature here. Professor Burbage clearly expected them to think, to reason, and to demonstrate what they'd already learned. Harry settled in, quill at the ready, and began answering the questions with a sense of eager determination. This time, he wouldn't be caught off guard. Hermione tucked the paper away and whispered under her breath, "Better not mention it." On the surface, the test Professor Burbage had laid out looked entirely mundane. 1. Define a Muggle. 2. Muggle technology is evolving rapidly. Unlike the Hogwarts Express, which runs on coal, what power source drives most modern Muggle trains? 3. Glasses fog up when you walk from a cold outdoor environment into a warm room. Explain why this happens. 15. In the real world, how long did the 100 Years' War between England and France actually last? 16. Which country first invented Arabic numerals? 17. Russians commemorate the October Revolution in which calendar month? 18. Airplanes carry a black box. What is its purpose, and what color is it painted? 19. How many industrial revolutions have occurred in Muggle history, and what were the main innovations of each? 20. State the Pythagorean theorem. In all, there were 20 questions, arranged from simple to challenging, single part to multi-part, touching on nearly every facet of Muggle life. The final questions in particular felt lifted straight from a typical Muggle school exam. Of course, to both Sherlock and Hermione, even the toughest items here still ranked on the easy side. Most of the questions focused on the Pythagorean theorem, not Fermat's last theorem, still unproven to this day. At first, most of the students worked steadily, but their pace flagged halfway through. By the final problems, many were already deep in thought. Of course, there were two notable exceptions, Sherlock and Hermione. From the moment they flipped the exam over, neither of them hesitated. They wrote confidently through every question, and when they both put down their pens for the last time, they exchanged triumphant smiles. Hermione's eyes sparkled with determination. This time, she was certain she would best Sherlock. She knew his approach well. Study only what's useful and ignore the rest. Though recent events had softened his rigid stance, Sherlock no longer dismissed any topic out of hand. Hermione still felt sure she had the advantage. After all, this paper spanned a huge range of material, and she suspected some of it would strike Sherlock as extraneous, knowledge he might not have bothered to learn. But today, at least, she was ready to prove him wrong. Several of Burbage's questions were little more than clever traps. Hermione nearly tripped up on one before catching the catch just in time. Sherlock, who seldom bothers with such subtleties, might not have been so fortunate. 30 minutes passed in a flash. The moment the bell rang, Professor Burbage flicked her wand and every parchment leapt back into her awaiting hand. Then, much like Gilderoy Lockhart, she set immediately to marking them on the spot. "Makes you wonder if she worships Lockhart," Sherlock murmured. Harry looked up, curious. "Why's that?" Sherlock gave a small, rueful shake of his head. Honestly, the only thing Lockhart ever did worth remembering was his pro-Muggle stance. He dreamed of wizards and Muggles living together in peace, a view even the young Tom Riddle, before he lost his soul to darkness, once praised. And here's Burbage, preaching exactly the same ideal. Plus, the whole instant grading gimmick, that was Lockhart's signature move. I'd say there's a fair bit of mutual admiration going on. Professor Burbage skimmed through the answer sheets with practiced efficiency, jotting notes in the margins as she went. "Just as I predicted," she murmured, "most of you already have a firm understanding of Muggles and their everyday lives. In this exam of 20 questions, I purposely arranged 7 basic questions, 2 of medium difficulty, and 1 challenging question. That structure ensured that nearly everyone could master the first 10 items without too much trouble." She flipped to another paper and raised an eyebrow. "But I'm still baffled by one recurring mistake. Why do some of you believe that Muggle trains run coal? Did you imagine a steam locomotive is magically fueled? Trains are driven by electricity or diesel, nothing mystical about it." With a small, amused shake of her head, Professor Burbage returned to her grading. "Remember," she wrote at the bottom of one sheet, Muggle technology follows its own rules. You'll benefit far more from understanding how it really works than from filling in the gaps with spells. Satisfied, she set her quill aside, confident that her students were one step closer to bridging the wizarding and non-magical worlds. Chapter 298. Only one industrial revolution. Professor Burbage swept her gaze across the Muggle studies classroom. The question she just posed still hung in the air. How do trains in the non-magical world run? A few students shifted uncomfortably in their seats, eyes dropping to the worn wood of their desks. At last, Neville Longbottom spoke up. The Hogwarts Express is a steam locomotive powered by coal, right? Burbage offered a patient smile. Exactly, but if all Muggle trains worked like the Hogwarts Express, I wouldn't need to ask this question. Padma Patil of Ravenclaw raised her hand, her voice timid. Professor, we never realized the Hogwarts Express actually runs on coal. The room fell silent as Burbage leaned forward, her eyes bright with encouragement. Then tell me, what did you think powered it? A hush and then a soft chorus of magic drifted from the back rows. Heads nodded in agreement. Magic, Burbage repeated, her tone firm. But pure magic couldn't reliably deliver hundreds of students safely to Hogwarts each year. That consistent mechanical power comes from coal transformed into steam, an innovation born of the Industrial Revolution. She let her words settle before continuing. The very heart of Muggle studies is to understand how the world functions without spells. Appreciating steam power and its impact on society helps us see why the Industrial Revolution was a turning point in history, one that shaped the modern world, both magical and non-magical alike. A thoughtful silence filled the room as the students absorbed her meaning. In that moment, the clatter of quills and the thrum of their curiosity became the truest testament to the course's worth. I don't think you realize that the Hogwarts Express, the very train you board every September, was originally built by Muggle engineers in Crewe, Cheshire, back in the mid-19th century. A ripple of astonished gasps swept the classroom. Professor Thistledown smiled indulgently and continued. In 1827, Audlin Gamble took office as Minister for Magic. Faced with the yearly challenge of getting hundreds of young witches and wizards safely to Hogwarts, she hatched a bold, and at the time, fiercely controversial plan. Instead of relying on cumbersome portkeys or other makeshift methods, she proposed harnessing a Muggle locomotive, a mode of transport both reliable and comfortable. To bring this vision to life, the ministry embarked on the largest secret project in British wizarding history. They performed 167 memory charms on unsuspecting railway workers and wove the single greatest concealment charm ever cast, enveloping the tracks and station in an imperceptible veil. Then, at dawn the very next day, the residents of Hogsmeade awoke to find a gleaming new platform standing where none had existed before. Muggle railway staff, confused by missing equipment and phantom schedules, simply assumed an urgent maintenance order had been issued. They never questioned where the train or the station had come from. Meanwhile, several proud pureblood families protested vehemently, decrying the use of Muggle machines as unsafe, unsanitary, and beneath wizarding dignity. But over time, even the staunchest traditionalists came to appreciate the Express's punctuality and comfort. And that, Professor Thistledown concluded, is how the Hogwarts Express was born, an enduring symbol of the cooperation and ingenuity that lie at the heart of our world. Professor Burbage looked up from her parchment and smiled. You know, when the Ministry of Magic finally insisted that students either travel to Hogwarts by train or not at all the objections simply melted away. At this, nearly every student in the hall exchanged surprised glances. Few had realized just how firmly the ministry had ruled on the matter. While she continued marking papers, Professor Burbage offered brief explanations for a few of the trickier questions. When your glasses fog up as you step indoors from the cold, she began, that isn't the result of a freshwater charm gone awry. It's pure, simple condensation. The warmer, moisture-laden indoor air meets your cold lenses, and tiny water droplets form. Harry, ever the glasses wearer, pushed his frames back into place with practiced ease. He had answered that one correctly. And the 100 Years' War, she went on, lasted exactly 117 years, from 1337 to 1453. It was not a single, continuous campaign so much as a series of dynastic struggles. England under the Plantagenet kings versus France ruled by the Valois. She tapped another paper. Finally, the numerals we call Arabic were actually invented in ancient India. They bear the name Arabic only because they reached Europe through Arab scholars. With that, Professor Burbage set aside her quill and looked over the classroom, satisfied that her students were absorbing both magical lore and a bit of Muggle history. Professor Burbage tapped the chalk against the desk to grab the class's attention. Let's start with the October Revolution. Although we mark it in November, it's called October because Russia used the old Julian calendar. What we know as November, they considered October. His students hurried to jot down notes as he moved on. Now, what about the black box on an airplane? A few heads bobbed uncertainly. Half of you know it's the flight data recorder, the device that logs everything from cockpit conversations to airspeed. That's progress. But nearly all of you thought it was painted black. In truth, it's a vivid orange-red. Ravenclaw's Miss Fawcett raised her hand, eyes bright. Professor, if it isn't black, why do we still call it the black box? Burbage smiled. An excellent question, Miss Fawcett. When those recorders first appeared in Muggle aircraft, the electronics were indeed housed in simple, black metal enclosures, all the same size and shape for easy installation. The name black box stuck, even after manufacturers switched to high-visibility paint. It's a neat reminder that terminology often outlives its origins. Later, to make them easier to spot during searches, they were repainted a vivid orange-red, but the old name just wouldn't let go. Professor Burbage glanced at the puzzled faces around her. Are these questions too difficult for you? Miss Abbott ventured timidly. Precisely why I warned you the difficulty ratio is 7 to 2 to 1, Burbage replied with a fond smile. It's perfectly normal if the whole class can't solve all four. After walking them through the problem, she looked around with satisfaction. Nevertheless, you are the most capable group I've ever taught. Now, who is Hermione Granger? Without hesitation, Hermione shot her hand into the air. Excellent. Very good, Burbage announced, beaming. 10 points to Gryffindor. Hermione is the only student in all my years of teaching Muggle studies to answer the first 18 questions correctly. Whispers of admiration rippled through the classroom. By third year, Hermione's reputation as Miss Know-It-All was well established at Hogwarts, especially for a Muggle-born witch. Still, even her classmates couldn't help but feel impressed. Professor Burbage cleared her throat and surveyed the room. Many of you struggled with today's questions, though, to be fair, most of you have that problem in every subject. So let's move on. She tapped her wand against the lectern. I've only discussed the first 18 questions so far because they tripped everyone up. From the back row, Parvati Patil spoke up. Professor, why not go over the last two as well? And did Hermione miss those too? A hush fell. Hermione Granger, who shared a dormitory with Parvati, fixed her friend with a startled look. She'd been certain she'd nailed every question. Professor Burbage shook her head. Miss Granger flawlessly restated the Pythagorean theorem, but she answered the penultimate question on the Industrial Revolution incorrectly. That's impossible, Hermione exclaimed. History tells us the Industrial Revolution happened 3 times. It occurred only once, Burbage replied evenly. Hermione clucked, ched her parchment. But what about the first in Britain, the second wave in America, and the third? Professor Burbage raised an eyebrow as she tapped her wand again. The words of the question magically reappeared on the board. All 3 of those refer to technological surges and expansions, yes, but the term Industrial Revolution properly designates the initial leap in mechanized production during the late 18th century in Britain. Subsequent developments aren't numbered revolutions, Miss Granger, though they're certainly significant. Hermione's face flushed with disbelief, but she straightened her shoulders. May I please see my exam? Of course, the professor said, passing Hermione's parchment back to her. Feel free to review it, and perhaps consult a suitable reference on modern industrial history. Hermione took the paper, glanced at her single mark of incorrect, and muttering under her breath, made a mental note to double-check her sources next time. Hermione Granger frowned, pen still hovering over her notes. Professor, she said, you just mentioned electricity as the defining feature of the Second Industrial Revolution, didn't you? Professor Charity Burbage offered an apologetic smile. Ah, Miss Granger, I'm afraid that's a common misconception. The widespread adoption of electricity actually marks the second scientific and technological revolution, not the second industrial revolution. Are they really different? Hermione pressed, genuinely puzzled. A murmur rippled through the classroom. At least half the students looked as baffled as she felt. Hermione drew a steadying breath. On my essay, she began, I outlined 3 industrial revolutions. First, from the 1760s to the 1840s, Watt's steam engine transformed manual labor into mechanized mass production. Second, from the 1870s to the early 1900s, the harnessing of electricity spurred economic growth and powered the electrical age in the Muggle world. Third, in the mid-20th century, the rise of computers and other information technologies launched the information age, characterized by digitalization and automation. Professor Burbage nodded approvingly. You have the sequence right, Miss Granger, yet historians often distinguish those latter 2 periods as scientific and technological revolutions because their driving forces were breakthroughs in science and engineering, electric generators, telecommunications, nuclear physics, computing, rather than purely industrial reorganizations. Hermione relaxed, finally seeing the nuance. The rest of the class leaned forward, eager to grasp the subtle distinction. Even in a world of spells and enchanted brooms, it seemed, the Muggle past held lessons that could not simply be boiled down to factory smokestacks and turbines. And for Hermione, ever the scholar, it was another reminder that knowledge bridged every divide, magical or otherwise. The students' admiration for Hermione didn't wane, even when they didn't fully grasp her meaning. It all sounded so impressive. Everyone thought, as expected of Hermione. Harry, unable to contain his awe, leaned toward Sherlock and whispered, She's incredible. I've only caught fragments of these revolutions in my readings. I couldn't take notes fast enough. That's perfectly normal, Sherlock replied. If we weren't at Hogwarts, you'd be encountering this material in Muggle schools right about now. Harry's respect for Hermione only grew. Thank Merlin he was a wizard. Otherwise, he'd be hopelessly lost in a Muggle classroom. Hermione, however, shifted in her seat, determined. But Professor, I still think I'm right. Sherlock smiled indulgently. Dear Granger, only the first scientific and technological revolution is properly called the Industrial Revolution. Hermione frowned. What do you mean? In the Muggle world, Sherlock went on, historians divide progress into 3 major scientific and technological revolutions. The first, sparked by steam power, mechanized looms, and factories in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, is what they call the Industrial Revolution. The later revolutions have their own names. Hermione's eyes widened at this clarification, while the other students listened, rapt, as Sherlock prepared to outline the second and third revolutions in turn. Professor Burbage paused over Hermione's exam script, frowning thoughtfully. Your answer would be completely correct if you simply replaced Industrial Revolution with Scientific and Technological Revolution. Hermione stared in disbelief. How had she mixed that up? Oh, right, of course, she murmured, her voice small. There was more. Professor Burbage tapped the essay again with her quill. And one other point. Watt didn't actually invent the steam engine. That's a common misunderstanding even among Muggles. His real achievement was refining and perfecting it. Hermione felt her cheeks burn. I see, she whispered. The professor closed the script and offered Hermione an encouraging smile. Honestly, these are only minor mistakes, and overall, you did exceptionally well. In fact, judging by today's results, this is the finest class I've ever taught. She turned toward the 4 house tables and announced, 10 points each to Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff erupted in cheers. Gryffindor students applauded politely, but the Slytherins sat motionless, disappointed but unsurprised. After all, if everyone gets extra credit, then no one truly gains an advantage. Even the Hufflepuffs glanced at one another uncertainly. They all knew it. When everything seems important, nothing really is. And if everyone earns bonus points, who actually comes out on top? Professor Burbage smiled, her composure unshaken. Absolutely. Miss Hermione Granger's outstanding answer deserves recognition. Let's award her an additional 20 points for Gryffindor. A cheer went up from the Gryffindor table, the students' faces lighting up with excitement. Professor Burbage glanced over the classroom. All right, does anyone else have a question? If not, we'll officially begin today's lesson. Professor, I have a question, came a clear voice from the Ravenclaw table. It was Padma Patil. Why does the so-called Third Industrial Revolution, the Third Scientific and Technological Revolution, have a definite starting point but no defined end? Chapter 299, Learning? My foot. Because the Muggle world is still in the Third Scientific and Technological Revolution. Padma Patil frowned. Professor Burbage, why does the Third Scientific and Technological Revolution never end? Professor Charity Burbage's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Muggles are astonishingly inventive. Perhaps when the Fourth Scientific and Technological Revolution dawns in the next century, only then will the third truly conclude. But let's leave that for the future. Today we begin with Muggle history. Who can name the 4 great ancient civilizations of the world? Pure-blood students exchanged surprised glances. Many of them had expected Muggle studies to be dull, but they were finding it far more intriguing than imagined. Meanwhile, Muggle-born and half-blood classmates felt a little more conflicted. As Hermione Granger had pointed out when choosing her courses, studying the Muggle world from a wizard's perspective is uniquely fascinating, precisely because it forces you to rethink everything you take for granted. Take, for example, a simple Muggle device like a gun. In the wizarding mind, it's easy to dismiss it as just another weapon, until you learn how combustion, metalwork, and precise chemistry combine to make it work. Or, consider a mobile phone. More than a communication device, it's a marvel of miniaturized electronics, materials science, and wireless networks. And a high-speed train? Not merely a fast way to travel, but a triumph of engineering, aerodynamics, and infrastructure planning. By the time Hermione raised her hand to answer Burbage's question, the entire class was buzzing with curiosity. Muggle studies had already proven that it was not a lesson in useless trivia, but a gateway to understanding a world that, for wizards, lay just beyond the tip of their wands. After today's lesson, Harry still felt as if every ordinary object had taken on a magical guise. A firearm was as wondrous as a wand, a smartphone worked like a two-way mirror, and high-speed rail resembled a fledgling form of apparition. As the bell rang and students began filing out, Harry turned to Hermione, whose expression remained stubbornly sour. It's just an exam title. No need to take it so hard, Hermione. Even if you stormed the whole house, your score would still beat everyone else's. But Hermione didn't reply. Harry blinked and realized she was suddenly gone. Sherlock, Hermione, where did she go? Sherlock, unruffled, simply pointed. Over there. Harry followed his finger and spotted Hermione a few yards away, still panting from a brisk stroll. One hand clutched her satchel, the other was tucked inside her robe as if hiding something. She glared back at them. What are you two staring at? She snapped. Sorry, Hermione, but... Harry began, bewildered. How did you do that? You were right beside us a second ago, and now you're across the hallway. I didn't even see you move. Hermione crossed her arms. I didn't move. Anyway, what's it to you? Harry shot a look at Sherlock, then back to Hermione. Until now, I thought only Sherlock could pull off disappearing acts. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Me? Elusive? He glanced at Hermione with a faint smile, as though sharing a private joke neither would explain. Hermione huffed, still staring at them both. But Harry's mind whirled with possibilities. If Hermione could teleport, unseen, unheralded, then magic beyond their curriculum was at play. And Sherlock, with that inscrutable look, seemed to know far more than he let on. I just went back to get something, Hermione insisted, rifling through her school bag. Harry raised an eyebrow as the satchel suddenly tore open, spilling a dozen hefty textbooks onto the corridor floor. He couldn't help but tease, do you really need all of those? After Muggle studies, you only have herbology, history of magic, and astronomy left today. Hermione shot him a disgruntled look. I know, but I can't believe Professor Burbage gave me only partial credit on that essay. My answer was perfect. I clearly stat, and there were 3 industrial revolutions in Muggle history. She shouldn't have marked me down for calling them scientific and technological revolutions. Harry knelt to help her gather the fallen books. He'd noticed Hermione sulking at the end of their last class and had tried to cheer her up. Now she was bouncing between frustration over her grades and this sudden scramble to fetch every possible textbook. It felt like she'd forgotten something important, then remembered it only moments later. As Hermione balanced a teetering stack of books in her arms, Harry offered gently, "Human understanding of anything keeps evolving. You made a strong argument. Burbage's feedback might just be her perspective, not the final word." Hermione paused at the base of the grand staircase, turning to face him. Her expression softened as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "You're right. I'll talk it over with her after class. Thanks, Harry." He nodded, watching her steady her books with renewed resolve. Together, they headed up to the next lecture hall, Hermione determined to set the record straight, and Harry quietly proud of his friend's unwavering drive. Perhaps one day in the future, the very concept of knowledge will shift, Sherlock mused, his voice low. When that happens, calling it 3 industrial revolutions won't be wrong. He turned and met Hermione's gaze. Cough, cough. Under those cool gray eyes, Hermione felt her cheeks heat up. It was as though Sherlock could see right to her thoughts. She blinked and looked away. Should we get to herbology? I hope Professor Sprout speeds up today. I'm starving. Oh, and Sherlock, why didn't Professor Burbage give you extra credit on that essay? Sherlock offered a half shrug. I didn't bother answering half the questions. Hermione's jaw dropped. You didn't? As far as I'm concerned, they were irrelevant to the point I was making. They hurried along the corridor, passing portraits that whispered among themselves. Unlike the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, where a new professor seemed to arrive every term, most of their subjects followed a steady, reliable curriculum. Herbology was no exception. Besides Hermione's top marks, Neville Longbottom had impressed everyone this year with his growing confidence and surprising green thumb talent. By the time they reached the greenhouses, Professor Sprout was already waiting, beaming. Welcome back, everyone. Today we'll study bubble-headed pods. She swept a hand toward a row of squat plants with plump pink pods. These are fascinating. Each pod swells like a balloon, enclosing a single glossy bean. When you give it a gentle squeeze, a faint pop and a cascade of shimmering bubbles burst forth, drifting across the greenhouse in a rainbow sheen. Hermione and Sherlock exchanged delighted glances as Neville's wide grin told the rest of the class exactly how exhilarating herbology could be. The greenhouse was alive with the soft hum of magic and the warm, humid air of a summer conservatory. Long benches of potting soil and seed trays filled every available surface. At the center of attention sat the latest subject of Herbology 201, a curious plant that instantly burst into bloom the moment its stems came into contact with any solid surface. The petals unfurled in a riot of color so suddenly that, without proper caution, even a stray elbow might set off an impromptu floral display. Earlier that morning, Professor Sprout had gathered the class around and laid down a simple but dire warning. Handle these plants with extreme care. Any bump, any tap, flowers will explode open at once, and once they bloom, you'll have no way to study them in their bud form. Thanks to her clear instructions, everyone proceeded with exaggerated slowness, palms cupped, steps measured, wands holstered. So when it came time to repot one of the more temperamental specimens, no accidental blooms startled the classroom. Green leaves shook gently in anticipation, but the petals stayed tight, awaiting their moment. As they finished tidying up, Harry brushed a wisp of hair from his forehead and turned to Ron, who was carefully wiping his gloves in a motion that suggested he half expected a flower to sprout at any moment. "How was Muggle Studies today?" Ron asked, curiosity lighting his freckles. Harry shrugged, leaning against the workbench. "It was surprisingly interesting. You should go next time. You'd pick it up in no time." "Learn?" Ron snorted, tossing his head back in laughter. "No thanks. I've already got enough classes without adding another. If I took Muggle Studies, I'd barely have time to breathe." Harry half smiled. "You never know. You might enjoy it." "Besides," Ron continued, adopting an air of mock solemnity, "I did pick up a bit of Muggle wisdom from Dean Thomas, and I reckon it could apply to Quidditch and exams alike." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and what would that be?" Holding out an imaginary scoreboard, Ron recited with grand flair, 60 points is a victory, 61 is a waste, 59 is a crime." Harry stared at him a moment, then broke into a grin. Ron's triumphant expression only widened, certain he'd delivered some great truth from the non-magical world. Harry shook his head, wondering just how long it would take Ron to realize that, in Hogwarts terms, an extra point, or one less, might not be quite so dramatic after all. Together they left the greenhouse, stepping carefully past trailing vines and fresh blossoms. If nothing else, at least they'd learned the value of precision, and perhaps, Ron hoped, how to score just right. "Don't give me that look," Ron grumbled, casting an exasperated glance at Sherlock. "Remember, you only earned A's in a few subjects last semester. You must think the same way I do, right, Sherlock?" Sherlock, who'd been absently twisting a pair of small listening pods between his fingers, turned to Ron with an expression as blank as parchment. Harry and Hermione couldn't help but burst into quiet laughter. Professor Binns' History of Magic class was famously soporific, perhaps the dullest lesson in all of Hogwarts. Apart from the occasional question from Hermione last year about the Chamber of Secrets, Binns would drone on in his monotonous, ghostly voice, leaving most students half asleep. "Look," Ron whispered, nudging Harry. He'd nearly nodded off himself a moment before, but something had caught his eye. "Hermione's dozing." Sure enough, Hermione sat with her quill poised over her parchment, her head lolling dangerously. Her usually bright, determined eyes were now heavy-lidded, on the verge of shutting altogether. "Isn't it remarkable?" Ron whispered in awe. "Hermione Granger, falling asleep." "History of Magic does this to everyone," Harry replied, stifling a smile. "You almost nodded off a moment ago, too." "I know, but she's Hermione Granger," Ron protested softly. "She doesn't fall asleep in class." Sherlock glanced at Hermione, then at Ron, and raised an eyebrow, an unspoken question lingering in his gaze. Ron simply shrugged, and the three of them exchanged amused, knowing looks as Professor Binns continued his endless tale of goblins and gallows, oblivious to the drifting heads around him. "Have you ever seen Hermione nodding off during a professor's lecture before?" Ron hissed, studying Hermione's head resting on her arms. "Now you have," Harry whispered back. Hermione shot them both a glare. "Honestly, you two are starting to sound just like Sherlock Holmes." "I'm merely noting the facts," Harry replied coolly. "Even more so," Ron chimed in. Sherlock glanced from the two whispering boys to Hermione and allowed a faint smile to play at the corner of his lips. Intriguing. Although they already owned the Galaxy Activity Model, Sherlock and Hermione had chosen to sit in on both astronomy lectures. By the time the second class ended, it was well past curfew. The three young wizards yawned their way back to Gryffindor Tower, washed up, and tumbled into bed without delay. Wednesday's timetable featured charms, transfiguration, and the ever-conflicting ancient runes and themancy. With the electives scheduled for the afternoon, Ron decided that sleep could wait. He sprinted off to challenge Siamus to a game of wizard's chess instead. As always, charms was its usual boisterous hands-on chaos, and this third-year class was no exception. In the very first lesson of the term, Professor Flitwick didn't introduce any new spells. Instead, he guided the students through a thorough review of the levitation charm and the repairing charm they had mastered the year before. The day's charms lesson began on a high note, at least where the repairing charm was concerned. Thanks in part to their Gryffindor spirit and perhaps a fair share of trial and error, the students all managed a serviceable reparo, earning at least passing marks. Professor Flitwick allowed himself a small smile as he moved around the room, checking wands and giving encouraging nods. But the levitation charm proved far more troublesome. Wingardium Leviosa echoed relentlessly off the stone walls, punctuated by the occasional clatter of a dropped quill or the startled yelp of a first-year whose parchment had fluttered away like a startled bird. Nearly a third of the class couldn't get their objects to rise on the first try. Now that they were third years, outright failures were rare, but many students required 2 or 3 attempts before achieving the smooth, graceful lift Professor Flitwick demanded. Seamus Finnegan, partnered with the consulting prodigy Sherlock Holmes, had a rough moment of his own. One misplaced flick, and there was a small explosion, spark and splinter flying across the desk. But Sherlock was quick to steady Seamus's wand arm and guide his pronunciation. On the next try, the cork floated upward with elegance, and Seamus rewarded his partner with a grateful grin. By midday, Flitwick called an end to charms, pleased that most of the class had at least mastered the basic technique of Wingardium Leviosa. Their next stop was Transfiguration, where Professor McGonagall stood primly in front of her desk, wand at the ready. Today's lesson, the animagus transformation. Observe closely, McGonagall instructed, her voice crisp. In a blur of emerald light, she shifted from her tall, stern form into a sleek tabby cat, tail twitching and ears flicking. The classroom erupted into polite applause, and McGonagall, the cat, gave a dignified little purr before reverting to human form. "I expect each of you to begin your theoretical preparations on this," she said, her stern gaze sweeping the room. "Practical trials will follow in due course, but remember, becoming an animagus is a feat that demands extraordinary focus, discipline, and understanding of complex magic." After lunch, Harry and Hermione made their way down the corridor, past the Ancient Runes classroom, whose heavy door they chose to skim by. Instead, they took their seats in Professor Vector's arithmancy class, joining Sherlock, who was already immersed in his massive tome. "Good afternoon," Vector greeted them with a warm smile. "I trust you're ready to delve into the properties of runic matrices and their applications to spell structure?" Hermione's eyes lit up, and even Harry looked intrigued. Next to them, Sherlock adjusted his spectacles and opened his notebook, pencil at the ready. As Vector launched into a detailed lecture on the numerological patterns underlying incantations, the three friends leaned forward, eager for the challenge of symbols and sums, and for whatever mysteries this year at Hogwarts might bring. "We've already missed 2 ancient runes lessons. We need to go next time." On the way to arithmancy, Harry leaned toward Sherlock. "I heard this course is tough. If we skip any more classes, we'll fall behind." Sherlock glanced at him. "All right, if there's another timetable clash, we'll choose runes." Hermione, walking just ahead of them, paused and turned. "Arithmancy isn't inherently difficult. There's just an awful lot to memorize." She gave them an exasperated look. "That's what makes it hard." Harry smirked. "Sounds like ancient tough runes to me. You're talking endless runic alphabets. We're talking endless numerical diagrams. And yet you say you're prepared?" Hermione folded her arms. "Because I previewed the material." Harry sighed as they entered the classroom. Hermione's confidence wasn't misplaced. Once Professor Septima Vector began her lecture, it became clear that arithmancy was every bit as demanding as ancient runes. The subject explored the magical properties of numbers, how they could influence spells, predict outcomes, even interact with living creatures. Professor Vector glided between the desks, her dark hair pinned up neatly, a faint, knowing smile on her lips. She paused by Harry's table to demonstrate a complex chart of interlocking circles and symbols. Since Sherlock and Harry had opted for divination last week to resolve their scheduling conflict, this was only their second elective of the term. By third year, most professors took a relaxed view of attendance in optional subjects, but Harry resolved he'd need to keep up if he wanted to survive a term of numerical magic. As the first bell rang and the rest of the class settled in, Harry opened his quill case. He had a feeling this was going to be one of those memorize or mess up courses Hermione had warned them about, and he'd much rather be well prepared. A favorite saying among the upperclassmen went, "If you're going to cut a class, make it an elective. Only skip required courses when absolutely necessary." Yet when Professor Vector entered the lecture hall and spotted 2 extra students among the usual crowd, her face broke into a delighted smile. Without missing a beat, she moved to the front of the room, tapped the chalkboard, and launched into one of her famously captivating stories. Chapter 300, Well Done. Keep Your Spirits High. As you all know, Bridget Wenlock, the celebrated arithmancer of the 13th century, graduated from Hogwarts Hufflepuff House, began Professor Septima Vector, her voice carrying easily to the back of the classroom. She was one of the finest witches of her generation, and teaching arithmancy, a notoriously intricate and, to many, rather dry subject, had never held any terrors for her. If history of magic lectures sent students nodding off, Vector's classes sparked curiosity and lively debate. After leaving Hogwarts, Wenlock devoted her life to arithmantic research, the professor continued, pacing before a blackboard covered in swirling runes and symbols. Like many arcane scholars, she went to extraordinary lengths to protect her discoveries, She recorded every formula in invisible ink, and then she wrote the text upside down, from right to left, in the most illegible scrawl imaginable. A few students exchanged amused glances. Even in a room full of budding witches and wizards, that sounded extreme. Despite her precautions, Vector smiled, Bridget was as scatterbrained as she was ingenious. She'd misplaced those tiny scraps of invisible parchment so often that she spent years retracing her own steps, only to find her groundbreaking theorems buried under desk piles or lost in drawer bottoms. In the end, her greatest innovation, an arithmetic sequence that could predict ley line fluctuations, remained locked away until someone else stumbled across her notes by accident. She paused, letting the irony sink in. Let this be a lesson. Brilliance means little without order and perseverance. Hard work and a clear mind will carry you farther than secrecy alone. Well done so far. Now, don't lose your spirit. With that, the class leaned forward, pens at the ready, eager to prove they could do better than misplacing invisible ink. Professor Vector leaned against his desk, a faint smile playing on his lips as he addressed the class. In Wenlock's hometown, you'd often find her retracing her footsteps, casting a revealing charm on every scrap of parchment she came across, just to recover some lost arithmancy calculation. Admirable dedication, perhaps, but I strongly advise against adopting that particular habit. Laughter rippled through the room, and the air brightened instantly. Seeing his students' amusement, Vector pressed on. Let me tell you about the day Wenlock outdid herself. That morning, while eating breakfast, she jotted down a brilliant new magical theory. Later that same day, she wrote a letter to her cousin and sent it off by owl. Only after the bird had flown did she realize the truth. Her envelope was handwritten in invisible ink, containing every detail of her discovery. In a panic, Wenlock leapt onto her broom and chased the owl across the sky. She finally caught up, heart-pounding, and begged the bird to hand over the letter. But the owl was having none of it. No matter how loudly she protested that she was the sender, it would deliver the parcel only to its rightful recipient. The students chuckled again, picturing the frantic pursuit. Professor Vector closed his notes with a satisfied nod. Let Wenlock's misadventures be a warning. No matter how important your work, handle it with care, or it might just fly away from you. Professor Vector paused at the front of the classroom, letting the tension build before she resumed her tale. You've all heard how Wenlock was repeatedly pecked and scratched by that enchanted owl, she began, her voice steady. Despite her injuries, the poor girl braved the journey, hundreds of miles by owl, until she arrived at her cousin's cottage in the remote village of John O'Groats. The students leaned forward. Professor Vector's matter-of-fact delivery only made the story's more fantastical elements, every wind-whipped moor and bracing sea breeze, feel all the more vivid. Several of the younger apprentices even clutched their pens, afraid they might miss a single detail. Once she reached the cottage, the professor continued. Wenlock searched her cousin's cluttered parlor, and after much rummaging, finally recovered the ivory envelope she'd come for. Hands trembling, she cast a revealing charm, expecting to uncover a clue vital to the fate of the magical community. She paused, allowing the classroom to hum with anticipation. Some faces held wary relief, convinced the worst was over. Then Professor Vector let out a small, ironic laugh. But instead of arcane secrets or a treasure map, the inscription within was nothing more than a recipe, an ordinary cake recipe. Gasps rippled around the room. Even a few of the more seasoned wizards exchanged startled glances. Sherlock, perched neatly at the front, and Hermione, seated beside him, both murmured in unison, "Suppression before elevation, elevation after suppression." Professor Vector's eyebrows rose. Exactly, a perfect example of narrative misdirection. She smiled, warming to her theme. Undoubtedly, Wenlock was very frustrated by this. Professor Whitlock paused, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she addressed the class. You'll never guess where Bridget Wenlock's breakthrough was first recorded. After weeks of laborious calculations, she returned to her family home in Dingwall, only to find her entire theory hastily scribbled on a sugar packet, sitting on her own kitchen table. The students blinked in astonishment. Professor Whitlock continued. Nevertheless, she managed to publish her findings. That single, sugar-smudged page made her one of the most celebrated arithmancers of her time. her name remembered for centuries. And here's a little extra. A few years ago, a Hufflepuff student challenged a Ravenclaw prefect to a duel, all because the prefect claimed Wenlock as a Ravenclaw. When word reached Professor Sprout, she didn't hand down the usual week's detention. Instead, she gave him a stern warning and a box of coconut ice cream. A ripple of laughter swept through the classroom, but it was the Hufflepuffs, proudly known as the Little Badgers, who burst into the loudest cheers. "Right," said Professor Whitlock, wiping tears of mirth from her eyes. "Now that you've heard the legend, here's your problem." In an instant, every smile vanished. Heads ducked, and pencils hovered uncertainly over parchment. No one dared look up, each student silently praying not to be the one called upon. Professor Vector let out a light chuckle and swept his gaze across the classroom. "Can anyone tell me which theory made Bridget Wenlock so celebrated in arithmancy that even Hogwarts students would challenge one another just to boast of her reputation?" In an instant, Hermione Granger's hand shot up, rising above her classmates as if on its own accord. She stood calmly, drawing every eye in the room, and replied, "Wenlock was the first to uncover the intrinsic magical properties of the number 7. "Excellent, Miss Granger. 7 points to Gryffindor," Vector praised, tapping his quill against his notebook. He paused for effect, then leaned forward slightly. "And now, Miss Granger, could you explain what specific magical power the number 7 holds?" The professor had anticipated a brief answer, perhaps 2 or 3 key points, but Hermione's eyes sparkled at the question. Energy animated her posture as she prepared to delve deeper into Wenlock's revolutionary findings. Hermione cleared her throat and began to rattle off examples as though naming family heirlooms. 7 is the age when magical ability first manifests. Hogwarts has 7 years of study. A standard Quidditch side fields 7 players. Witches and wizards come of age at 17. In ancient runes, the 7th symbol represents the unknown. With each new fact, Professor Vector's eyebrows climbed higher and higher. He certainly hadn't expected such a torrent of knowledge from this young witch. When Hermione paused, he clapped his hands in delight. "Excellent work, Miss Granger. Another 7 points to Gryffindor." His admiration was so plain on his face that Hermione felt a flush of pride, until he added, "By the way, you've overlooked 2 crucial examples." Hermione froze. She was convinced she'd listed every 7 she'd ever read about, even those that had struck her as a bit of a stretch. And now, after speaking non-stop, her mouth felt as dry as parchment. What 2 facts could she possibly have missed? Professor Vector regarded Hermione's puzzled expression and explained, "Your speech just now lasted exactly 7 minutes, and interestingly enough, Granger has 7 letters." Hermione blinked. "That's awfully convenient." Vector offered a wry smile, perhaps a bit too convenient. When the bell rang, Harry fell into step beside Sherlock in the corridor. "If it's all about letter counts," he remarked, "Weasley has 7 letters too." Sherlock shrugged. "That's magic for you. Compared to divination, this class is practically rigorous." Harry rubbed his temples. "True, but I'd rather not spend all term memorizing those complex number charts." He already had a sinking feeling that arithmancy would be one of his hardest subjects. No wonder Neville Longbottom had agonized over whether to take arithmancy or ancient runes last year. "Still," Harry added, "a systematic method for predicting the future beats guessing at tea leaves every time." They threaded through the bustling hallway until Hermione's sudden voice cut in so sharply that Harry nearly jumped. Hermione caught up with Harry and Sherlock just outside the classroom door. "You 2 go ahead," she said, brushing past them. "I have a quick question for Professor Snape." Moments later, she reappeared at their side so suddenly that Harry started. "Where did you go?" he asked, bewildered. Hermione shot him a teasing grin. "I slipped back to ask Snape something. You were so busy chatting that you didn't even notice." Harry opened his mouth to argue, then shrugged. Hermione sounded so sure that he simply mumbled, "Oh, right." Thursday morning dawned gray and drizzly, and Hogwarts's dungeons smelled of damp stone and musty cauldrons as the students filed into potions. Professor Severus Snape presided at the front with his customary sallow scowl, if anything gloomier than usual. Rumor had it that he'd hoped to teach Defense Against the Dark Arts this year, only to lose out to Professor Lupin, an affront that left him even more sour than before. Predictably, his storm cloud hovered over Gryffindor alone. No first years from Slytherin even noticed the tension. But at the first sign of tardiness, Neville Longbottom slipping in a full minute late, Snape's lips curled into a sneer. Gryffindor, 5 points. The classroom air grew heavier as parchment and quills were set out. Hermione shot Harry and Sherlock an apologetic glance, and Harry winced. Between Hermione's mysterious side trips and Snape's ever-growing list of point deductions, this term was shaping up to be a challenge. But 5 minutes later, when Draco Malfoy slipped into the dungeon classroom, also late, Professor Snape barely glanced at him before saying, "Sit down, Malfoy." The Gryffindors bristled at the blatant double standard. Neville's shoulders slumped as he nudged Harry. "Sir, why?" "Harry, sit down," Ron hissed, yanking at his friend's sleeve. But Harry had already raised his hand and hadn't missed a beat. Neville had points docked for being late. Why does Malfoy get a pass? Snape spun on him, his long, greasy black hair swinging around his sallow face. "Are you questioning a professor's decision, Potter?" Harry forced himself to keep his tone even. "I don't mean to be insolent, sir. It just seems unfair. Malfoy asked your permission before class, while Neville didn't." For a long moment, Snape stared into Harry's green eyes, his expression oddly unfocused. Then his gaze drifted up, took in Harry's unruly jet-black hair, and twisted into a look of pure distaste. Professor Snape's voice cut through the whispers of the dungeon classroom. "Gryffindor, 10 points from you, Mr. Potter, for daring to accuse a professor in class." A collective gasp rose from the students. They'd grown used to Snape's arbitrary penalties. Neville had lost 5 points just yesterday for dawdling in the hallway, but it still hurt to see Harry stripped of 10 for asking a single question. The Slytherins leaned back in their seats, smug grins lighting up their pale faces. Across the room, Gryffindors bristled, anger flashing in their eyes. When Harry sank back onto the bench, though, not a single classmate blamed him. Instead, a wave of praise washed over him. "Well played, Potter. That's our champion. Cheer up, Neville. Potter just had your back. Why the long face?" Neville returned a small, grateful smile. Despite Snape's cruelty, the bond between Gryffindor students had never felt stronger. Chapter 301, Leeching. A ripple of cheers swept through the Gryffindor table as Neville Longbottom stepped back into his seat. The younger students, the little lions, as they liked to call themselves, hooted and banged their wooden trays in solidarity. Neville offered Harry a crooked, grateful smile that was almost a grimace. "Thanks for standing up for me, Harry," he whispered. Harry shifted uncomfortably on the bench, the noise of the great hall suddenly grating on his nerves. "I'm sorry, Neville. I didn't mean to drag you into my mess." He ran a hand through his hair. "I got carried away. Umbridge will punish me for something else now, I'm sure." From across the table, Ron shook his head in exasperation. "Honestly, mate, it was pointless. She's not going to listen no matter what we do." Harry sighed and shot Ron a sharp look. He remembered Sherlock's words ringing in his mind just before he'd confronted Professor Umbridge. "My friend, never lose the courage to oppose authority." At the time, it had felt like the boldest and only thing to do. But now it was clear that courage alone wasn't enough. The way he'd gone about it had been reckless. Lost in thought, Harry barely noticed until a cool, familiar voice whispered in his ear. He glanced to his left, and there was Sherlock, leaning casually against the edge of the table, eyes bright with that trademark intensity. "Questioning authority is not a crime, Harry," Sherlock said softly. "Your mistake was in your method. Impulsive theatrics won't win any allies or change Umbridge's mind. If you truly wish to challenge her, you'll need a more calculated approach." Harry met Sherlock's gaze and felt a spark of determination kindle inside him. Courage to defy authority, yes, but tempered with strategy. He straightened his shoulders and caught Hermione's hopeful smile. With his friends at his side and Sherlock's guidance in his ear, he felt ready to try again, only smarter this time. "Sherlock, how did you figure that out again?" Harry interrupted, incredulous. Sherlock gave him a knowing smile. "My dear Harry, it's far too easy for me to read your thoughts," he said lightly. "I won't bother explaining the precise method. What matters is this: authority. Professor Snape's authority, most of all, is full of cracks. If you simply crash against it head-on, you'll only bury the truth under even more rubble. As a teacher, Snape already has a built-in advantage over any student. Your own magical strength and standing aren't quite enough yet. You need to enlist the strength of others. Harry frowned. You mean I shouldn't storm into Snape's office demanding justice? Exactly. To win a fair hearing today, you'll need to prove that Malfoy never asked Snape for leave in the first place. First, gather solid evidence, dated messages, eyewitness accounts, then take it to Professor McGonagall. Let her, in her capacity as deputy headmistress, broach the subject with Snape. If you confront Snape directly here in front of everyone, you'll only play into his hands. Harry's eyes lit up as he grasped the comparison. It's like wizard chess. You can't attack the queen head-on. You'll be cut down by a bishop. Instead, you bring in a knight to strike at her flank, force her to reveal her defenses. Ron, who'd been listening intently, suddenly leapt out of his seat in excitement, waving his silver spoon so vigorously that he nearly sent Neville's cauldron crashing to the floor. Brilliant, he cried, hastily pulling his seat back and stifling a second's worth of chaos. Absolutely brilliant. Harry smiled at Sherlock, determination shining in his eyes. The plan was set. With McGonagall's backing and solid proof in hand, they'd finally unmask Malfoy's lies and expose Snape's miscarriage of justice once and for all. Nothing, however, compared to the ordeal Neville faced in Professor Snape's potions class. Though he blossomed in herbology, his potions marks were abysmal. Snape, unlike most teachers, never bothered to review old lessons. On the very first day of term, he plunged straight into new mat, Ariel, the shrinking potion. This magical brew, a bright acidic green liquid, could reduce living creatures in size or even revert them to an earlier stage of life. Wizards employed it for research, to subdue large beasts protected by powerful charms, or to transport livestock. One could shrink an entire flock of sheep small enough to tuck into a wizard's pocket. But its ingredient list was daunting. Shrivel figs, daisy roots, caterpillars, wormwood, leeches, rat spleen bile, hemlock essence, and more. As if that weren't enough, Snape lectured solely from the textbook, scribbling dense notes on the blackboard as he spoke. His method suited quick learners, but for Harry and Neville, it was nothing short of a nightmare. Potions was the one class where Harry could never escape Sherlock's side. As Hermione made her way toward their workbench, Ron shot up, dragged over a stool, and squeezed in beside Harry and Sherlock. Hermione, Ron said, flashing an innocent grin, why don't you go help Neville? He really needs you more than we do. Hermione paused, eyebrows knitting in astonishment at Ron's shameless maneuver. She glanced at Harry, who offered a hesitant nod. Ron's right, he said quietly. You'll be doing more good over there. Hermione's eyes flicked to Sherlock, who studied his potion ingredients with his usual cool detachment, then to Neville, whose hopeful expression was impossible to miss. With a sigh, she shouldered her bag aside, picked up her mortar and pestle, and set up next to Neville and Seamus. She muttered under her breath, I can't let Snape dock points again, can I? Neville's face lit up. Thank you, Hermione. Seamus gave a relieved thumbs up, hastily scooting over to make room. Having Hermione's expertise at their side was like recruiting a champion to coach two novices. From his new vantage point, Ron watched Hermione guide Neville through measuring powdered unicorn horn and instruct Seamus on the careful stirring technique. He felt a pang of shame. He had essentially pushed her off, but beneath it was a flicker of relief. At least Hermione wasn't here to scold them for messing up Snape's instructions. Professor Snape prowled along the benches, cold eyes scanning every bubbling cauldron. Hermione bent close to her cauldron, her hair brushing Neville's shoulder as she whispered precise steps. Neville and Seamus peered over her shoulder, hanging on her every move. Ron shifted his stool uncomfortably, nudged Harry in the ribs and murmured, I suppose it's better this way. Harry gave a small, reluctant shrug. Neither of them could argue with the improvement in Neville's potion, or with the peaceful silence now that Hermione was tucked away across the workroom. In the tense world of potions class, a few lost points mattered far more than bruised egos. And for now, at least, Ron's cunning strategy seemed to have bought them all a little breathing room. If he hadn't acted so decisively just now, he'd be stuck brewing with Roundface and Demolition Man, and the very thought of that was excruciatingly hilarious. With the shrinking potion officially underway, Harry and Ron leapt to Sherlock's side. Harry carefully peeled the shrivel figs, while Ron measured and sliced the 3 daisy roots into perfectly even segments, then moved on to the caterpillars. Under Sherlock's exacting instructions, their 3 cauldrons soon bubbled with bright green brew. Phew! Ron opened his potions textbook and compared the illustration to their potion. When they matched exactly, he let out a long, relieved sigh. He silently congratulated himself on borrowing Sherlock's expertise. After all, why struggle on your own if you could learn from the best? Harry glanced over at Hermione and immediately felt a mix of relief and guilt. Relief that he wasn't the one drowning in work, but guilt for not offering to help his friend. It wasn't Hermione's skill that was lacking. It was simply the unfortunate choice of lab partners. Comparisons were inevitable. Harry and Ron could be trying at times, but they were nothing compared to Neville and Seamus. Hermione was quietly relieved that today's potion class hadn't required any charmed ingredients. Otherwise, she'd have felt more like a firefighter than a student. Still, she reminded herself that, though the road ahead might twist and turn, the future looked bright, and she was ready for whatever came next. As the timer ticked down, Hermione guided Neville and Seamus through the final steps. With steady hands, the 3 of them coaxed 3 cauldrons into shimmering, emerald perfection. When the last one settled into its iridescent glow, Hermione let out a long, exhausted sigh. She'd never been so tired. At the bell, Neville and Seamus practically stumbled over themselves to thank her. Without Hermione's help, a few lost house points would have been the least of their worries. Snape's public scolding would have been mortifying. Neville mumbled an apology, but before Hermione could respond, Seamus's eyes lit up with sudden realization. He turned to Harry and Sherlock, who had been watching the whole time, and asked, "Hey, did you 2 see today's Daily Prophet?" The students gathered around the morning's issue of the Daily Prophet, its headlines screaming about Sirius Black. "A muggle spotted him and called the hotline," Seamus whispered, pointing to the article. But by the time the ministry arrived, he'd vanished. "Oh, Holmes, are you reading the paper too?" Ron asked, glancing over Sherlock's shoulder. "Of course," Sherlock replied coolly, folding the page. Seamus frowned thoughtfully. "What's really worrying is that this sighting was only a few miles from here. Harry, are you all right?" Harry's face tightened, and for a moment he didn't answer. Then he forced a half-smile. I hadn't realized they still hadn't caught him." Seamus shrugged. "He did break out of Azkaban, after all. No, I suppose catching someone like him isn't easy, though with Dementors patrolling the grounds, at least we should be relatively safe." Hermione shot Harry a concerned look, and Ron gave him a worried nudge. They both remembered how close Harry had come to acting on impulse the last time Sirius Black's name surfaced. But Sherlock, still as unflappable as ever, simply returned to perusing the paper, his expression unreadable. The conversation wound down, and the small knot of friends dispersed toward the castle. If Harry felt the old rush of recklessness flare up again, he at least didn't show it. Perhaps the worst of his impulse had finally passed. During that morning's potions lesson, Sherlock had dropped another of his trademark hints. When you question authority, pay as much attention to how you ask as to what you're asking. It wasn't just brewing advice, it was a subtle psychological cue, and Sherlock was quietly confident Harry would pick up on it. Sure enough, Harry stole a glance at him. Gray eyes met green, and in that instant they shared everything without saying a word. By the time lunch rolled around, the great hall buzzed with talk of Sirius Black's latest exploits. To Harry's surprise, Gemma Farley joined the Gryffindor table, gliding into an empty seat with all the poise of someone who'd just assumed new heights of prestige. Now a 7th year and freshly elected student council president, Gemma's beauty seemed wrapped in an extra layer of authority, and the rumor mill claimed she was already drowning in love letters. If gossip held true, by next Valentine's Day, she'd have admirers queued out the door. "Harry," she said with a practiced smile, "you're looking far better than I expected." Harry couldn't help but glance at Sherlock. Gemma laughed and waved him off. "Don't look at him," she teased. "I was the one who told Sherlock first." Reality clicked into place. That summer at Sherlock's home, he'd shown Harry 3 letters he'd received, one in Gemma's elegant handwriting. Harry's chest warmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Gemma. he said sincerely. The table fell silent for a heartbeat before chatter resumed, but for Harry the moment lingered, proof that sometimes the smallest hints would reveal the biggest truths. Hermione and Ron exchanged wary glances. They'd both noticed how Harry and Sherlock had quietly slipped away from their conversation. Something about it just didn't add up. Before Ron could voice his concerns, Hermione stepped forward, curiosity and determination in her eyes. "Miss Gemma," she began, her tone polite but firm, "did you arrange for Malfoy to apologize to Harry?" Gemma met Hermione's gaze with a faint, knowing smile. Her sea-blue eyes glinted with amusement. "Yes, Miss Granger. I thought it might spare you further trouble." Hermione nodded. "It seems to have worked. He hasn't been bothering us at all." Ron's eyes went wide as the pieces clicked into place. Today, Draco had been silent when Harry lost points in potions, a moment he'd never have missed in years past. "Right," Ron said slowly. "He's never passed up a chance to sneer at us before." Gemma's smile faded, and she hesitated as if weighing her words. "The Ministry didn't capture Sirius Black this time," she admitted quietly, "but they've finally tracked him down. I expect he'll be in custody very soon." Hermione and Ron exchanged another glance, this time tinged with relief and a new understanding of just how much was unfolding behind the scenes.